Welcome. This is the September 15th, 2022 meeting of the Wildlife Resources Committee. Callers and those joining via Zoom have been placed on mute, and when it's time for members of the public to speak, they'll receive instructions on how to indicate they'd like to speak to an agenda item. Speakers will be unmuted individually. And I, just by way of welcome, want to acknowledge that we're meeting today in Arcadia, California, the unceded lands of the original people of the LA Basin, the Tonga, known also as Gabrielino. And I want to acknowledge all California Native American communities who've inhabited California lands for thousands of years. We honor and respect the diverse indigenous people who are deeply connected to the fish, wildlife, and habitats we manage. And we take seriously our trust relationship with these sovereign tribal governments. We do our work together with and with much respect and gratitude for those who've lived in California since time immemorial. Together with best available science and traditional knowledge, we carry out the Commission's mission to hold and to enhance fish and wildlife and their habitats in the public trust. And our mission on the California Fish and Game Commission, in partnership with the Department of Fish and Wildlife, begins with providing leadership for transparent and open dialogue where information, ideas, and facts are easily available, understood, and discussed. So that is the central purpose of our committees, including this Wildlife Resources Committee. And I want to invite participants today to engage in that exchange so that we can move forward actions that ensure California's abundant, healthy, and diverse fish, wildlife, and ecosystem. I'm going to turn it over to Ari to do the
Okay.
Oh, that's wrong. Good.
Can you hear us? Let's share folks on Zoom can hear us.
Yep.
Yep. Great.
Okay, great.
Thank you, Jay.
All right. Let's start off with introductions. We have Melissa Moore-Henson, the Executive Director of the Fish and Game Commission. We're also joined by Cynthia Keith, who is our analyst. She's going to help out with our Zoom and other logistics. My name is Ari Kornman. I'm the Wildlife Advisor for the Commission. For department staff, we have Chad Dibble, who is the Deputy Director for the Wildlife Fisheries Division. Scott Gardner, the branch chief of the Wildlife branch. Jay Rowan, the chief of the Fisheries branch. We're also going to be joined by some presenters later on. Brett Furness, a senior environmental scientist with the department. Tom Batter, the elk and pronghorn coordinator. Brandon Monk, a wildlife veterinarian. Melanie Weaver, a waterfowl program biologist. Karen Mitchell, a senior environmental scientist. Jonathan Nelson, our program manager of the Fisheries branch. Joe Cruteau, the Klamath Watershed program manager. Heather Perry, wildlife rehabilitation program coordinator, and Dan Kalis, senior environmental scientist supervisor. We also have Chris Stutz, assistant chief with the law enforcement division, and I hope that's everybody. I apologize if I forgot someone from the department. If I did, please introduce yourself when you speak. Just some logistics to get out of the way. If you're participating in the Zoom webinar and calling in by phone, please make sure that your phone number and your Zoom webinar are linked. If you log into Zoom first and use the call me option, the linkage happens automatically. Please note that if you're joining by phone only and you wish to comment, staff will identify you by the last 3 digits of your phone number. If you're having technical difficulties with the meeting, if you have a staff member available, you can call 916-902-9286. Just one more time, that phone number for technical problems is 916-902-9286. Zoom's chat feature is disabled, and video for those on is available if you so choose.
Can you speak up?
Oh, yep,
Yeah.
sorry. I will face the.
Doesn't help with the mask.
Yeah, that's true. Sorry, we have masks on, and so it might sound a little muffled. I'll do my best to enunciate. For those in the room, just so you know, the bathrooms are down the hall. You pass them on the way in. During the break, if you'd like, there are, in that door there are snacks that you can purchase. There's a little tin right in front of all the food that you can buy, like candy bars and granola bars and stuff. just put your money in that. Also, there are some drinks in the, and even frozen food in the refrigerators. If you like, you can grab one of those. It's just self-serve. Just put your money in the tin. I think that is all for logistics.
Great, and I realize I neglected to introduce myself. I'm Erica Zavaleta, Vice President of the Commission and the Chair of the Wildlife Resources Committee. I've been a member of the Commission for a little over, well, coming up on 2 years in April, and I'm delighted to be continuing to work with my colleagues here and participating on Zoom. So our first item is to approve the agenda and the order of items, and I believe we have a request to make one change in the agenda. It's a request from Bill Gaines to move item 5B, part 2, earlier in the agenda. So that's elk hunting, the chronic wasting disease conversation. And I suggest we could move that to directly after the department update, unless anyone sees a problem with that. So we would just be moving it up before items 4 and 5A. Hearing none. Okay, great. So we'll go ahead and make that change. So we will hear item 5B, part 2, immediately after department update. Great. And then the next item on the agenda is general public comment for items that are not on the agenda. And I'll turn it over to Ari.
Okay. If you'd like to make a comment in your own Zoom webinar, please use the raise hand button to raise your hand. If you're participating on your computer, the raise hand button is at the bottom of the window and also at the bottom of the participant. You may have to hover your pointer over the Zoom window for the relevant option here. If you're using the mobile app, the raise hand is located at the bottom of the screen. When your audio has been unmuted, click the yes. If you are on the phone only, please press *9 on your phone once to raise your hand and to alert us that you'd like to speak. If you press *9 on your phone a second time, you'll take yourself out of the queue. Cynthia will manage the queue of speakers, and she'll let you know when it's your turn to speak.
And I see that Chad Dibble has his hand up. So, Chad, do you want to go ahead?
Yeah, please. Chad Dibble, Deputy Director, Department of Fish and Wildlife. Good morning, everyone. Hey, my apologies. I'm too slow on the buttons here. In moving 5B2 up, I would just want to check in with Scott and staff. Do we just want to move 5B altogether? I'm not sure how we were presenting that today or how we were discussing the item, and whether we just want to move all of 5B as they might be continued, or how do you want to do that, Scott?
I think that that's fine. I just want to make sure that we've got everybody here to give those presentations.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think that that's fine. It looks like everybody is here.
Happy to move it up. I just didn't know if we could, we were prepared to break those out, or they were one sort of collective item from our standpoint.
They're together on the agenda, but they're separate presentations. Pretty separate
for us, Scott.
We could do
Okay.
I think so. I think we're going to move through those initial items fairly quickly. I'm not sure what, Bill's timing is.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, fair enough.
Okay, and again, so this is for public comments for items that are not on the agenda. And whether we have any. Okay, so I see some hands raised in the Zoom, and this is a committee meeting, so we don't have like a timer, but I just want to remind folks that we have a long agenda, and so to get through all of it, I think we would all appreciate if you can keep your comments concise. Okay, so should I call on folks? Cynthia, you can unmute. Okay, I'll let you do that.
Hello?
Hi,
Can you hear me?
did you want to speak to this agenda item?
Well, is it possible to do both?
Do both what?
To make a public comment and then also stay on for an agenda?
Oh, absolutely. Yes. we were-
Okay, wonderful. Yes, so my name is Christina Koo.
Well, can you hold on for just a moment? We have a long list of people who would like to
speak. And so we can add you to the queue if you, can you raise,
Oh.
click the button to raise your hand?
Okay, so you add me to the public comment. Great, thank you.
Yeah, you bet.
One quick question. Is this for items not on the agenda right now?
That's right.
I'd like to speak to that as well.
Yes, and for the other agenda, so if anything is on the agenda that you want to speak to, we will take public comment on each of those agenda items as well. And so this is intended to be general public comment for items that are not on the agenda.
Okay, if I could speak.
For those that aren't speaking on Zoom, please mute yourselves while you're not speaking.
Okay, so we'll start with people who are here in the room in person. And, typically in our full commission meetings, we do 3 minutes, but something around that is ideal. And we'll start with, you said you had a comment first, if you'd like to go ahead.
Sure. My only question is to the one agenda item that's not on the agenda, which kind of coincides with petition 2021-17. I believe it's 2021-2022-17 in support of a bear hunting moratorium. Why is that not on this particular agenda to be addressed at the same time that you're addressing 2021-17? That's my only question.
Great, thank you. And typically what we do is we take all comments and then we'll respond to individual comments. So
Sure.
noted. Want to go ahead? And
Thank
please introduce yourself if you haven't.
Okay. Oh, thank you. Okay. I'm Randall Massaro. I'm national president of Union Members for the Preservation of Wildlife. We're an animal rights advocacy organization started in Europe in 1970. We're a sister to Greenpeace. And we're started by Teamsters against hunting, trapping, and poaching. Basically, the Native American community is also part of our organization. I think the issue I wanted to bring up, and I think we've had problems with California Fish and Wildlife for some time now, is and it's not relative to the bears, but just say the coyote issue, where some of these animals are sacred to Native Americans, like the coyote, like the bear. And we had 30 Native American representatives show up in Arcadia when they were started trapping coyotes, and yet they were laughed at by Arcadia City Council, which was one of the worst killers of coyotes. And what a lot of these cities are not complying by the CEQA Act, California Environmental Quality Act. Also, they're not complying by California Fish and Wildlife Rules 465.5, which is the 150-yard. And yet you have trappers like, Lowell Miller shooting a coyote in the face 14 times and he gets a slap on the wrist. Or you have Michael Jackson Rodriguez, the guy that killed that deer in Monrovia with a bow and arrow in someone's front yard. I just think that many of us understand California Fish and Wildlife to usually not allow us to show videos of undercover video. I worked in law enforcement, I worked in investigations, and I was trained by the FBI. So I worked in law enforcement for some years. So my knowledge is I use that experience to go ahead and bring attention to the plight of our wildlife through undercover investigation, through working with former BLM agents to sue the BLM over the roundups of the wild horses at 120 million tax dollars a year. So what I like to expose corruption, and where I see that U.S. Fish and Wildlife, like Jamie Olson killing wolves, and he represents U.S. Fish and Wildlife for state fish and game, where they're not complying by the CEQA Act. We spoke to your leader up in Sacramento, Victoria, one of your ladies that represents the CEQA and the 150-yard rule. So obviously there's many cities getting away with not following CEQA and not following the 150-yard rule by killing coyotes. We have trappers shooting them with 22s or BB and pellet guns several times in the face, which is cruel and unusual punishment. Why does Fish and Game or Fish and Wildlife still continue to allow this to happen? We've confronted your Ontario office, your Los Alamitos office, your other offices, and they all say, oh, that's a law, we got to enforce it. You call up another office and they say, no, it's not enforceable, or it's a written law, but we don't really enforce it. We got three different, just three alone, but we called up 6 different offices and we had 6 different opinions. So I just want to make that clear from those of us that are retired law enforcement. No one's above the law. And the simple fact is, if California Fish and Wildlife is a non-biased state organization, most people think you guys preserve nature and protect nature. They don't know that the BLM rounds up horses to sell them off to be killed in Mexico and Canada. They don't know about U.S. Fish and Wildlife Services or State Fish and Game. All these agencies were developed to protect and preserve nature. But most of the time we find that Fish and Wildlife supports the hunting industry through programs like, are your kids done with their summary to going hunting with your dad? But yet you won't let us show. I had to sneak in a bobcat trapping video at your Van Nuys meeting that year when we voted to ban bobcat trap. So we had to show the undercover video footage. I had to do it in a way that is not really observed by Fish and Wildlife. If you're going to open the book and show the truth, show the whole truth from both sides. The Native American point of view, the animal rights point of view, not just Safari Club's point of view, or not just Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation or all proposed hunting. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Cynthia, I think we're ready to go to speakers on, are there other comments in the room on items not on the agenda?
All right.
Okay.
We have Dan Ryan followed by Walter Lamb.
And folks on the phone here, Cynthia?
Good morning. Yeah. Good morning, Commissioners Avaletta and department staff. Yeah, appreciate the time today. And I just want to, give kudos that, I've been participating in not only the WRC meetings now, but the commission meetings for over a year now. And it's been nothing but welcoming. And I feel like positive and constructive efforts. So from both department staff as well as commission members. So wanted to give you kudos there. I know there's been some discussions about obviously bears and lions and bobcats and things like that. And so I was wondering, or I wanted to ask the department or the commission if they would entertain potentially giving an update on the various bobcat studies that have occurred since the ban of bobcat hunting and trapping, since I know that was something that was committed by the department back when that occurred. And so, it doesn't have to be every meeting, but maybe just once a year during a WRC meeting, there's an update on that research and that development to gain better science for bobcat populations in the state. And that's it. Thank you.
Thanks, Jen.
Walter?
Yes, thank you. Walter Lamb, representing the Bino Wetlands Land Trust. And I just wanted to follow up from the Fish and Game Commission meeting. I know that at Biona wetlands, things get very polarized. And so it's very easy for, if advocates for Biona ask for a certain thing, we find that oftentimes the agencies almost reflexively don't want to do that thing, but regardless of what it is. And of course, the case here is we've got parking lots that are empty in the Bino Wetlands Ecological Reserve that are leased out to the county. And there's nothing unreasonable of wildlife advocates wanting to maximize acreage inside an ecological reserve for wildlife and for wildlife habitat. Parking lots aren't wildlife habitat. Access to ecological reserves does require some parking for sure. And, we've asked for an analysis of how much parking do you need. I go to a lot of different natural areas to hike. I've never seen a lot anywhere close to the size of the one at the Bino Wetlands. And that's because it wasn't put there for access to the ecological reserve. It was put there for the county to mitigate its parking concerns. And then with regard to the baseball fields, there's two questions. One is, can you ever argue that a Little League baseball field inside 3 baseball fields inside an ecological reserve is compatible? We're open to have that discussion. But then the second question is, should only baseball players be able to go through gates into South Area C of the ecological reserve, right? Should people who are actually aspiring ecologists, kids who don't get out into nature that often, should they be locked out of an ecological reserve when baseball players are allowed to go in? And we think that's a really tough sell. And at the meeting, it was brought up, a few things were brought up. And one was that it was premature for you as a commission to make a compatibility determination, which you're supposed to make. And we've been hearing that it's premature since 2005, and the goalposts just keep shifting. So if there's any additional information that's coming out that could potentially indicate that those things are compatible, we'd love to know what that is, because the EIR was certified in December. Typically, that's the last bit, right? You certify the EIR, and that's sort of the last opportunity. And the only quick other thing I'll say is, yes, there's litigation. After trying 4 times without litigation and not being able to get a determination, we did sue. And I think a lot of agencies have taken on this, what I think is a dangerous kind of notion, which is that if you get sued, your mission somehow changes from protecting wildlife to successfully defending the lawsuit. So is actually at the last meeting, it was said, well, we can't do anything about this now because we've been sued because we didn't do anything about this the first 4 times. That's a very cyclical argument. And so I would just ask that we all maybe try to dial things down and figure out, this is an ecological reserve. What's the purpose of the ecological reserve as defined in the Fish and Game Code? And do these 2 land uses, are they compatible with that purpose? And especially with the baseball fields, is it okay that they be exclusionary to other uses? And I would leave it at that, and just let's exchange information in the most civil, constructive way we can and get this problem solved. Thank you very much for your time today. I know you have a lot on your agenda.
Thank you.
We have Chris Gallagher, followed by James Stone.
Good morning, everybody. I am Chris Gallagher. I am the chair of the Board of Supervisors in Lassen County. And I just wanted to thank you for having a Lassen County item on your agenda today. As you may or may not know, one of our prisons is closing in our county, and it's going to take away 20% of our workforce. So tourism is a very big item within Lassen County, and anything we can do to attract people here to help get more tax funds for our folks here is greatly appreciated. I'd also like to emphasize the need to continue with the wolf plan so that some of the farmers and cattle producers can be reimbursed for the loss of their cattle. I know the funds were allocated, and so far they have not been spent because of delays with the Fish and Wildlife in producing that plan. So I would encourage the Fish and Game Commission to look into that issue so that that gets finished and our producers can be reimbursed for their losses. And thank you. I'm looking forward to your meeting today.
James Stone.
Thank you. Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good morning, everyone. James Stone with NorCal Guides and Sportsmen's Association, Executive Director. Just wanted to give an update on the Central Valley, Sac Valley salmon fishing this year. We are seeing a really low escapement, contrary to what the projections were at the PFMC and when the seasons were set back in May of this year. The returns are as poor as we've seen them in years, even worse than last year at this point. A lot of fish that are showing up in the south end of the upper delta between Rio Vista up to Verona are staging in the deeper pools to try to survive. We are seeing the highest levels of pre-spawn mortality, and we're anticipating trying to understand and grasp those numbers because we know that they're not calculated on a daily basis. But what we're seeing on the water every single day is very frightening to us with pre-spawn mortality on the fall run. This has also caused a really low fishing effort, and we have seen one of the least amount of efforts to actually go angle for salmon. Normally, our indicator, if it's going to be a mid-season or a late run, is always 7 days after the full moon in September. That's tomorrow. So I'm reluctant to be reporting really positive news in the Central Valley and up the Sac River, Feather, American Rivers. I know that we've had extreme amounts of heat and high temperatures, and the water temperatures and from Verona to Sacramento have been 72 to 79 degrees with the lack of water flow. Obviously, the cold water refugia that the salmon seek is unavailable except in the upper stretches. But it's very sad to say that we've worked very hard with the department as well as the commission for years now on trying to build back an inland salmon fishery, and that has not happened, and it continues not to happen. And so we really need to relook that over the winter before next February's season setting starting process so that we can make sure that we are advocating for an inland fishery that can actually get our children out fishing, can get our families out fishing, and of course, bring some economic impact to these areas from Sacramento to Redding that are just absolutely devastated once again. And we have people literally leaving. We have people closing their businesses. And it's very sad times along the Sacramento River, Feather River, and American River. And we seek for the commission's help and guidance, as well as the department and future conversations that we are always having. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Charlie W. and then Christina Anthus.
Good morning, everybody. Awesome to see so many people involved today. Looks like 143 participants. It's amazing, huh? I wanted to talk about with the pass. It's on the governor's desk right now, but it's going to pass. It's SB 856, basically the wild pig bill. There's a new classification of, I guess, game species. So it's not a big game animal. It's not a non-game animal. It's an exotic game mammal. And I don't know if the rules or the criteria has been set for that yet. I also don't know if possibly that's going to be discussed in the upcoming next Thursday's Wild Pig Forum. But I would, I'd love to be a part of that. And I know a lot of people would love to be a part of that discussion to help formulate, you know, what the criteria of that new classification could be. If there is such a huge problem, and it was strongly supported by one of the commissioners, then I think some other ideas outside of the box might be implemented here for wild pigs in California. And then also, this is not on the agenda. There's a law, I believe it was put into place in the 80s. It's a dog control zone, and from what I understand, it's preventing a lot of dog owners from even exercising their dogs in certain areas. And it was, again, from what I understand, it was put in place to prevent, largely put in place to prevent illegal gallbladder harvesting of black bear. And well, dogs currently cannot be used to hunt black bear. So I think we should have that conversation, because it does seem to be affecting many dog owners. And so maybe we can discuss that in the future. That's all I have for now. I'll be back on the other agendas. Thank you.
And Christina.
Yes, thank you. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for your time. I'd like to thank the board. My name is Christina Anthus. I'm a resident of Greenville in Plymouth County. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we have a Christina and a Chris. So there's a Chris that also has their hand raised right after Randy. And we're at the moment, we're hearing from Christina. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. I just want to say that I'm opposed to the hunting of predators in general. I think that anyone who is pro hunting of predators doesn't really understand the important role that they play in ecology. I feel like the real tragedy we have here is that we have 4 government appointed people deciding the fate of animals that are classified as public domain. According to a study performed in 2008, only 44% of the people in the United States agreed that black bears should be hunted. And while that is quite a few people, that is not the majority of the people. And I believe that Fish and Game should rule with the majority of the people. Unfortunately, Fish and Game is ruled by private interest groups who contribute to their organization financially. To attract more hunters and their money, federal and state agencies implement programs that are designed to boost the number of game species, so there are plenty of animals for hunters to kill, and consequently plenty of revenue from the sale of hunting licenses. In addition to hunting, Wildlife Services utilizes taxpayers' money to eliminate all the wild animals in California, often using inhumane methods. The U.S. Wildlife Services program reported in April that it has shot, trapped, and poisoned more than 400,000 native animals in 2021 alone. The death toll included more than 64,000 coyotes, 24,000 beavers, 3,000 foxes, and hundreds of gray wolves, black bears, mountain lions, badgers, among many other species. In Plumas County alone, over $73,000 a year is spent just to kill all the wild animals. At the state Fish and Game meeting held back in April, Fish and Game reported that the 100 million acre Dixie Fire had no adverse impact on bear populations or wildlife populations in general. Those of us with boots on the ground walking the burn scars beg to differ. We saw thousands and thousands of animal carcasses. We saw animals walking around on stubs where their feet had burned all the way off. We saw them get thinner over the winter. There was no food and shelter for them. Our local sheriff, Todd Johns, even asked Fish and Game for a moratorium on hunting, at least until an evaluation was performed concerning the impact that the Dixie Fire had on local wildlife populations. But the request fell on deaf ears because Fish and Game did not want to give up their tag money. Hunters were laughing in the grocery store lines about how they didn't even have to get out of their Jeeps to shoot the deer. I could go on and on, but luckily some responsible hunters decided to hand in their tags that year. But I'm asking the commission to put it to the public vote and let the people decide about their own wildlife. These animals are public domain. Please put it to the vote. Animal abuse is directly linked to child sexual abuse, domestic abuse, and murder. Is this who we are as a people? I hate to think that it is, but I do realize it's very difficult for people to behave morally and ethically when put under situational pressures, specifically when there's a profit to be made. We need to think of a way to help these animals, especially in Plumas County. Thank you very much for your time.
Okay, we have Max Fennell, followed by Randy Bailey.
Hi, everyone. Max Fennell here, founder of United Hunters Project, supporter of Howl for Wildlife. I'm also a volunteer with Backcountry Hunters and Anglers, as well as American Bear Foundation. I'm truly grateful for the commission. I've spoken to you guys before. You always seem to listen to everyone's point of view. But something I just wanted to add, because I'm sure I'll be speaking later, is that I'm an Indigenous American from the Yamasee tribe. I'm sure there might be some other Native Americans on that might want to speak later. I do think it's very important that folks don't speak on behalf of Native Americans and their tribes and use us to prove a point. It's perfectly fair for you to stand on your own points and make your own points, but just don't use us to prove your point. Make your point, but Native Americans, we're here. We didn't go away. We can speak for ourselves. We want to share about our heritage and our culture, but please don't use Native Americans to make a point. And that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Randy Bailey.
Good morning, all. This is Randy Feilish. I'm a volunteer and wildlife advocate in Southern California. I would like to respectfully ask the WRC and California Fish and Wildlife Department for more protections and legislation for coyotes and other wildlife. Many cities here in Southern California have coyote management plans in place and do not trap coyotes. But there are other cities that do trap coyotes, and in doing so, we need more enforcement for the 150-yard rule and CEQA. I want to commend California Fish and Wildlife for the Wildlife Watch program. They're doing a fantastic job, and more communities should adopt it. But I would like to ask just to look into more protections and enforcement of the California fish and wildlife laws that do apply. Thank you.
Okay. Our next speaker will be Chris, and then Larry Fong.
Hello. Hi, I'm Chris. May I speak now?
Yes, you may.
Okay, great. Yes, I would just like to see just overall your department take a stronger stand to protect wildlife and protect them from the perspective that wildlife just has their own autonomous and their right for self-determination, that they're not here for human enjoyment, such as being hunted or trapped or killed or skinned or depopulated because they're venturing down into cities. And I wonder if the Department of Fish and Wildlife can think about adding this to the responsibility of caring and being the custodian and guardianship over wildlife by providing water and some food out in nature where they live to keep them safe where they're at. And now you're protecting both. You're protecting wildlife and at the same time protecting humans so that wildlife does not venture down into the urban areas and searching for water and food, which is understandable. They are not doing anything wrong by looking for food to survive. Yet, once people see that, they want to kill and hunt them. And it's just a cycle that does not work. I mean, ecologically or between humans interacting and cohabitating with wildlife. I wish the department can come up with some plan that can actually address this and solve this problem so that we don't have to kill them because they are doing what they're supposed to be doing. So that is mostly my comment, and I hope that your department can come up with some plan to keep wildlife safe and fed with hydration up and where they live. Why can't that be added to something that your department can do to solve this problem? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, Larry Fawn, and then our last two speakers, Nancy Oliver and Louise. Larry, you can go ahead.
There you go. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
I want to say a couple words just about bears in general, because I've had several personal encounters with both black bears and grizzly bears, and they are sentient beings with feelings. They are wily. They are unpredictably smart. They play with their kids like humans do. And I want to mention one minor episode that I had. I was backpacking with 3 friends in the Trinity Alps wilderness area, and we did what we're supposed to do, which was hang our food in a cache between trees. They were 12 feet off the ground with a big 2-inch rope across. And in the middle of the night, we woke up to find a adult black bear shimmying across our rope and getting close, very close to the cache of food that we had strung up. And they were just about to get it, which shows you how smart they are. And the habitat issue is just really intense right now due to the wildfires. I don't know if you've been following the mosquito fire up near Forestville has now burned more than 60,000 acres, and it's still totally out of control. And it exploded a little farther east today. There was a oak fire that was over 20,000 acres this year. The McKinney fire is also surpassed 60,000 acres, and we lose about 100 million acres a year due to the intensity and the increased numbers and the climate change, and the drought is adding to it. That is huge blocks of perfect, wonderful bear habitat that are being taken out because they cannot survive in the burned out areas. And so I think that your management plan ought to give serious consideration to reducing the hunting level of the bears due to the increased taking of bears from these wildfires, with the possibility of ultimately eliminating the bear hunting altogether, which is really what the public would like to see, because we know from polling that a majority of Californians support hunting bans, and a large majority are just opposed to the idea of hunting bears. So I would really hope that you would give those issues much more consideration. The climate change is such that this number of fires and the intensity of fires and the size of fires has been going up, and there's no end in sight. It's going to be going up and up for some time to come, if not permanently. So we ought to be really out there protecting the bears, not hunting them. Thank you.
Thank you. And I want to appreciate that there are still some more commenters online. There's sort of a gray area. We are going to be talking about the bear management plan specifically. So Larry, if you have comments specifically about that plan, I'd encourage you to come back when we're on that item. And for others who have comments about the bear management plan, let's hold them for that item.
Which agenda item are we actually on right now?
We are on comments about items that are not on the agenda, item 2.
Okay, thank you very much. And thank you for holding this meeting.
Thank you.
Okay, Nancy Oliver.
I'm Nancy Oliver. I'm an environmental attorney and I volunteer for 2 wildlife organizations in California. Regarding the bear management plan comments, I know it's an agenda 4. I'm not sure, number 4. I'm not sure if I'll be here or not, but I asked that California's new black bear management plan consider all the benefits that black bears confer to people and to the ecosystems.
We need to hold comments on the black bear management plan until we get to that agenda item, and it is coming up soon. So if you would just hang in there, that would be. Thank you.
I'll try to be here. Okay.
Okay, we have Lisa, please, and then Jake P. You may need to unmute yourself, please.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, well, I wanted to ask that the petition for the second bear tag be denied and to ban all hunting and trapping of California bears. I've been horrified by this. I've been born and raised in California over 60 years.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I need to ask you to hold your comments on bear management and on the bear tag until we get to those items because they are part of the agenda. This is just for the comments that people have on items that are not on the agenda, please.
So when will that, can you tell me when that will be?
So bear management plan is item 3.
So
and then we have, sorry, 4.
What time?
Order.
Like, do you know what?
There's no particular time, Lisa. It's just it's dependent upon how many people are engaged in the conversation and how long that takes. And so we do have a bear management plan, which is identified currently as agenda item 4 on the agenda. And then we also have a discussion that's going to take place later in the day with regard to regulation change petition 2021-017, which is the discussion about the second bear tag.
That's item number 11.
Item 11, thanks. Sorry.
So you don't know what time to check?
We don't. These meetings are always dependent upon the dialogue that goes on back and forth among staff and with stakeholders and the commissioner, et cetera. So we can't identify a specific time.
Okay, thanks. Let's go to our next speaker.
Okay, Jake P. will be next speaker, and then Rebecca Dimitri.
Hi, Commission. Thank you for it's all for Gregory. Commission. Hi, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. California resident here, lifelong hunter, feeds his family off wild game, both predator and prey. But that's not what I'm here for. I was wondering if you guys could give us an update on the Wildlife Traffic Safety Act signed into law a couple years ago about collecting road-killed animals, and any updates on that permitting process. And thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Rebecca, you can go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes, go ahead.
That's always the first question, right? Hi, Rebecca Dimitri, representing Humane Wildlife Control and Wildlife Emergency Services. And thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'd like to open this dialogue. I have not yet gotten a clear answer on this, and it's somewhat troubling because I'm really familiar with the trapping and removal laws. When cities such as Torrance, they begin what I call a blanket trapping program where they just hire a trapper to set traps throughout the city, not targeting any specific coyote, but just because the people are fearful of coyotes or annoyed by coyotes, but not for any particular reason. And I'm all in agreement with the state coming in and trapping aggressive coyotes when they're aggressive towards people. But this blanket policy of killing and removing wildlife, I think that is counter. Number one, it's counter to your policy. I was part of the predator policy work group. It is counter to your policies. And I believe it's it's not in line with you as the trustee agency protecting wildlife for everyone. So I just want to open that dialogue, and I hope we can have a discussion about that at some point. Thank you.
Thank you.
That is our final speaker online.
Okay, thank
Can I
you.
add one more thing to non-agenda after the gentleman in Lassen spoke?
Go ahead.
He mentioned the wolf management plan. Okay. I was in fact a resident of Lassen County for a short time, and reporting dead rancher cattle carcasses to your one biologist, we got ridiculed saying that the tracks by it were not wolf tracks. And he refused to make the rancher remove the carcass. It was like 15 feet off the road. So, I mean, it's really easy to see. And I stopped by, videotaped it on numerous occasions. Reached out to him again and again and again, and he just refused to do anything at all.
Can you just share how long ago that was?
That was, I have video actually of it. I'm posting on Protect the Wolves Facebook page. We're a Native American religious 501c3. And I can actually forward you the videos.
Yeah, the reason I'm asking about the timing is just that there have been like some changes in the approaches the department are taking for that more recently. So
Yes,
I'm
but
curious.
after hiring a wolf biologist to address these issues, and he refused to even acknowledge them.
Was that within the last year or was it?
That would have been right 2018.
Okay.
I'll have to double check the date, but I can get the exact date and time for you.
No, that's helpful. I mean, it's just helpful context to understand whether, how recent it was in relation to. We have another question about that status and timeline of the wolf program.
Yep. If I can get the exact dates, it lasted all summer. It never did remove the carcass.
Okay. Thank you. Yes, please.
So really appreciate all of the comments today. Some really excellent input, ideas, suggestions, and concerns raised. One of the things, since we do have quite a few folks I'm noticing on our Zoom participant list today, vast majority of folks, I recognize your names, and it's great to have you here and participating in the meeting. But I noticed that there are some names that I don't recognize, and maybe some folks who are not familiar with the California Fish and Game Commission versus the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. And so I just want to take a moment to clarify that we are two separate organizations. And so the California Fish and Game Commission is that body that is at the moment composed of 4 members who make policy and regulatory decisions. On the other hand, the California Department of Fish and Wildlife is a state agency with approximately 3,000 employees. And those are the folks who are the boots on the ground, so to speak. They are engaged in the outreach and education, the enforcement, the research that's being done on these various species, et cetera, et cetera. And so while we work very closely together, we being our members of the commission and the staff of a dozen of us, we couldn't do, this work couldn't get done without the assistance of the department. So we work very closely, and you'll notice that we have quite a few members of the California Department of Fish and Wildlife staff who were on this meeting and will be providing updates and reports and recommendations to the commission. But we are separate organizations. So I just wanted to provide that clarity that the commission is not the agency that is involved in the day-to-day management activities. It's the policy and the regulatory body. So that was the first thing. And then I also wanted to reply, there was a request for an update on the bobcat trapping implementation. Wanted to note that Deputy Director Chad Dibble did give an update, I believe it was at the August commission meeting just recently, but that doesn't prevent us from having a conversation about possibly also having updates at that committee. So, but wanted to note for anyone who is interested in that update, you can go back and watch the video and look for the Deputy Director for Wildlife and Fisheries Division for that update.
Great, thank you. And I know that Ari, you also wanted to comment.
Thank you, Chair. I just had one comment. There was a question about the petition for bear hunting moratorium, why that's not on the agenda. The commission took action on that petition at its April meeting. There was a robust discussion and lots of public comment, pro and con, and support and against the petition. And ultimately, the commission denied that petition. So that petition is closed and complete. So that's why it's not on any agenda.
And then there also was a question with regard to whether or not next week's Wild Pig Forum would include a discussion about the definition of exotic species. That's a term that's in a bill that just came through this year. The commission has not had, and commission staff have not had an opportunity to even begin conversations about that. And so it's not really the subject of next week's forum in particular. But please know that as that conversation begins, it will include this committee and the full commission, and there will be absolutely full opportunity for the public to engage in that dialogue about what does that mean? How do we define that?
Ms. Benson? Let me add, so I know we had two people join us late. I didn't know if you wanted to give them a chance to speak because these two gentlemen joined us late during the public conversation.
Do either one of you have a comment about items not on the agenda?
Actually, I do. Rebecca Dimitri mentioned concerns about coyote trapping. In the South Bay, currently 2 cities, Lawrence and Rancho Palos Verdes, are trapping coyotes year-round, despite the fact that in the history of both cities, the Torrance was incorporated more than 100. Number of coyote attacks in those 2 cities on humans is still 0. And yet they're trapping, and they're, in the case of Torrance, they are really proud of the fact of trapping. And Fish and Wildlife has tried talking to them, and Fishing will be a neighborhood watch is in place in Rancho PV, and Rancho PV likes to portray itself as being environmentally conscious, but they're trapping year-round, and I have a real problem with that. The trapper they've hired, I won't say his name, not here, but he's got a history. He's been documented in the LA Times doing some things to coyotes that are just not humane. Putting a still breathing coyote into a Hefty bag. It's kind of stuff that when I bring it up to the city officials, they appear to be completely unconcerned. One of them said, "Oh, he has some great stories." Yeah, sure he does. He's killed a lot of animals. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you.
My name is Matthew Duncan, not affiliated with anybody.
Thank you for being here today.
Yep.
And Matthew, we do have some additional seats here if you'd like to come over
Okay.
to the table.
I can sit over
Makes
here.
it,
Yeah,
makes
you're
it
welcome to.
easier for
Okay.
folks to hear you on the other end.
I won't block your view, will I? Okay, thank you.
Not at all.
Great. Yeah. To that point, I mean, I think there have been a number of comments and concerns about this that raised, and I guess I just want to give the department an opportunity to clarify or weigh in on what the status of these conversations are with these municipalities. I don't want to put anyone on the spot. Maybe it's part of the update. Maybe we need to talk about it. Ask for an update at a future meeting if no one's prepared to speak to it. But this is an area of concern that a number of people have raised. I want to make sure that at least I understand what the current situation is with respect to enforcement and those conversations.
Go ahead, Scott, if you want to respond first.
Okay, yeah, I think I would just say, I don't necessarily have an update now or with respect to enforcement, but remind everyone that we did have 2 special, what were they, workshops on coyotes where we discussed this at length with the commission. And Chad, sorry, I stepped in front of you. Maybe you've got about a future, I think we could respond at a future point. I don't know the specifics of the situations that are being brought up, at least from my chair.
Totally agree with what Scott said. We're happy to look into things as always. I think some of these instances that are being mentioned our regional aspects, so we would definitely need to check in with the regions and understand better what that dialogue is or what's happening there and how that's playing out. So why don't we do some looking into things, and we'll try to get back to you maybe at the next commission WRC with an update on just coyotes. I think is the issue here that is being brought up the most, but we can look into some stuff and get back to y'all.
Could we ask for an update at the January meeting?
I think that's fair.
Those workshops that Scott mentioned are available on the department's YouTube page if anybody wants to watch it.
Yeah, thanks. I appreciate so much sharing about all this, because I think it's, we don't have on the commission in particular insight into sort of the texture of everything that's happening on the ground. So I just want to emphasize that a lot of this is new to us as well. There are a couple of other areas folks mentioned that I want to at least give someone the opportunity to respond to. Another is just whether there's, and again, this may be in department updates, anything on the status or the timeline of the WOLF program that that Supervisor Chris Gallagher mentioned.
Sure, I'm happy to comment. Do you want, I would always defer to you, Chad.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm happy to comment. And actually, given the length of the agenda today, this was going to be the only thing I commented on in my update that isn't otherwise on the agenda. So maybe I'm doing both right now. But that we have begun implementation of the, it's called a pilot wolf compensation program that we've worked over the last year with stakeholders. We have 2 legs of that stood up, and applications are available on our website. If you recall, we've discussed before that there are really 3 components to this program, and that's paying for direct losses, paying for deterrence, and then this pay for presence aspect, which addresses just the losses as a result of wolves being on the landscape. We have grant opportunities for the first 2, and the last one, we have some draft working documents that we've worked with stakeholders on, and we are going to move into some more meetings next month, and with the hopes of getting an interim program stood up for that pay for presence piece as well. I believe that we have actually issued payments on maybe 7. I'm sorry, I'm having to say maybe. I know we've received 7, and I'm just not sure if we've actually issued payments on all 7 yet. But we have issued payments on several direct losses and even a couple of deterrence grants. And then the other part of this I'd like to mention too is the department also received quite a bit of funding globally to address human-wildlife conflict, which also calls out in the legislation to provide some deterrence from the department to wolf livestock losses from wolves, and we're also working in that space as well.
Great, thank you, Scott. And I just want to appreciate that compensation program is getting piloted, is rolling out. I think it's a really important part of being able to see wolves repopulate California. So thanks for that. One more item, again, just an opportunity, but there's this, James Stone spoke about issues with inland salmon populations and how high a concern that is. And I guess I'm not necessarily surprised to hear that things are looking dire because of the drought. So maybe Jay is going to be part of your update as well. And if it is, it's fine to hold it, where that's coming up in a moment.
Yeah, I was actually not going to mention that on my update. I was going to try to focus on some more rosy type issues, but yeah, it's certainly a concern. We've been out monitoring with our angler survey group. We have been seeing quite a few pre-spawn mortalities. It's a little qualitative as far as the pre-spawn mortalities is the type of data we have. But it's looking like we're seeing, roughly double what we see in a normal or in previous years. So certainly concerning. We're sort of monitoring the situation. We did, prior to the season starting, advocate for a lower ocean take which would in turn, in theory, provide more fish coming back inland. But with the extremely warm water conditions that we're seeing in the Sacramento Valley, and then we had that very large harmful algal bloom in the San Francisco Bay, there seems to be a lot of fish still staging off the coast, outside of the bay, as far up as Bodega Bay even, and then also a lot of fish staging south. So a little unclear what is going to still come in for the rest of the season, but it's certainly something we're going to continue to keep an eye on, and we're definitely, there's some concerns about it.
Thanks, Jay. Yeah, sorry to start you off on a not rosy topic. I mean, I think, I was just reading about how we're entering a third La Nina year, and so I just want to put a pin in this conversation about what's going to happen next year with the PFMC, conversation and so on. Maybe follow up about that in January. Yeah. Okay. Okay. I know we spent a lot of time on this item. I just want to ask really quickly. Ari, you talked about the conversation about exotic game mammal definition and classification. Is that something that we will want to agendize for a future WRC meeting? Is the timing not clear yet?
Potentially, but more.
Okay, so we'll hold off on putting that particular date slot.
We'll probably have to analyze.
Yeah, that's right. One thing at a time. Okay, any further comments from staff? Commission or the department? Okay, great. Thank you all again for those comments. And we'll move to agenda item 3, department updates. And we have first the wildlife branch update from Branch Chief Scott Gardner. And if we just covered everything you were going to talk about.
Yes, thank you, Chair Zavaleta. That's what I was going to say. We've got a number of items on the agenda today that are obviously of interest to the public, and maybe those can stand as our update.
We could, Scott, your voice is not, we're not hearing you completely at this end. You start out really strong and then it gets weak where we can't hear you.
Okay, I usually don't have that problem because I can speak in a room without a microphone with my voice. But I think what's happening is the Zoom's different than Teams that I'm using all the time. So I apologize. No, I just said that we have a number of items on the agenda today that are obviously of interest to the public. And how about if we just turn to those as the update from wildlife for this meeting?
Good, thank you.
That's it for me. Thank you.
All right, then we can go to the update from the fisheries branch from Branch Chief Jay Rowan.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Zavaleta and members of the public. It's nice to see so many folks on there. I just looked on my little Zoom Hollywood Squares tiles here, and there's 7 pages of folks on here. So that's great to see so much public involvement. So just want to hit on a few sort of highlights we have. A lot of these things are born out of drought, so maybe not the best circumstances and the reasons that a lot of these things are occurring, but certainly I think some good success stories and some cool things are happening as a result, potentially hurrying along some things that have been stalled for a really long time. So at previous tribal committee meetings, at Fish and Game Commission meetings, and WRCs, Director Bonham and myself have been updating the commission and the WRC on the winter run activities that have been happening upstream in the McCloud River. So I do have an update on that I wanted to provide. So the department has been working with the Winnemem Wintu Tribe, National Marine Fisheries Service, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service to transport 2 different shipments, 20,000 eggs each, winter run eggs from Livingston Stone National Fish Hatchery up to the upper McCloud. Those eggs were put into stream-side incubators, and I'm happy to report that for the first time in over 70 years, those eggs have hatched, and winter run Chinook are now swimming in reaches of the McCloud River above Shasta Dam. So pretty exciting, first steps towards reintroduction of a really iconic species. So those fish are going to swim around in the McCloud for a little bit. We have about 22 miles downstream of the incubator sites. We have rotary screw traps that will capture those fish. So far, as of last Friday, we've recaptured 156 fish. And these fish have only been in for a little less than a week, so they're moving out pretty fast. So with assistance from Winnemucca Tribe and U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, we've transported those fish down into the Sacramento below near Redding for release. So that first batch of 156 fish, I'm not sure if there's been any more this week, but they've been transported down to Redding and around the Sacramento River on their way out. On the back end, we have the parental genetic information of all of the eggs that went into those streamside incubators. So any fish that comes back, if they make it into the Keswick trap, we'll be able to know for sure whether they were part of this group that was released through parental-based tagging and genetics. So exciting developments there. On the same track, in the Above Shasta reintroduction, I want to share a quick picture. As of yesterday, the juvenile collection system, let's see, is now in place in the McLeod River Arm in Shasta. Hopefully folks can see this. So this is part of the initial testing as we're getting towards reintroduction of fish above Shasta. This is how they're going to be recaptured. Fish will come down the McLeod River from the top of your screen here. They'll run into this juvenile collection system. They'll get funneled into the trap, which is sort of in the lower middle of the screen there. They'll be recaptured, transferred by boat to waiting trucks, and then taken downstream. So kind of a cool effort. This will be, I think they're going to start testing this on Monday. So kind of exciting news there. And then one other thing that I wanted to touch on, obviously we've talked about drought challenges. And one of the things that we noticed during the last drought is we're collecting all sorts of information, but we were really having trouble getting it all into one place and figuring out how to present that information both internally and to the public. So what we've done, we developed this during the last drought. We've developed a drought webpage. We have all sorts of information on here where we have our partner and multi-agency efforts on here. There's a lot of our public information outreach efforts that are in each one of these items. We talk about hatcheries. We've gotten a lot of drought money with our hatcheries and what we're doing with that drought funding, along with some of the actions that we've taken during drought. And then, but what I want to focus on here is a new effort that just came live onto this website on the fish rescue and stressor monitoring. We have created a database and a dashboard. So click on this and open it up. So this is for all of fish rescues that we conduct in the state. This has since about April or May of 2021 through present. We'll continue to update this as time goes on. But if you're interested in what we've been doing out on the landscape as far as fish rescues, this will tell you since 2021, April 2021, we've conducted 65 events on 39 waters, rescued a total of 21,751 salmon. Here's all the species that have been rescued. This is sortable. You can select different counties. For example, you can go to Mendocino County. You can see we've rescued 200 coho salmon, 144 lamprey, and 563 steelhead. So this is just something I wanted to share. I think that this could be useful for folks long-term. So kind of an exciting new tool that we have available. And with that, I'll try to figure out how to stop sharing and turn it back over to you all. You have any questions?
That's terrific. Thank you so much, Jay. This dashboard's incredible. I'm excited to go explore it.
And won't it be wonderful, hopefully one day, that we don't have to use that dashboard, but in the meantime, that's amazing to have that information available, not only to staff, but the public as well.
Yeah, and one of the things that we are this was initially really aimed at, both the data collection effort and this tool, this dashboard, were aimed at these immediate needs, right? These fish are in immediate danger, their water's drying up and they've got to be moved right now, right? We also do a lot of translocations where we have fish that are for more management purposes, where we have maybe a very small isolated population of fish where we're starting to see some either some genetic drift from the larger populations, or we're starting to see some bottlenecking of the genetics from having such few family groups. So we'll do supplementation activities where we'll pull from a larger group and we'll supplement these smaller populations. So we're going to start transitioning to be able to get those types of activities into this tool as well. So more to come. We're not done with this yet, but this is a pretty cool first start. Our staff will work pretty hard on.
Thank you, Jay. I mean, listening to you talk about this, seeing that dashboard, it's all really exciting. You know, what makes me nervous for the future is that drought conditions are not necessarily temporary. We're going to be sort of experiencing deepening levels in the coming decades. And so it sort of takes me back to one of the commenters, Chris, talking about habitat restoration and protection. I mean, it feels like, you know, I would love to hear from you also, maybe next time we have the opportunity for an update about efforts to increase the resilience of the systems that, you know, support these fishes, because it feels like, you know, looking at that dashboard, one possibility is those numbers are just going to keep going up and up and up, and we're really going to truck our way out of this thing, you know, in 30 years. I'm excited that we can probably, based on everything that's happening, but we would also love to see and start to sort of be more apprised of system-wide efforts to make those habitats a little bit more climate-proof and drought-proof. And
sure.
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, the comment was made with respect to keeping wildlife where they live and not necessarily in cities, but I think it applies here as well. And I know that's something the department does a lot of, so it'd be great to hear more about it.
Yeah, absolutely. And we, you know, I'm sure folks that have been tracking the budget saw that we got a pretty significant influx of funding. It's going to be going out towards a lot of restoration activities. So I'll work with Chad and we can put something together for maybe the next WRC to sort of talk specifically about those items. You know, the budget, the funds that are coming in and how they're going. There's a lot of restoration funds in there.
Excellent. Thank you. Thanks so much for all of the great examples just highlighted. I want to turn to Law Enforcement Division for an update. I'm not sure who we have today with us. The Chief Beth.
Hello, good morning. It's Chris Stutz, Assistant Chief Law Enforcement Division. How are you?
Good to see you.
I'll be providing the update for Assistant Chief, or for Chief Bess. Thank you for the opportunity. My update's going to be geared primarily in terrestrial, since that's the theme of the meeting, and focusing on some stories from the field about hunting activities as we get into the hunting season. September 1st was the annual dove opener. This is the busiest hunting day of the year. With the extreme heat wave that we had this year, it reduced the hunter participation, but did not stop the dedicated and those who wouldn't miss the opportunity, as it's an annual tradition for many. Imperial County sees the biggest dove hunting activity in the state. And so I pulled together some statistics as a snapshot from their opening day. Wildlife officers contacted 1,646 hunters and found the majority were in compliance with the laws. Officers saw many dove limits and met many happy hunters. However, they also found violations, writing 57 citations and issuing 72 warnings. Officers found 8 hunters unlawfully in possession of lead shot and heard a lot of feedback regarding the challenges of finding non-lead shot. The most common dove hunting violations involved over limits, unfeathered wings, and unplugged shotguns. Moving on to deer. So we recently had deer zone openers, and we'll continue to have those over the next month and a half as we move into the full general deer season. Specifically the A zone, which is always busy and has high activity. One case example, officers conducted a hunter trespass investigation where they successfully located a deer carcass and identified a suspect. The officers took the carcass and conducted a thorough necropsy. During the necropsy, they recovered 3 bullets from the carcass and are now working with the California Department of Justice to attain a ballistic match between the 3 recovered bullets from the carcass and the suspected firearm used in killing the deer. In another case, officers made an arrest while conducting a deer decoy operation. Most decoys are set up in places where it is either unlawful to hunt or outside legal hunting season or hours. Wildlife officers observed a group of individuals in a vehicle using the vehicle headlights to illuminate a deer decoy. When contacted, the subjects admitted that they were looking for deer to hunt, but they explained that they had already unloaded and properly stowed their firearms in the rifle cases, which means that their behavior does not meet the elements of the crime for spotlighting. So no issue there. However, one of the people in the vehicle was arrested because of an outstanding warrant related to past felony weapons charges while being on probation. And I'll close with the story. Excuse me. I'll close with the story of a hunter who called 911 after succumbing to a heat exhaustion while hunting during our recent heat wave. The hunter ran out of water, was exhausted, and couldn't walk himself back to his vehicle. Fortunately, well-trained and experienced wildlife officers were nearby and available to render aid. The 2 wildlife officers located the hunter on a steep hill that was inaccessible by any type of vehicle, including ATVs. One of the wildlife officers, who is trained and equipped to conduct short haul, which is a method when a person wearing a specialty harness is transported on a long line, usually around 100 feet or so underneath a helicopter. These officers, working with the California Highway Patrol's helicopter unit, were transported to the hunter, where they outfitted the man with a harness of his own and hauled him out to be treated by another awaiting wildlife officer, who's one of our most experienced instructors in first aid and CPR. She knew exactly what to do to render the aid, and together with the short haul efforts and the first aid, the care changed what could have been a disastrous hunt into a hunt that hopefully this person will have learned a lesson from and will be able to apply better techniques to hunts in the future. Later in the same day, the officers responded to a second distress call from a hiker who went down from heat exhaustion and had to be rescued. They managed to effect an rescue without the helicopter the second time, but their response again turned a potential deadly situation into nothing more than a learning experience about heat stress for a hiker who was able to return to their family. I want to highlight, and I bring up these heat stress stories to highlight the challenges and the amazing work that wildlife officers do, patrolling year round, and all the elements that the various diverse environments of California provides. These wildlife officers who work these dove openers and deer openers in the extreme heat also were experiencing the stresses that these 2 people in these situations did. And officers, we do this work wearing Kevlar vests under our uniforms, which is comparable to wearing tight fitting goose down or some type of down vest underneath the shirt, wearing long pants, heavy boots, all while lugging all the tools of our gun belts. Officers feel every bit of the heat and every bit of the environmental stress that these individuals in this situation do. And I just want to commend the officers who continue to do this work no matter what the conditions, to make sure that they're doing their jobs well and that the resource is profiting from. And that's all I have.
Thank you, Stu. Thanks I also want to echo your appreciation for all of the hard work in this incredibly varied landscape of settings that you just described. We go to, okay. We should start with staff. Any comments from staff before we go? Okay, so if members of the public first in the room and then on Zoom would like to comment on department updates, now's the time for that. You can raise your hand. I'll turn it over to Cynthia to manage the Zoom portion of that, but if you're in the room, you raise your hand if folks have comments. You don't. Yeah.
Yeah, Roger Dobbs again, Protect the Wolves, Native American Religious 501c3. I see they're working to relocate salmon to the upper Cloud area. Is there any talks in discussion, or could it be addressed to actually establish a fish ladder at Shasta Dam?
Question. Thanks.
That would help the fish greatly, I think.
Jay, do you want to take that question?
Sure. I mean, I think that there has been discussions of that. I think it's a feasibility issue, right? That's a pretty gigantic dam. So I'm not fully in the loop of all the discussions that have gone on over the course of the last 20 years surrounding reintroduction. But I know that has been an option that was looked at.
Comments in the room?
This is specifically on the fish or on,
This is on all of the department updates.
okay. I did mention the fallacies within the Fish and Game Department on CEQA, on the 150-yard rule that's not being complied by or not enforced by Fish and Wildlife. Then why have the law in the books to begin with? But I think we need to really stress on that also. But also, if you're doing an investigation with doing something with the cattle ranchers, keep in mind that if you Google it or Yahoo it, how many times cattle ranchers have left cattle out in freezing cold, where I found 100,000, 200,000 head of cattle dying in the range. And yet again, they get compensated and reimbursed. So it's like double dipping. Now they can probably sell the carcasses to the zoos. But the simple fact is that cattle ranchers, I don't want to pit animal rights activists versus cattle ranchers, but keep in mind that a lot of our taxpayer dollars subsidizes that, but also subsidizes the killing of our wildlife, as Rebecca Dimitra also quoted. And whether it's U.S. Fish and Wildlife Services, State Fish and Game, the Bureau of Land Management, $120 million running at Wild Horse. So much of our tax dollars with all these state, local, and federal agencies killing wildlife. Right? Who needs hunters, trappers, and poachers when you have all these agencies killing our wildlife? So the Native American community, I sit on 5 Native American boards, and they're very concerned about this because these animals are their sacred animals.
Okay, Jonathan Nelson from the department, yes.
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up on the question about the fish ladder on Shasta Dam. So there's been a lot of research on putting in and installing fish ladders on major dams throughout the Pacific Northwest. And it's found that after a certain elevation, no matter how much you do switchbacks, fish will give up and they'll go back down. And so there hasn't been the ability to create successful fish ladders for the distance and the height that we would have to go through Shasta Dam. There would have to be some other diversion and way around the dam that doesn't have as steep of elevation gain or switchbacks, which is part of the evaluation that we've done over time.
Thanks, that's really helpful. Any other comments on department updates?
Are they allowed to trap bobcats? Because I thought we won the fight to ban bobcat trapping in California. Maybe you can correct me on that.
Yeah, I think that can't remember who addressed that, but you spoke to that, Melissa. Do you want to go ahead and respond to that?
I mean, the bobcat trapping has been prohibited in California by statute.
Okay, good, thank you.
In addition to that, there had been an opportunity to discuss it.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Conferring over here, seeing no hands raised on Zoom. It's 10:30. We've been going for an hour and a half, so I'd like to suggest we take a. How long a break do we need to take? Okay, let's just take a short break because we're going to break again in lunch. But we're coming to some items that I think are going to take some time. So it's 10:33. Let's reconvene at 10:40. Great. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks. foliage.
Okay, welcome back. We have a little change in agenda order today, and so we are going to go to agenda item 5B, number 2, chronic wasting disease. And I'm going to turn it over to Ari to introduce that item.
Okay, so chronic wasting disease is a disease which affects certain population outside of California that's been found in California. But there's a concerted effort to curtail its spread into the state. The department is proposing some regulations to help prevent from the production of chronic wasting. I wanted to point out that this rulemaking is likely to be on a later timeline. We're not necessarily looking for a recommendation on this item today, just initial vetting and discussion.
Yes,
okay. And with that, we'll go to Brandon Monk with the department for a presentation.
Thank you, Ari. Commissioner Zavaleta, public. Are you able to see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. And should be presentation mode.
Yep, that's what we're seeing. Thanks.
Excellent. Thank you very much for having me, y'all. I'm happy to be here. As I'm Brandon Monk, I'm a wildlife veterinarian for the Wildlife Health Lab under the CWW's wildlife branch. I've worked on or with CWD in some way, shape, or form for over a decade, and it's an extremely complicated issue, and it continues to loom large, not just for North America and managers, but also for California. And my aim this morning is to introduce or remind a lot of us what's chronic wasting disease is, and I'm going to call it CWD for the most part, and why we should all be worried about it, and why we should all know about it and care about it, and then some recommended updates to current regulations. CWD is a prion disease, and that literally just refers to protein infection, and this is a novel discovery with these transmissible spongiform encephalopathies that a protein could cause infection. And in a very general, basic way, it's a misfolded form of a normal protein, and this misfolded form and somehow is able to tell other proteins, other normal proteins, to then misfold into this disease-causing form. As you get more and more of these misfolded proteins, they're able to stack on each other, and they create this amyloid formation. And they move from where they're uptaken in the body through the lymphatics up into the central nervous system and to the brain. And it's the changes in the brain that really cause the disease. This top image of a microscopic slide of the brain is normal, and that bottom image is indicative of the spongiform, literally meaning sponge-like change. And those are the holes that develop in the brain, and that's really what precipitates disease. We've known about prion diseases for hundreds of years. We didn't know really what they were, but scrapie and sheep has been known in the veterinary field for hundreds of years. In the 80s, we learned about mad cow or bovine spongiform encephalopathy. And in the 90s, we learned about its association with a human form of Crutchfield-Jacobs disease, this variant Crutchfield-Jacobs disease, which is associated with consuming tainted meat from mad cow. So that highlights this kind of unknown human risk. And there's been a lot of really good studies, both experimental in the lab and epidemiologic in the field. And those studies have never shown a direct correlation between CWD and disease in people. So to date, there is no direct evidence that CWD can affect people, and that's important. This other side of that coin is there's a lot we don't know. There's multiple strain types out there that we're just learning about. And in 2017, this research group out of Canada and Germany published some preliminary findings that showed that macaques, they were able to give CWD to macaques, and they were able to develop disease and show it in that species, which is often used as a comparison for humans. The World Health Organization in the 80s had said we should be doing everything we can to keep the agents of all known prion diseases from entering the human food chain. And then following this 2017 preliminary study, the CDC, American Association, or the Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies, all kind of fell in line with this recommendation. And the bottom line is we don't really know. The risk to humans is almost certainly low, and we don't know how low it is. We can't quantify it, but we think it's probably not zero. And from a management perspective, this is what we're looking at. The gray counties are counties that have CWD detected in free-ranging deer or elk. And on the left, we've got November 2006. On the right, we've got April 2022. And just looking at those two, you can see there's a big change in 16 years. The dark gray counties are counties where CWD was considered endemic by 2000 or thereabouts. So northern Colorado, where it was first detected, both in captive research animals and in the wild, and in southeast Wyoming. And then the yellow and red dots are captive cervid facilities that detected CWD in their captive animals. Yellow dots are ones that have not been depopulated. Red dots are ones that were depopulated following that CWD detection. And what I want to highlight here is these kind of what I call spot fires. And this is where it started, but then you've got it in Wisconsin, you've got it in West Virginia, we had a detection in New York, detections in Canada. So how did it get there? It likely got there through people moving infectious materials across the landscape. And that's one of the things that we're going to talk about. Bottom line here is recently we've been able to show that yes, CWD can and likely will have effects on the population as prevalence increases in that population. Some good studies from Wyoming and Colorado looking at this. This graph shows the study on Rocky Mountain elk in the Rocky Mountain National Park. And in this example, with this population, as prevalence of CWD in adult female got to 13% and above, where this red line crosses with this gray line, at that inflection point, that's where they started seeing population declines, or expect to see population declines. And that's just additive insults to the population that we're able to bring the population growth down below 1, and then we start seeing declines in population. So as prevalence of CWD increases, we would expect to see increasing effects on populations. And there are certainly economic impacts to hunting itself, impact to hunters, impacts to agencies trying to manage this disease once it's detected. And this is probably the best published report on it. There might be, I think there's going to be another published report here coming out soon. But bottom line here is in 2002, Wisconsin estimated losses between 53 million and 79 million. In 2003, those losses were a little bit less, but similar. And I don't know what that would be in today's numbers, but certainly much higher. And in a state like California, I would argue much, much higher. Once we detect CWD, how we manage our deer and elk will change. The costs to that management will change, will increase. The cost just for testing and surveillance for this disease will also increase. And we don't know what, if any, risk there truly is to people. This disease presents significant management challenges, some of which are listed here, but not all. And the key ones here are an extremely extended incubation period, and that's the time from exposure, an animal exposed to the infectious agent, to developing disease. And it's at least 15 months and it averages between 18 and 24 months. But in that time, a couple months after exposure, a year, maybe more before we see clinical disease or clinical signs of disease, we have preclinical shedding, meaning these animals are able to shed infectious agents into the environment. And it's shed in urine, feces, saliva, and also if animals die for other reasons, those remains will shed infectious protein into the environment as well. That infectious prion can be bound by minerals in the environment. It can travel through watersheds. It can be taken up by plants, by the roots of plants. So there's a significant environmental seeding component, and the environment can act as a mechanism to maintain, but potentially also spread CWD once it gets into an area. There's no vaccine, despite a couple attempts, and there's no vaccine really for any prion disease that I'm aware of. And recently we've started by identifying multiple strains and different behaviors associated with those strains. So we don't really know what that means. And ultimately what we'd like to recommend to the commission is to consider additional, or really just updating current regulations to further mitigate the largest risk factors for importing CWD into California. And that's the movement of infectious materials, including live cervids, hunter-harvested cervids, and their biological products. We'd be seeking to update existing regulations for importation, which would be that prevention side of things, and movement, which would be that spread side of things once we detect CWD in California. And to add clarity to existing regulations, particularly the hunter harvest import regulations, to remove some ambiguities there. And in very general terms, this is what we would propose. Clarify that all cervidae, including moose, caribou, and reindeer, are provided for in our hunter importation regulations, and to clarify what parts are referred to in that regulation, and then update current regulations to limit possession, importation, and transportation of live cervids in the family Cervidae and their products, including biological or urine-based attractants or semicals. And why do we want to explicitly include all of family members of Cervidae? And that's because in the 60 years that we've had this disease and known about it in North America, it's gone from a deer and elk disease to a deer, elk, and moose disease to deer, elk, moose, reindeer disease. And most of us in the wildlife health profession believe that this is truly a disease of cervids, meaning any member in the family Cervidae, 50 plus members in that family. But there just hasn't been the ability to confirm that. And as we learn more about different strain types, various experimental methods, we're seeing in these light blue lines that these pretty robust species barriers for CWD, meaning it seems to be pretty focused on cervids as the only susceptible populations or susceptible species. Depending on various things, those barriers may break down, and we don't know enough about the different strain types to be able to speak on those. But experimentally, we've been able to show that some farmed animals may be susceptible, some scavengers may be susceptible, and certainly some laboratory animals are susceptible. And movement of live cervids and biologic products, most, or at least many states and many Canadian provinces already have some movement and importation regulations, some stricter than others, some complete bans. We'd like to kind of shore up some of those regulations and clarify what we already have in current regulations. And the reason for that is some studies suggest that captive cervids may be at a 20 times greater positivity rate than their wild counterparts. So they're more likely to be CWD positive. Healthy looking animals can be infected with prions and shed those infectious prions into the environment before showing any disease. And coupled with that is we have significant difficulties with being able to detect CWD early on in infection. So there's a lot of work to increase the sensitivity of our tests, but currently that sensitivity is pretty low when it comes to detecting it early on. And once those prions get into the environment, they can remain infectious for years, maybe 15 plus years, and they can potentially spread through the environment, and they can potentially be uptake by some plants, if not all plants, through the roots and up through the stems and potentially to the leaves. So the environment plays a significant role, and tamping down how the introduction of infectious materials into the environment is an important aspect of preventing the incursion of this disease. And at least 14 states and 6 provinces have already banned urine-based or other biological attractants. And there are effective alternatives that exist for those. And another, I think, 9 states and 1 province have conditionally banned urine scent lures. And ultimately what we're trying to prevent is a scenario like this. And this is a photo that was given to me back when I worked on diagnostics and was helping Missouri Department of Conservation test their animals when they were just starting to discover CWD in their free-ranging animals. And this is a CWD positive white-tailed deer doe, and she's in a watering hole, and you can kind of see skinny animal, a little bit of an arched back, points on the hips, some faint rib lines. Her head is pretty low, her ears are a little low. She's got all this kind of saliva staining on her chin, and you can see a little bit of saliva drooling here. But what's important is she's standing in a watering hole. She certainly drank out of this. Saliva in the watering hole. She may have peed or pooped either in the watering hole or around. And then you look in the background, you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You have at least 5 eye shines in the back. And these are all deer that are coming to this watering hole following this deer. So this is really how it kind of gets into the environment and stays in the environment, and then the environment facilitates that spread. And this is what we're trying to prevent against. And with that, I thank you very much for your time. There's some great resources out there through the CWD Alliance, and those can be found here through the QR codes or through these links. And I will stop sharing. Thank you all.
Great. Thank you so much, Brandon, for that presentation. So I already see hands raised from folks who'd like to comment on Zoom. I guess I have one question I just want to ask. You talked about the potential for regs to cover preventive measures like around possession, import, transportation, but also sort of early detection, rapid response measures. And I guess I just want to ask, because it sure sounds clear to me that we want to keep this out of California for as long as we possibly can. If it were to pop up, if it were to be detected in California right now, what, you don't have to go into great detail, but I'm just wondering whether the department has sort of a response plan in place or in development.
Yeah, I think that's a great question. We have a draft surveillance response and management plan that we've circulated internally and that we're working on finalizing. We've been working off of the draft surveillance plan from that chapter since about 2018, 2019. Our surveillance efforts to date have been have not been at a level that is conducive to being confident in our ability to detect CWD at a low prevalence. So our focus is really trying to build our surveillance capacity up, and we're still working on that. There's some significant hurdles there, and since then, since we've established that, we have written a draft response plan, and we're relying and long-term management plan, because not only there's the initial response, but once we detect it, And once we kind of identify how prevalent it is and where it's at geographically, then that's going to dictate what our long-term management options are. And so these are all kind of wrapped into a single management plan, which I'm hoping to kind of shepherd along as we shepherd some of this stuff along as well. And it draws heavily from the Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies CWD Best Management Practices Technical Report that was published back in 2018.
And so before we go to public comment, I just want to re-emphasize something that Ari said, which is that this is, we really want to see there be good outreach, good public process to get input from the community and all affected stakeholders about potential regs. I can see that's going to begin today, but this is not an item that we're going to try to push forward with recommendations from today. It's not ready for that stage. So there'll be an opportunity to review more of what the department is proposing, and we'll hear about that in January at the next WRC meeting. So by all means, let's hear what folks are have to say about it today, and then without a concern that we need to come to a decision right now. And I'll start with folks in the room. Would anybody in the room like to comment on CWD? Potential regs? Okay. Okay, I'm going to turn it over to you then, Cynthia, to bring in our Zoom folks.
Right now we have 8 hands raised for anybody that can't see the screen, and we're going to start with Jonathan Pissarro, followed by Davin.
Okay, and if I may, I just want to remind folks that 8 speakers is sort of a middling number. Please keep your comments concise, and if you want to largely echo what somebody else said previously, you're welcome to. It's fine to say, you know, I agree with what so-and-so said, and then to add any additional new perspectives that you have.
Jonathan, you can go ahead.
Hi, Brandon, thanks a lot for the presentation. Really appreciate it. I do have a question I haven't found an answer to, and I'm hoping you might have the answer for. We know it can be pulled, the prions can be pulled up into some vegetation and plants, but I was curious if you know whether or not people have noticed this being brought in by hay or other agricultural produce, whether or not, my main concern is like hay from other states being brought into California and then deer eat it, or, you know, it spreads in the environment that way. Do you know? I haven't heard that at all.
So I believe Alberta believes that they traced back a CWD detection back to movement of hay. I don't know that that has been published, so I don't know the details. It is certainly a great question. And I think, again, I tend to apply the precautionary principle to all things CWD because there's just a lot we don't know, and the deeper we dig, the more we have questions. So I assume that that is certainly a potential risk.
Okay, thanks, Frank.
And I just want to note before Cynthia goes to the next speaker, because we do have a very long agenda and Chair Zavaleta, you know, wants to be sure that we get through everything today. We are going to mark the last speaker on this agenda item as Taylor Franklin.
Davin, you can go ahead.
Thank you very much. Thanks for giving me the opportunity to speak today. My name is Davin Henderson. I'm previously an assistant professor at Colorado State University at the Prion Research Center, where we did research on chronic wasting disease and specifically looking into the presence of CWD in saliva, urine, and feces. I have about 20 publications in the CWD field, and a handful of those have been used to justify bans of deer urine in other states, and so I've been tasked by the group that I represent to come give you a little bit of an update on the science around the deer urine issue. So when we were looking at how the disease spreads, and can it spread through saliva and urine and feces, we did detect CWD in urine and saliva and feces. And we determined that in deer, you can infect a deer with about 30 to 50 milliliters, which is about an ounce, ounce and a half of saliva. However, those deer studies, even though we fed them large amounts of feces and urine when they were anesthetized, none of those deer ever became sick with CWD. So we moved on and found that with the detection methods to semi-quantify the amount of prions in saliva, that dose to 30 to 50 milliliters would equate to about 10-fold less urine. Only on the very most positive urine samples we ever found. So we're looking at an infectious dose of urine in the 300 to 500 milliliter range, which is 10 to 15 ounces. And so the hunting industry, which sells these deer urine products, contacted me as a scientist and asked me, could our products potentially spread CWD? And just from an animal to animal transmission of urine, it's just not likely due to the very low levels in urine. Essentially, just because you can detect it in urine, which we did, it doesn't really mean that a biologically relevant amount of that sample could potentially be infectious to a deer in the wild. So what we sort of meant with the deer urine and feces is kind of what was previously mentioned by Brandon, that environment could potentially be contaminated. And we meant that over the course of years and years of these deer being in the landscape, that this prion could eventually attach to soil particles and become at a higher level enough to infect deer. And in that scenario, I think that the carcass issue of decomposition and spreading of that is actually the major driver of CWD spread in the wild through environmental contacts. And I think that's why the carcass movement ban and enforcement of that is one of the most key efforts that states could undertake to manage this disease moving in. So the deer urine manufacturers also have a higher level of biosecurity around their deer farms. They do not allow the importation of deer into those herds. They're closed, and none of those facilities have ever had CWD. Further, I started a company recently to test the deer urine using the same method we used to find CWD in the urine in the first place. So now currently all of the urine sold in the United States is tested by my company using RT Quick Test, the state-of-the-art test for chronic wasting disease, to ensure that these products are safe. So it was mentioned that 8 states conditionally ban the use of deer urine, and that's true. And they have exceptions for the sale of these products that are in this high biosecurity level. And we encourage you to reach out with questions to us or to me. My contact can be found on my website, testcwd.com. And I'd love to hear from you. Any questions you have, I'd appreciate it. And I also can answer that plant question if you'd like me to go on further. Thank you.
Thank you.
Allison D. will be our next speaker, followed by Dan Weisenhunt.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Wolves are a natural resource to help reduce CWD. Given that they seek ill and weaken prey, they can actually reduce the number of wild ungulate carriers of CWD and other diseases, thus reducing livestock infections and promoting livestock health. This should be kept in mind in wolf management here in California. Thank you so much.
Dan, you can go ahead.
Thank you very much. My name is Dan Wissenhunt. I'm the CEO of the California Deer Association. Our foremost thought and our foremost concern is the conservation of deer in California. At the same time, we want to be realistic with the methods that are used to govern the harvest of deer. And in this case, it's our feeling that there's not enough knowledge on this point, that we can also have additional testing, as the previous speaker noted, that there have been many episodes of tests that have not yielded positive results. I have some experience with this in a previous career in agriculture with salmonella as a pathogen, and testing in that case at shipping point was enough to give the public safe feelings about the product, and also to enable the product to be able to be safely transported into other areas and around the world. We think that it's just a little bit too premature. We'd like to see more emphasis on other points of entry into the state, such as meat coming in from infected areas. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Dan Ryan is our next speaker, followed by Devin O'Day.
Yeah, thank you. And yeah, I mean, I agree that this should be a really good topic for the department to continue to look in. I mean, I don't care if there's potential for transmission to humans. It's one thing that would be good for our deer populations. The one thing that I want to make sure is definitely emphasized is our agriculture check stations as we enter California from other states. I have to do it every time I come home from an out-of-state trip, and every time I come home, when I'm successful, I report that, I fill out a form, and never once has the official there or a game warden checked what I'm actually bringing in. And so I think it's great to discuss this, but until we actually like get some practices in place and actually have protocols, really it's kind of a waste of time until we actually are facilitating those types of actions. Thank you.
Yeah. Devin O'Day, you can go ahead.
Thank you all for the opportunity to comment. Devin O'Day, the California chapter coordinator for backcountry hunters and anglers. And I just wanted to thank the department's commitment to keeping CWD out of California, and specifically the previous online changes to the Declaration of Importation of Fish and Wildlife form. I think that was a great step to help just streamline the process. As Dan was just mentioning, you know, I think that there can be additional opportunities to have testing, to have check stations, to work with hunters, to help educate hunters, to really from the grassroots level keep CWD out of California. So whatever we can do through our organizations to help with the education, expanding testing opportunities, or just working with hunters on the ground level to make sure that we keep the disease out, we would love to help you with that. So thank you all for the commitment to this.
Okay, we have Rick Travis will be our next speaker, followed by Fritz.
Rick Travis, California Rifle Pistol Association Legislative Director. I want to thank the department and Dr. Monk for his work, but I would also like to point out that we have non-consumptive users, in particular, one of the ones I brought up in a previous meeting are wildlife photographers who are using some of these urine-based products and others. And so I think in addition to the work we're doing to educate hunters, we also have to educate the non-consumptive community who use a lot of these scents to be able to attract animals so they can get photographic opportunities and other things. And so I think that there's got to be a much broader educational system put in place. Thank you.
Chris, can we go ahead?
Hi there. Yes, just as an individual citizen trying to participate in all our government discussions, I'm just really surprised, speaking as just a member of the public, how much emphasis that we give to the issue of hunters and how wildlife can impact hunters. And the perspective is all focused on hunting and allowing hunters to hunt successfully to satisfy their desire to kill animals. And I wish there were presentations, like full-on presentations on how to protect and be guardians of wildlife. And I have participated in some of these calls, and I don't think I've ever seen one. And I'm very disturbed by this, by the bias and the lack of balanced information. I mean, thank you for allowing some public comments responding to that full-length presentation, but there are plenty of ecologists and scientists who can present information on reasons probably about why we should decrease some of this hunting and address some of these issues in another ecological safe way that has a motivation to coexist with wildlife instead of this perspective. I mean, there are a lot of folks who really don't think we should be killing animals in the wild at all. and that there's a natural way for them to keep themselves in check. As a comment made earlier about wolves, allowing wolves in the wild will take care of this issue. It's the simplest, most efficient, cost-saving method, and yet every state has initiatives to kill wolves. And then much of that is motivated by factory farming of killing all this wild animal. I mean, there are facts that over 1 million wildlife are killed just to appease factory farming. And so I think we need to step back and look at a bigger picture what's going on. Instead of everybody zooming in on one particular issue, it's all interrelated. Our attitude towards factory farming, our attitude towards killing innocent wildlife. Thank you.
Thank you.
And our last two speakers will be Charlie W. and Taylor Frank. Charlie, you can go ahead.
Hello, everyone. Sorry, I had to make breakfast. Can you answer this question? Has CBD been found in California? Really quick.
CWD, not so far.
Okay. I missed some of the presentation. I just wanted to thank you.
We found lots of CBD in California, just not CWD.
Yeah, great question. Thank you.
Okay. So I actually just got back from Arkansas. I was working on a live bear trapping project there for data and research with the biologists there. One of the biologists leads their CWD program there. And I asked her what role hunters and hunting plays in the control of CWD. And out there, she says hunting, when we find it, it's kind of county by county, it's really interesting how this works. But when they find it, they get hunters involved. And because hunting decreases the deer densities where they find it, and they will sometimes even remove antler restrictions. So because according to her, older age class deer, especially males, are much more likely to have CWD. So it can reduce the age of the herd, and it slows the process of the spread of CWD. But I just wanted to state again the importance that hunters, as the most valuable management tool, it is why we have healthy herds of wildlife here. I know that's understandably, that can be hard to understand, but through proper management, that is why we have healthy herd of wildlife. You go back 100 years ago, there wasn't a lot of wildlife. The North American model, other programs of conservation through hunting is why we see the numbers we see today. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Taylor Franklin, you can go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, thank you very much. So one thing, I wanted a quick question if I could. I'm super far down south, Southern California right now. And one thing I know that we have a lot of is guzzlers down here. And my first question is there any kind of tests being done at these stations on these watering holes to see if there's any active like CWD or anything along those lines?
That question for me, let's direct that question at Brandon if he's still with us.
Yeah, if you can inform me.
I'm still here. We are not doing environmental testing at this point.
Okay. That was the only thing I have to say. I know I'm originally from Wisconsin and Michigan area, and growing up there as a kid, it was, a real big thing. And pretty much every deer season, that was the, standard practice after you harvest a deer. And I do know a lot of deer that were harvested that were found to have CWD was from hunters. So I definitely think in this situation, we have to look at, hunters in general as a tool to measure what's going on with CWD and obvious animal populations. But other than that, thank you very much for your time, and I appreciate the answer.
Okay, and I think that is our last speaker on this agenda item. Any comments, last comments from staff? Okay, terrific. Thank you again, Brandon, for that excellent presentation. And thank you everyone for these comments. Obviously, the beginning of input process, I would just like to reiterate that I think there's a real value here to having some outreach and the public process continue to unfold over the next several months. So I just encourage our colleagues at CDFW to pursue that and to let us know how we can support that as well. Okay. With that, I think I'm just looking at the time. I think we'd like to, let's try to take on one more item. It's a big one. It's the bear management plan. And I'd like to hand it over to Ari to introduce that item.
Okay, so this item is their plan. The department is revising and updating their plan. The department expressed an interest early on in update the first key venue for public discussion and input on its plan early on. And so this was added as a standing item for updates and discussion about the bear management plan while the plan progress. I'm not going to say too much because we have a really good comprehensive presentation from the department on it. So with that, I'm just going to turn it over to Brett Furness, Senior Environmental Science Department for presentation.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, I'm going to try to share my screen, so bear with me.
Exactly.
Can you see the presentation?
Yes.
Okay, and I have to put on slideshow. Okay, can you see the slides?
We're still seeing your sort of workplace view.
Okay, let's see.
I am seeing the slides for what it's worth.
Yeah, we're seeing the slides. We're also seeing the side view. Yeah, but it's not a big deal. We can see it.
Yeah.
Would it be easier for you to?
Right side, it'll open up to full view. Presentation down at the lower right corner, next to the slide bar.
Right here.
I can't see your.
Yeah, if it would be easier for to share it on your side, go ahead and do that. Otherwise, I'll just work from here.
But that'll work. We can still see it.
That's fine.
We just
Okay.
page through it on PowerPoint.
Okay, well, good morning, everyone. My name is Brett Furness. I'm acting supervisor of the Big Game Unit at the department. Today, I'm going to be updating you on the bear management plan revision. And this is follow-up to the decision made by the commission back in April regarding the petition to discontinue bear hunting. They rejected that, but the follow-up was that we would update or provide a draft update to the management plan within 1 year. And a central piece of that is modernizing our approach to monitoring the size of California's bear population statewide and locally, and also providing the WRC and through that the public regular updates on our progress towards that. And so our guiding principle in this is to do our best in this updating of the plan to address input both from hunters, but also from a wide variety of other groups interested in bear conservation. And so at the end of my slides, I'll be showing you a draft outline that we have developed, and that will kind of show you a little picture into how we are trying to incorporate all of this input into a comprehensive plan. Can you see the second slide?
No, we're still on your first one.
Okay. Can you see it now?
Yes.
Okay, I have like 3 screens open, so at least you can see it. Okay, so now I know which one is working. Okay, so here is a list of the steps that we have taken so far in the last 6 months since April to work on updating the bear management plan. First, we've initiated tribal outreach. And so that's separate from just the regular stakeholder process. It's a government to government interaction and governed by our policy on working with tribes. And so I'm going to give you that's begun, and I actually have my next slide. I'm going to be going into greater detail on that. The other steps that we have taken so far include peer review. And so at the April meeting, I provided you kind of a proposal for what a modernized population modeling and monitoring approach would look like. So this included an integrated population model, which includes the age data that the hunters help us to collect, but also multiple sources of information. We use camera traps throughout the state to give us better information how density is spread throughout the state. And then we also we would be proposing localized studies, some of those which have already begun, to get us some additional inputs on reproduction and survival that we require for the IPM and how it changes over time. And also to validate the models using a method called spatial capture recapture. So we're not putting all our eggs in one basket, so to speak, that we have multiple lines of evidence for tracking population numbers, which is important not only for managed hunting, but for a lot of the other things I've heard people express concerns about: fires, climate change, etc. And so we have that approach pretty much a good concept for that, but we have sent it out for external peer review. So that went out about a month ago to the Brasheris lab at UC Berkeley, working with one of their postdocs there who is very good with quantitative modeling, and also Professor Brasheris there. We expect to have that feedback, that peer review back by October. And also we will be asking them in the spring to take a look at how we'd be proposing in the plan to use this information towards making recommendations about population assessments and recommendations about management that would, either hunting or otherwise. And so they'll be looking at that as well. The next thing is that we have put together an internal technical advisory group, which is assisting us in kind of the technical aspects of writing up the revised plan. And so that includes about a dozen California Department of Fish and Wildlife staff, which includes representatives from all our 6 terrestrial regions, 1 through 6, and also people with specific technical expertise in a variety of different areas, including genetics, wildlife health, social science, etc. We've held meetings in July and August, so roughly about once a month. And as of so far, we've developed a draft outline, which I'll be sharing with you at the end of this presentation. We've also done a variety of different areas, what I would call background research. So rather than just develop a plan in revision and in isolation, we were looking at what has come before. So we've looked at all recent plans for bear from the last 10 years in other states and provinces throughout North America, looking at kind of the legal framework, Fish and Game Code and otherwise, that is guiding management and conservation of bear. And also we've been updating the IPM that I shared with you in April to include additional age data that has been come back from the lab for us. So those are the steps so far. We've been doing quite a bit on outreach to tribes. I mean, there are, over about 300 different tribal entities in California. And so we've sent out official formal notifications for inviting consultation on the updating of the bear plan. That went out on June 24th. And so far we've got 5 responses back, which I mapped here on the map that you can see. This includes 3 for consultation, and we've actually got 2 sets of initial comments. So we'd actually like to get more input from the tribes. I think this would make for a stronger plan. And so we are planning follow-up. We've been attending meetings of the tribal committee, which meets periodically through the Fish and Game Commission. And we will be making direct contacts, especially to tribes in Northern California, where most of the bear are. And we're open to doing combined consultation, because I know a lot of different letters are going out to the tribes about elk, bobcat, the state wildlife action plan, etc. So if there are opportunities to have meetings with tribes and get their input on multiple species and issues, we're open to that as well. But the bottom line is that we're actively seeking input so that we can find ways to incorporate these ideas and integrate them into the plan. Last but not least, here is our draft outline that we have so far that we've developed through the technical advisory group for revising the bear management plan. And you can see that I'm just showing you the sections here. Each one of these has a variety of subsections, which I can go over briefly verbally with you here. And the structure of this, we really thought about organizing it in terms of process, not the topics. So that was one thing that we noticed when we reviewed plans from other provinces, other states and provinces, is that sometimes plans would just kind of the laundry list of all different types of topics, and it wasn't clear how everything was related, versus things that were organized by objectives and showed how information could be used in guiding management. So we've tried to organize that outline in that latter form that provides a framework for structured decision making. And so I can summarize a bit of what we have here for the outline. We start with an executive summary. That's always useful. So you can get the takeaway points from the plan without going into all the details at first. And then what we've noticed that other state and province plans have done well is starting with kind of what the overarching purpose and legal framework is. And so we could look at different models for conservation, like the North American model that's been mentioned, but also there are other ones out there as well. So we'd look at those, the Fish and Game Code that's applicable, spelling out the role of tribal authority, stakeholder engagement, summarizing the review of plans from other states and provinces, and then boiling this all down to really come up with what are the objectives for this plan. So this idea of having a plan that is governed through a process, what the process is, it's very helpful to kind of say what are the objectives of bear conservation and management, and then show in the rest of the plan how information is used to inform that. We would summarize also provide a summary of black bear biology and ecology. Often in other plans, this is a really large section and it's just kind of a rehashing of a literature review. So we would really not do that as much and really try to summarize what the salient takeaway points are in terms of the ecology and biology, because there are other literature reviews out there that you could do that in more detail. Then we would provide what is the conservation framework. So that obviously includes managed hunting. That's a big part of the picture for bear management, but also including all the other equally important things. So climate change and land use. So that would include wildfire that I heard mentioned in comments earlier today, genetic diversity, health, so the population health, but also, individual animal welfare, effects of bears on other wildlife, human-wildlife conflict, and other human dimensions of bear conservation and management. So that's an area that can include.
Conservation, you fuckers.
Hello? Okay, and so we would also, then the heart of this plan would be population monitoring and modeling. And then also the next section would be other data for informing conservation and management. So not just the population numbers, but genetics, movement ecology, health and welfare monitoring, human dimensions monitoring, and community science. So the community science, sometimes referred to as citizen science, includes for example, the bear teeth that hunters are providing us, which is our best source of age information, but it include other things too. I showed at the April meeting how we use citizen science from iNaturalist, and this may also be a good area, a good section to discuss traditional ecological knowledge as well. Then adaptive management. In the current management plan, there's a decision matrix for triggering management recommendations based on indirect methods, measures like the median age of females. With having actual population numbers, we can incorporate that in here as well for how we use that information in terms of looking at the population at the state as well as local scales. Communication and outreach, co-management with tribes and other partners, and then importantly, a periodic review and updating of this plan. How often would that happen? And then the last section is really what are the research needs, the resources and organizational support required for plan implementation. So we can come up with a plan, but we also have to discuss what is necessary to be successful in implementing that plan. What type of information do we need, and what types of staff
Brett.
resources we need to. Yes.
Brett, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, sorry. It's a little noisy here in the room, but want to make you aware, we actually lost our computer connectivity here several minutes ago.
Okay.
And yeah, you were just starting item 3, so I apologize. We're getting reconnected here, but we may need to go back and have you summarize from 3 on.
Okay, I can definitely do that.
Yeah,
okay.
Melissa, this is Chad. We were hearing it fine on the Zoom, so I think the participants got what Brett was covering.
Yeah, it just Commissioner Zavaleta we didn't hear anything beyond that point. It's been silent at this end.
I can briefly summarize those last points.
Okay, so give us a minute. She's reconnecting us, and it'll take just another minute. Thank you for everyone's patience. Many years ago.
You hear us now?
We need to mute your machine.
Maybe we should break for lunch while he's fixing his little hoopla.
I think we got it. Oh, can everybody hear us?
I can hear you. This is Brett.
Yes.
Yay, I'm back.
Woohoo! Okay, thanks everyone for your patience. Apologies for the tech woes. Okay, so I'm not sure whether everyone could hear that, but we lost Brett at number 3 on slide 4. So he's just beginning. So we're going to have to circle back because those of us who are in the room here missed anything that happened after the beginning of the bear ecology overview.
Okay, so I was talking about outreach to California tribes. Had I begun that section? Can you hear me?
Brett, we can hear you on Zoom. I think they were mentioning that you were on item 3 of slide 4, I believe.
Okay. All right. So,
But Brett, let's confirm they're dialed back in.
yeah, I can't hear them responding or any background noise.
All right, apologies. We're having trouble in the conference room again. We all are apparently getting dropped from the Zoom one at a time.
We can hear you now, Melissa.
This is Larry Fawn. I was disconnected for about 20 minutes, and I'm wondering whether we went through the bear management plan comments for the public comment period.
Not yet, Larry. We're still finishing up the presentation. It sounds like the folks in the room they're having issues, so we're on hold to finish up the presentation for a minute.
Okay, thank you.
Can you all hear us?
Can folks hear us now?
Yes, we can hear and see you.
Oh, and we can hear you. Terrific.
Thank you.
Okay, well, I will continue. I won't say much about that outreach to California tribes again, since I have mentioned that at previous WRC meetings, but we did send out a notice to the 300 tribal groups in California in June and received 5 responses back so far. We've got 2 sets of comments and 3 formal consultations starting. And we intend to follow up with tribes through the tribal committee and directly, so we can incorporate those perspectives as best we can into the plan.
Hey, Brett, for those tribes that would like to provide input that you maybe haven't talked with yet, should they contact you directly, or is there someone else that they should contact?
They can contact me directly, or they can contact our tribal liaisons. So that I believe Chris Stutz is acting for that currently, or we have a tribal resource specialist in the wildlife branch, Sarah Fonseca. I think she's on the call here today. So however they feel most comfortable, any way works with us.
Sure, my number with him, that's fine.
Would I, could we share your email address in the chat? Is that okay?
Yes, go ahead and please share my email address in the chat, and I will, I've got too many screens open. I can't do that right now, but if I can do that afterwards, or you can share it.
We can do it, not a problem.
Okay.
And Brett, we're seeing your slide 3, and when we lost you, we were on your slide 4, item number 3 in there. So I just want to make sure there we go. That's
okay. All right. So I'm actually further along. Okay, that's good. Okay, so the next thing I was going over was the conservation framework, which would be kind of the list of conservation issues that we would be attempting to address in the revised plan. And I was saying that will obviously include managed hunting, but it will also include everything else. So that includes climate change and land use. So wildfire would be included in that. Genetic diversity, health and animal welfare, also effects of bears on other wildlife species, human wildlife conflict, and other areas of human dimensions of bear conservation and management. So our idea here is to be comprehensive. The meat of the plan will be, in terms of the information that we can bring to bear, is the population modeling and monitoring, which I mentioned earlier, what that looks like, and we're sending that out for peer review too. So we will be including those details in the plan as well. Though I promise I won't put any equations in there. We will really describe it in a way that really anyone can understand. But population information is not the only piece of information we need to bring to bear to inform how best to conserve and manage bears in California. So other sources of information would be discussed too. That includes genetic monitoring, movement ecology, health and welfare monitoring of bears, human dimensions monitoring, and community science. And so community science, I was mentioning, includes some of the information like the iNaturalist detections that amateur photographers take and that have been useful in us looking at trends over time in bear populations. But other things too, as well as this might be a good place to acknowledge and address traditional ecological knowledge. All of this information would be incorporated into like an adaptive management framework. The current bear management plan has a decision matrix for triggering when the department would make recommendations about either hunting or conservation. And that includes measures like the median age of females, which in the past that's been used as like an indirect indices of the population status. If we're actually going to be collecting actual population numbers, then we would be figuring out how we could include that. So if the population trend is more than X or less than Y, or the population drops below B or goes above C. So those sorts of things are what we would be discussing and figuring out how to include those in the structured decision-making part of this plan. Those would apply both to the statewide scale, but also locally. And so there were people that were commenting earlier today, concerns about local impacts of fires. So the hope is that we would have the information to allow us to evaluate effects of bears at local scales too. And then we would be also discussing communication outreach, co-management with tribes and other partners, and then also how to periodically review and update this plan. How often would that happen? And lastly, and quite importantly, you can have a plan, but then you need the research and the resources and the organizational support to be able to implement that plan successfully. And so we would discuss those things. What do we need to do in terms of data collection, management and analysis, communication of the results, collaboration and co-management. So that is, at this point, a summary for everyone on where we are in developing that outline and the steps that we've taken so far for revising the plan. So thank you for your time and patience with all the technological glitches.
And thank you for your patience.
Yeah.
And thank you for that wonderful presentation, Dr. Ernest. I think I just have one question, but I want to then turn to comment questions from staff and the public. I guess my question is just on that issue of tribal input, 300 outreach notifications and 5 responses so far. So you're going to tribal committee, there's some other ways to do that. I'm just wondering whether there's a piece in there about calling or making visits to tribes, even if it's by sort of regional partners, not from the central office, since those numbers are kind of low, as you said.
I think that's a great idea. I'm new to this. I'm not sure what the best way to do it is, so I'm open to any ideas you or others have on how to do this.
Yeah, I think that's great. It seems like maybe our tribal advisor would do
Yeah,
something else
actually, I think Chris Stoops and Sarah Fonseca, as well as our tribal advisor and liaison, Chuck Strickland, would all be happy to help with identifying particular tribes and ways for communicating and reaching out to them.
Are any of those actual tribal members?
Those are government to government outreach to, yeah.
No, I mean the
Yes,
people
Chuck-
that you're
Chuck is a
outreach
tribal
are
member,
they tribal members?
Yes,
Chris
they all are.
is, et cetera, yeah.
And yeah, I mean, I just want to wait till that.
Sorry.
All right, yeah, please mute your phone when you come back in.
I
Great.
did. I don't know what happened.
Great. Yeah, I also want to applaud the initiative to sort of do those consultations combined with other issues, because as you know, that's something that we hear about in tribal committee as well, is that there are a lot of requests for consultation, so that may be another way to increase participation, as you said. Okay, I want to turn it over to, and I see, yeah. Scott, you have your hand up.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to make a couple of quick comments. One, I think you hit it right on the tribal council. And in fact, the letter, we're looking for those opportunities, actively looking for them. And in fact, our letter was modified from previous, templates that we've sent out that were, not just a passive, here's a letter, and if we don't hear from you, we've reached out. I mean, we're looking for those active opportunities to engage. So, any good ideas there would be great. And we're going to continue to follow through as well. And then the other comment I wanted to make, I know there's a lot of comments here and obviously up to the, commission to decide how you want to move through this. I would just, set it up by saying we've heard a lot of the issues that are involved in bear management. We're certainly taking those into account. And at this point in time, what would be most helpful to us would be commenting on the items that we have, included largely in the outline of how we plan to approach the bear plan. Is there something we're missing in there? That's the point that we're at right now. So thank you.
Thank you, Scott. I just want to underscore that. So just for context for folks who are not deeply familiar with how all this works. So the department is developing this bear management plan, and that is not something that the commission will approve or not approve. It's a separate process. What it will do when this management plan is complete, it will guide potentially commission decisions around human wildlife conflict, around bear hunting, and so on. And so it's really important that the report reflect the shape that stakeholders, we include the component that stakeholders want to see in that guiding document. So I want to just amplify that comments about things that need to be in that report would be really valuable today. I also want to point out that we have a specific other item related to bear on the under item 11. There is this component of a petition on a second bear tag, and so that is the place to comment on that specific petition for specific bear hunting change, regulation change. So please hold comments if you have comments on second bear tag, in particular for item 11. More broadly, we're going to close the queue at some point here. It's closed. Okay, the queue is closed. Thank you for comments, because there are many, many, many comments on the list. Comments, hands raised, excuse me. And I just want to emphasize that if you have the same thing to say as someone else, again, you're welcome to indicate that you agree with the previous speaker and to add any additional points that haven't been made yet. Given the large number of speakers, I also want to ask speakers to be mindful of the time. It could balloon into an hour of comments very easily if we aren't doing that. So comments on the bear management plan. And again, today in this item, we are not considering changes to bear hunting regulations. We are focused on this foundational document that will guide those future decisions. Are there comments in the room to begin with?
Can we ask questions on the presentation?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Why are people saying conserve means to kill?
And we need to take comments from in the room first, and then Cynthia will be calling on Zoom participants to make their comments in order that we receive their raised hands.
Okay, real quick, thanks Brett for your presentation. Again, Roger Dobson, Protect the Wolves. We're a Native American religious 501c3. We represent about 200,000 people, are currently endorsed by Alaska Intertribal Council, which represents 185 Alaskan tribes. Based on Brett's presentation, you are currently basing a plan upon no data currently available, if I understood his statement properly. And I've seen two different reportings from the state of California, one quoting 30 to 40,000 as the current bear population. And then the hunting license arm is only reporting 15,000. So I'm trying to figure out where they're coming up with these two different estimates. And why they're forcing Brett to do something like this without current data that is presently available. Are tribal comments and response available, or do we need to request those under a FOIA? I mean, tribes are government, and as such should be publicly available without a FOIA. So that's just my 2 questions on his presentation.
Okay, thank you. And I'm going to ask that we, normally I would hold it till the end, but I think maybe in the interest of informing other folks who might be interested in similar questions, I want to give Brett or others of the department a chance to respond to those 2 questions.
Maybe could I start, Brett, and just
yes, go ahead.
Point people to a very extensive presentation that was given at the April committee meeting regarding, you know, our understanding of bear population size and the science that we have available to that. Brett, I'm not sure if you know specifically the difference between these numbers and what license LRB. I don't think LRB would be reporting a population size. That would be unusual.
No, I don't think so. I mean, we have, you know, put up annual harvest reports on our big game website where we do provide our estimates of the bear population size using the older model that I mentioned at the April meeting, which did say that the population could be as low as 15,000. And I think that's something that precipitated a lot of concern. And so at the April meeting, I provided a fairly long presentation where I explained that the issue wasn't so much with the data, but that we were using an outdated model. And so we have a new model. It's going through peer review. Initial results suggest that there's at least 30,000 or more bears. But the point of the management plan isn't to make decisions about management. That is the role of the Fish and Game Commission. We're just putting together a plan for how the type of information that we will need and how that would be used to evaluate the population status with regard to hunting or other things. So the plan is being transparent about what our process for modernizing bear counting will be. And so that we have to start somewhere, and you know, that is what we were asked to do by the commission, is to provide regular updates, and so things can be more transparent, and so that if you look at the website, you don't get confused. And so the plan will probably address that as well, of like how we communicate this information as well. And so, as I said, the plan is about the process that we are proposing to have moving forward, not the results of what the population number is or how that's going to be, what the decisions about management are. So those are kind of different things.
And for those who are interested, the April Commission meeting, that bear agenda item, there was quite a good lengthy presentation with a lot of detail. And so staff is looking for that link, and we'll post it in the chat for anyone who wants to go and take a look at it.
Are you still taking comments on there?
There was one other comment there, I think, with respect to tribal. I'm not exactly sure what it was.
Question is whether tribal insight is available for the public to review, and whether there's a way to access those tribal responses to your outreach.
I think that's something I'm not an expert in. If somebody wants to comment, that would be great. But we have to be cautious about, you know, what is appropriate to share in those consultations. And I guess I would say at this point in time, we will appropriately certainly roll up tribal consultation and what we did in the bear plan.
Okay, great. Yeah, and it sounds like, Roger, if you want to follow up with the department, we can work to identify who
Yeah, I'm
to
going
reach out to
to
there.
get the information that I need.
Okay.
I don't think so. I think you can just contact Scott
Yeah.
and have a
Yeah,
conversation.
that's right.
You bet.
Other comments here in the room?
Yes.
Okay.
Matthew, go first. Go ahead.
Yes, will non-consumptive users be consulted in this process?
Question again, Scott or Brett, would you like to answer that? I mean, I think Brett covered that, but
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. And there will be a public comment process, across the board.
Yeah, that's totally the goal of the plan. And so, email us, or this is a form right here at the WRC, and there's minutes of this meeting, and I look at them closely. And I will bring them up with our technical advisory group. But that is our goal, is to acknowledge and address those concerns as best we can.
Brett, we can sort of, is it reasonable to expect the draft plan to come to WRC? It's going to be next spring, 1 year out from the April full commission meeting, roughly. Is that right?
That's what we're shooting for.
Okay, great. Yeah, so folks understand the timeline. That'll be the point where there's a draft to review and comment on as well. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. First of all, I want to commend Brett for doing a fine job. I would like to communicate with him, so I'll give you guys permission to share my phone number with him, as you gave me his email. Maybe we can also introduce him to our tribal connections within our Teamster Union, our Native Americans that are part of our union members for Preservation of Wildlife International, because we represent quite a few Native American groups that trust in us. Also, I wanted to mention that you guys are doing a swell job. Melissa, Erica, and Ari, if you have bosses listening, I just want to commend you guys. Very cordial, very hospitable.
She is the boss.
How do I comment? Okay, well, wonderful. This is being filmed live, ladies and gentlemen. Anyway, no, I just want to say, job well done, as you're very cordial, very hospitable, and giving us all a chance to say what we have to say. You've been very accommodating for us, and I'm one of your worst critics of California Fish and Game Commission or California Fish and Wildlife, but the simple fact that
We're the worst.
Yeah, but no, I did want to comment the fact that our Native American entities and animal rights groups do oppose any second tag. But and that I hope that we have a chance to go ahead and explain to you why we're against the extra hunting or even hunting of the sacred bear, our sacred as we call it. So, but by all means, feel free to reach out to us with the card that I gave you. I would like to speak with Brett sometime. So he could be expecting a call from me, or if you guys give him my number, you can call me. That's fine. Thank you.
And again, that second bear tag issue, will have opportunity for folks to comment on that a little bit later today as well. Any other comments here in the room? Yes, please.
Hi there. Thank you so much for allowing me the time and space and the education that I've received. My name is Elijah Alexander. I'm an artist. I'm also here as a representative of Project Coyote, which many of you know, Camilla Fox. I'm also an actor, and I'm going to be playing the role of Captain Obvious here. I'm learning a lot about this April meeting, which I wish I had attended. I have some really pedestrian questions, and maybe I'll save that for the end. There are some numbers in question here, and Brett addressed some of those, but the numbers I have that my organization presented me with or armed me with are that the black bear population in California is showing a population decline of 67%. So, and I think Brett mentioned this, that they're now conservatively estimated at 30,000 to 40,000 on the CDFW website, whereas department estimates were previously around as low as 9,700. So I'm just, I guess, advocating for awareness, greater transparency, better communication, and obviously that's what Brett is doing with this revised plan to get that data more up to date and current. So I applaud those efforts because that's the baseline for everything, right? So I guess I'll just speak to my understanding of science, which acknowledges that bears are feeling, thinking, self-aware beings who undoubtedly value their lives and well-being. This is a part of my perspective as an animal rights activist and an advocate for the prevention of murdering bears at all. Empirically and holistically, we know that bears and humans share most of the chemical, biological, anatomical, and to some extent, cognitive and emotional structures, allowing for the sharing of basic emotions, interests such as joy, stress, sociability, wanting freedom from harm, and the necessity to live and flourish. So this is an ethical question. I know I'm not the first to bring this up. Many have echoed it earlier. Many in this room have echoed it. I'm just throwing another voice into the room as someone who is reminding us all and being reminded myself that these are living, breathing, sentient beings that require, deserve, as a basic right to live, are everything that we can do to protect and serve them. They're benefactors to nature. They're an integral part of the cycle of life that helps our ecosystems flourish. Members of our multi-species community and deserve our protection rather than our persecution. Most Californians, an overwhelming majority, already oppose black bear hunting entirely. So I'm getting caught up to speed here in terms of moratorium that's not being honored. And I guess my question is, while this new plan is being revised, devised, and developed, is there a moratorium in place? Shouldn't there be? Shouldn't there be a limitation on killing while all of this new data and research is being done? Because if the populations are as in decline as we think, then that might necessitate leaving them alone. Just a question. The populations are already in trouble, given all the threats, climate change, dwindling population numbers, which will be confirmed. They're also self-regulating animals. They control their own population, like coyotes. What is it? The females breed every 2-3 years, and it's 3 to 4 cubs each. Also, hunters tend to hunt in their own local territories. Therefore, this is a question to be dealt with. Issuing of an additional bear tag, which is
Something we'll talk about later.
something we'll talk about.
Yeah.
Okay.
I just want to ask
That's
you to, oh,
Yes.
okay.
No, please.
Thank you.
Please.
I just wanted to ask you to wrap it up if you could, only
I'm wrapping
because,
it up.
yeah, we've got a whole queue of people online as well. Thank you for your
I
comments.
had a note to be even more succinct than I was. I appreciate your respect and attention. And yes.
Well, and to your question, I think that link, we need to make sure also gets to the people in the room, to the April meeting materials and presentation and conversation, because I think that is where really you'll get a full explanation of the rationale for why there is not a moratorium during the period of the one-year plan development process.
Understood. Please forgive my ignorance.
It's okay.
That's why
I just want to make sure that I did answer your question, and just to also, to remind folks that this is not today a place where we're making decisions on this item about bear hunting per se. So to encourage input about what we need to make sure is in that management plan to inform those kinds of decisions down the line as well.
Some of us thought you were making decisions, so it's what
We do have a decision on item 11, so I encourage folks to hold those comments for item 11, and I want to check in to see whether anyone else in the room comments on this item. And otherwise, turn it over to Cynthia to please take comments from our Zoom participants.
Can I ask one question? We had a question in the chat from, this is for Brett. Brett, maybe maybe someone misheard you, or maybe there was a statement, we're not sure, but someone thought they heard you make a statement about most bears reside on tribal lands. And just wanted to confirm if that was an accurate representation of what you said.
Could you repeat that? I didn't, it blurred. What did you say?
That most bears reside on tribal land?
No, I said most bears are in Northern California. And so we want to outreach to northern tribes as well as tribes throughout California, because that is where the bears are. So the most bears are in Northern California. That's what I said, not that they are on tribal lands.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you. Just wanted to clarify.
Cynthia, I'll turn it over to you to manage the queue online.
Our first speaker will be Katie Nolan. Then we will hear from Jenny Berg, followed by Allison D. Katie, you can unmute yourself and go ahead.
Hi all, and good morning, or I guess good afternoon now. Can you all hear me okay?
Yeah.
All right, great. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today, and thank you to Brett for your presentation. I'm Katie Nolan, General Campaigner with In Defense of Animals. We're an international animal protection nonprofit with 250,000 supporters who care about animals, including black bears. I'm joining you this morning to speak on behalf of our organization on the Bear Management Plan. We urge you to consider non-lethal and respectful management strategies that prioritize the coexistence of bears and humans and recognize the value of black bears to humans and the environment. We appreciate that Brett mentioned in the outline the consideration of recent weather events related to climate change, as well as the individual welfare of bears, and we encourage you to emphasize these in your plan. Bears play a vital role in the ecosystem. They maintain populations of other species, including insects, squirrels, and mice. They also help to spread berry and plant seeds throughout their habitat. And in recent years, there's been an uptick in wildfires, heat waves, and other severe weather events, as we all know, related to the climate crisis, which has put a strain on bears living in and around affected areas. This makes it more difficult for them to find food. And so we'd like to encourage that the management plan address these threats and consider habitat restoration as a solution. Again, we urge you to adopt a bear management plan that prioritizes the well-being of bears and recognizes the importance of bears to humans and the ecosystem. Thank you for listening today, and thank you for being so gracious with allowing all of these public comments.
Thank you.
Jenny Berg, go ahead.
Good afternoon, commissioners. Thank you, Brett, for your presentation. I'm Jenny Berg, the California State Director for the Humane Society of the United States. On behalf of our members and our supporters, we are very grateful to the Department of Fish and Wildlife for taking on the development of a black bear management plan, including undergoing a peer review using academic biologists and holding forthcoming stakeholder process. We would appreciate the opportunity to participate in the development of a plan at the earliest possible stage. Substantial new social and scientific information about black bears has emerged in the last 24 years since California's last black bear management plan was published. In May, we submitted a letter outlining 10 elements that we would like to see, including a scope of the management plan, and we are happy to provide the document again upon your request. One thing missing in the outline would be potentially adding a bear ecotourism analysis. Thank you so much for this opportunity to speak, and thank you again.
Thank you.
Allison D.
Hi, I'm Dr. Allison Dahlman, Cambria, California. Black bears should not be hunted because 99% of Californians don't hunt bears and actually want bear hunting banned. Please stop ignoring us. We love our wildlife and enjoy watching them alive. Hunting is a rejection of their intrinsic value, which the Commission and CDFW has previously acknowledged. In decline since 2013, the black bear population estimates are so diverse that an accurate count should be conducted before any killing is even considered. The population model does not account for vehicle strikes or climate change. 2021 had record level wildfires, late frosts, drought, all reducing habitat and food, yet these are not being considered in population estimates. Bears contribute top-down benefits to ecosystems, so protecting them helps us. Black bears are self-regulating and don't need human management. Killing. Females don't reach adulthood until 4, have 2 to 3 cubs only every 2 to 3 years if there's enough food. Wildfires, habitat loss, and drought reduce their food sources, significantly hindering their survival. Killing them disturbs their social structure and reproduction, especially since hunters kill breeding adults, often orphaning cubs with little chance of survival. As a veterinarian, I know they feel, think, have emotions, are sentient beings, and experience joy, stress, sociability, and search for safety, just as we and our companion animals do. They have a hard enough life as it is. Please let them live in peace and accept that they and we, the majority of California, deserve coexistence and respect for our amazing bears and all wildlife. Thank you so much for your time. Good day.
Yeah.
Christina, you, followed by Charlie, Debbie, and then Marilyn Jasper.
Hello, hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, great. So I understand that we are expressing our support for the ban of black bear management. And the few speakers who already spoke before, they provided all the facts and information that you need. And once again, I feel like Department of Fish and Wildlife spent so much time and effort on allowing hunters and interest of the hunters to dominate so much of the department's resources. And I have not seen a presentation in full length that teaches us how to coexist with wildlife, with the coyotes, with the deers, with the black bears, with every single animal out in nature. All I see as a member of the public is how we can manage, and in essence, it's always about killing them, and it's about trapping them. So I really would encourage if you would take leadership and give us presentations on new, innovative, ecologically sound, safe for everyone, on these presentations for us to see also. And give us more time to learn about better ways to coexist, as opposed to constantly finding out how we can control, manage, and basically end up killing wildlife. There's new legislation about creating wildlife corridors through areas that have proven to show wildlife passages. Now that's a great example. And I'd like to see your department, federal department, take some leadership in that and help the local states and cities with some of this, helping us to manage it, helping us to outreach to folks. And that is one of the best things that we can do. So it's the wildlife corridor, and it's ways to teach neighbors living in wildlife areas how to coexist and not constantly stirring up fear and resentment towards the the restrictions on humans. And this is about having a different attitude about wildlife. Let them live, let them have autonomy, and let them survive. They've done nothing wrong. I mean, give us one reason why wildlife constantly has to be managed and killed. We've brought up examples of allowing other wildlife to survive, such as coyotes and wolves, so that they can take care of the natural ecology of the life and death cycles in nature. And I wish the department would also explore those theories on how to address wildlife issues. Thank you so much.
Charlie W., you can go ahead. You'll need to unmute yourself. We can come back to start about Marilyn Jasper. You go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Marilyn Jasper, Public Interest Coalition. State regulatory agencies' mandate includes protecting and holding wildlife in the public trust. However, the extreme disconnect between over 99% of Californians who do not hunt to kill and regulatory agencies' controversial policy making, ignoring that fact, must be acknowledged. Furthermore, the vast majority of California's public opposes killing of wildlife for fun, consumption, contests, trophies, and or so-called quote unquote sport, which it certainly is not. Black bear management plans must include killing moratoriums and decreasing the state's quote kill quotas instead of illogically and controversially increasing them while bear populations decline. Last, to avoid conflicts of interest and such disconnects, staff or others who do not hunt to kill should make up 99% of the committees making these bear or other wildlife management plan decisions. Thank you so much.
We are back to you.
Thank you.
You can go ahead.
Yeah.
Charlie,
Charlie?
Oh, gotcha. Okay. Thank you, everybody. I'm sorry to the commission and everyone. It seems like most people that are speaking missed the last meeting where Brett Furness did give a full comprehensive report on the population of bear in California. But I guess that's fallen on deaf ears. But with regards to the management plan that is going to take place, I would call for a comprehensive analysis of methods of take, regardless of current status or law. So sticking to science, sticking to wildlife science. I would like to see in there the effects, whether it's pros or con of a spring bear hunt. I would like to see the effects, whether it's pros or con of the use of hounds, because really what we're getting at here is we need wildlife science to guide us. What is best for the population of bear? What is best for the population of ungulates? What is best, and on down the line. And you asked for our comments on the management plan that is going to take place. And I could go on and on about other stuff, but I'm trying to respect my time and respect what you asked for. Thank you.
Thank you.
You have Christina Andrus and then Dr. Levitt, followed by Randy Pilot. Christina, you can go.
Yes, hello everyone. I'd like to thank the board again for opening up this discussion. I'm from Greenville in Plymouth County. I'd like to thank Brett Furness for the revised bear plan presentation. One thing I was really excited to hear him say is that the study will be subjected to an external peer review. That was a component that was severely lacking in regards to the validity of the study at the meeting held back in April. I'm excited to hear that there will be updates in data collection methods, which are 50 years old, or the equipment was, as stated also at the meeting in April. And thank you very much for your time. I believe science is a component of this study, but we do need to look at the big picture as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Dr. Levitt.
Hello, like the majority of Californians, I want to see black bears protected, and out of respect for your time, I'll just say that I agree with the statements made by the representatives of the Humane Society of the US and In Defense of Animals who spoke previously. And I hope the new management plan will focus on black bear well-being rather than the interests of hunters. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Randy Pilot.
Good afternoon. I asked that California's new black bear management plan consider all the benefits that the black bears present. You know, bears are of considerable ecotourism value to all of our local communities and are so important to the ecology of their habitats. According to National Park Service's 2021, more than 3 million park visitors spent an estimated $437 million in local gateway regions while visiting Yosemite National Park. And in doing so, they support 5,600 jobs, $603 million in economic output in local gateway economies. Many people go to Yosemite National Park hoping to view and photograph these beautiful, majestic black bears. Black bears contribute to the biological diversity through their various feeding behaviors. For example, bears spread more seeds than birds. The new management plan should consider that since it was not last updated since, what was it, 1998, California's landscape has radically changed for bears, including the climate crisis, which we all know, the worst drought that we are all right now experiencing. And we've had record heat waves and wildfires. All of these factors combined mean that bears must work so much harder to find food, resulting in record numbers of vehicle-bear collisions, and especially for, the young mother bears with their cubs. On a final note, I also attended the groundbreaking of Wallace Annenberg's Wildlife Crossing Bridge here in Agora a couple months ago. All the state officials were there, and it was one theme: protect our wildlife. I hope this will carry through to the revised bear management plan with total respect to protecting our wildlife while coming up with their new plan. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, we have Nancy Oliver, then Jane Velez-Mitchell, followed by Lee O'Brien.
Well, I'd like to thank Katie Nelson, Jenny Berg, Randy Filich especially, and Dr. Allison D., Christine Koo, Marilyn Jasper, Christine Anthers, and Dr. Levitt for their comments. They said everything I wanted to say, so I wanted to thank them for that. But I also wanted to reply to Charlie W., who stated earlier that about 100 years ago, there was a dearth of wildlife, and but for the hunters, we wouldn't have wildlife today, basically, or we wouldn't have so much. But when the Europeans first arrived about 100, I mean, hundreds of years ago, there was an enormous abundance of what happened. It's not the hunters that are bringing wildlife back to, based on their management, but it's the territory lost to animals, climate change, and severe pollution. So their artificial reproduction of deer doesn't solve the problem. We need real management and protection, thinking towards the animals rather than human entertainment. Thank you for allowing me to make this comment.
Jane Velez-Mitchell.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. I represent Unchained TV, which is a nonprofit global streaming network for animal rights, and we are live streaming this hearing, and you would not believe the comments. People are shocked and outraged at the hunting-centric attitude. And, when I hear people who are officials in the hearing warn the public, don't repeat yourself, don't repeat yourself. What I hear is, please accept our premise that hunting is going to be a part of the management solution. We do not accept that premise. Indeed, in his presentation, the official who explained what he is proposing, what he would like you to approve, said, obviously including hunting. No, not obviously including hunting. We are in the midst of the 6th mass extinction. We are wiping out animals at such a rapid rate that in a decade or so, we may literally have no wild animals left. It is time to get out of 19th century and at best 20th century thinking and get into the 21st century. And one of the commentators spoke about science. Yeah, it's like facts and alternate facts. So what is it? Is it 34,000 bears? Is it 9,700 bears? Okay. I do believe the population of black bears has radically decreased in this state, and it wouldn't surprise me if there are inflations of figures going on in order to justify the continued hunting of bears. I hate to be cynical, but I've seen it so many times. As far as seeking input, seeking indigenous input, the representative who spoke on behalf of the indigenous people in this hearing said, indigenous people are against the hunting of the sacred bear. And you know what? I've seen this in hearing after hearing, whether it's Fish and Wildlife or the Coastal Commission, on and on and on. When you seek input, generally, it seems like you're seeking a rubber stamp. You want to get the answer you want. You want to get people on board with your solutions. And what the people of California are saying is no more. We are in a climate crisis. We are barreling toward a climate apocalypse. Old thinking is stinking and it's going to kill us all. I beg you to wake up and have an attitude adjustment and realize that this fish and game hunting mentality is destroying everything. Please, dear God, think about what you're doing. Thank you.
Jane, I have to respond to your interpretation of the comment that repeated repetition of points is only aimed at certain viewpoints, and to encourage you to check out footage of meetings in which we've had hundreds of hunters show up to comment, and we've asked them the same thing. So that's not something that's only for people who are holding a particular viewpoint. I think it's important for us to respect all views in this forum, including yours, including those of everyone else who may have views different from yours as well. Thank you.
And the bears who can't speak for themselves. Thank you.
Lee O'Brien, for next.
Hi, my name is Lee O'Brien. I am in Winnetka, California, and I want to echo the comments made by my colleagues Jenny Berg and Randy Filich, especially that the management plan is lacking when it comes to talking about ecotourism that bears provide, the benefit of black bear ecotourism in this state. And so I applaud the department for updating the bear management plan since it has been so long since it's been updated. And I ask that they consider all of the benefits that black bears provide and include that component when they are considering the new management plan. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
The Nicholas Sackett, Sherman McFarland, and Andrew Laskin.
Hi, my name is Nicholas Sackett. I'm representing social compassion in legislation. I want to reiterate the comments of the previous speakers in support of not hunting black bears. In the context of the outline presented earlier, we would strongly urge, excuse me, recognition of social science, i.e. the very strong negative public sentiment towards black bear hunting in number 4 and number 6 of that outline. Additionally, we would urge the consideration of animal welfare, that these hunts lead to painful deaths, such as with the likely outcome for the bear publicized in the Arcadia area with the arrow sticking out of it very recently. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Sherman McFarland.
Hi, yeah, Sherman McFarland speaking as a member of the public. I'd just like to echo the comments made by Katie Nolan from In Defense of Animals, Jenny Berg, Lee O'Brien, Randy Filich from Humane Society, Nicholas Sackett from Social Compassion and Legislation. Just briefly like to note, yes, please consider with respect to the new black bear management plan, all the benefits that black bears provide to people and to the ecosystems. Please consider all of the negative consequences of the climate crisis and this horrific drought we've been living in on bears and their ability to find food, and the consequences of higher bear collisions as a result of traveling farther to find food, and the impacts on all bears, including mothers and cubs. Thank you.
Thank you.
Andrew Laskin.
Hi, my name is Andrew Laskin. I live in Sherman Oaks, California. Thank you for the presentation. Just like other commenters, I'd like to urge that instead of focusing on hunting options, that we emphasize non-lethal and humane options, because that is what the majority of Californians actually supports. Also, I understand the motivation to make the bear ecology section in the plan more concise. I just hope that in doing so, we don't lose sight that black bears are critical to California's ecosystem. They're filling in ecologically in some areas for the California grizzly that was overhunted and undervalued 100 years ago. So please let our management plan consider the intrinsic value, bears have in our ecosystem, as well as in ecotourism. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we'll have Wendy Dreskin, Max Fennell, and then Devin O'Day. Wendy, you may need to unmute yourself. We can come back to Wendy. We'll have Max Fennell up.
Hey everyone, I'm back. Max Fennell here, founder of United Hunters Project, supporter of Howl for Wildlife. I'm a volunteer with Backcountry Hunters and Angler, as well American Bear Foundation. I mentioned earlier, I am an Indigenous American from the Yamasee tribe. If you want to know more about who the Yamasee tribe is, feel free to Google the Yamasee War of 1715. I was in and out earlier. I'm also happy to make introductions to other California tribes to get their input on these issues. But most importantly, when I'm curious to know how my fellow Native Americans live in California, I actually defer to an entire book called Survival Skills of Native California. And I think it's very important that I give you my Indigenous input as well as what Native California said. Be real quick, I'll read this real quick so everyone can learn a little bit more about our heritage. Sam Garfield of the Wachumi and the Yadanchi Yokots told Gayton of the great respect shown deer when they were killed. A hunter would tell the deer he wanted him to rise in 3 days. An ordinary man without special dream power would just say he was sorry he killed the deer. Jim Purchase of the Wachumi spoke of his Wishat father-in-law, Hanashi, whose dream helper was deer. Hanash supplied deer meat to large gatherings. He was a fine hunter. He too ate the meat of the deer, but abstained from it for 3 days after killing one. He spoke to the animal he was about to kill. I'm going to kill you. These people are going to eat you. I kill you every year. In the first world, the Yokots believed deer had been a quiet man who neither talked nor traveled. But when the time came for his transformation into an animal, Eagle warned, all your body will be worth something, although it isn't everybody who will be able to kill you. The next morning, deer ran from his home and made a big cave to live in. The day following, thousands of deer joined him. On the third day, 3 hunters, cougar, elk, and spotted cat, came to kill deer. Coyote interfered and caught a deer himself. The other deer became angry and ran, but Cougar, the best hunter, was able to kill some of them. Deer himself still lives back in this cave. When a deer is killed, it goes there. Big Deer has put an arrow up in the cave. When the right sort of person kills a deer respectfully, the arrow holds fast. But a careless hunter can expect the arrow to fall and kill within a month. That's our heritage.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Wendy Dreskin.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, I'm speaking as an individual, not from an organization. As many speakers have already given the many reasons that we should have a moratorium on killing bears. But I would also like to say that I live in a county where all the bears have been killed, and I consider it a really impoverished county in that sense, just as it's impoverished in no longer having condors and other wildlife that used to live here. I urge you to consider the value of bears to people who want to see them, to enjoy them. A hunter takes a bear, that's one person getting to benefit, if you want to call it a benefit, from that bear. This way, if the bears are alive, many people can benefit from the bear's presence. And I would even say that there's a benefit to knowing that an animal exists if you'll never see it. I feel that there's a benefit to me in knowing that polar bears exist, even though I may never in my life get to see one. And yet I would want to know that they're there. I want to know that they're alive. So I would urge you to take the benefits of a living bear to all the people in California into account in your plan. and that people do care whether the bears exist, whether they're even getting to actively see them or not, that's still a value. Thank you.
So before, before Cynthia calls the next person in the queue, I just wanted to remind folks that we have closed the queue for this agenda item. We've been talking about this for about an hour and a half at this point, and we do have a very lengthy agenda to get through. There's been some very good comments. Obviously, Commissioner Chair Zavaleta has been paying close attention. I want to ask Brett if if he could also share with participants other ways that they can continue to provide input. We obviously will continue to have dialogue at the commission level, but would also ask Brett if he could share how folks can provide direct input into the development of that management plan as the department moves forward with that.
Yeah, you can email me directly. I'll put my email in the chat right now.
Wonderful. Thank you, Brett. And so just again, a reminder to folks, the queue has been closed. And if I remember correctly, I believe Dan Ryan was the last individual on the list for closed. I just want to maybe amplify whether you were able to get your hand up before the queue closed or not, that this is going to be a recurring conversation at every one of our meetings, and that if there are a lot more people who want to speak to this item and we can't fit it into one WRC meeting, we've done this for other items, we can do it again. We can create a separate special forum just to make sure that every single person can speak. But unfortunately today, in order to not give short shrift to the other items, we're going to stop it where the queue closed.
Commissioner, may I interrupt? This is Chad Dibble, Deputy Director. I don't know if Brett's put his email in there yet, but I think we need to figure out a better pathway than a personal email for Brett for any comments and things that are coming in. So let us get back to you on that if we can. I'm concerned about volumes of comments and based on speakers today and how this has played out so far, that I'd like to for us to figure out a better pathway to manage that. Thank you.
That sounds really reasonable. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Chad. And as the Commissioner said, this is an ongoing conversation. So this is not the last time we will be having this dialogue.
Over to you, Cynthia. I think we have 3 more, maybe. Let's count.
Our next speaker will be Max Fennell, followed by Devin O'Day.
I believe Max already spoke. Oh, right.
Okay.
So, yeah, I think Devin's next.
Go ahead, Devin.
Thanks, guys. Devin again here from Backcountry Hunters and Anglers. As someone who hunts to feed my family and who hunts bears for food, I appreciate the opportunity to speak briefly on this. I'm not a biologist, so I'll skip any personal opinions I have there. I do hope that through this management plan, there will be opportunities for both the consumptive and the non-consumptive community to support the scientific management of wildlife, specifically through citizen science, data collection, or other opportunities for on-the-ground work to support the data that will be used to make scientific decisions. Our organization is working right now through the UC system to fundraise for additional research into black bears, specifically about how they're impacted by fire. And I really hope that hunters and other interested parties here can continue to be a resource for the department as they develop this plan. I also want to thank Max Fennell for sharing his perspective and his heritage with us. And thank you all for your commitment to scientific management of wildlife and black bears in California.
Thank you.
Next is Jonathan Fusaro, followed by Dan Ryan, who will be our last speaker.
Hi, thank you for letting me speak. I second Devin, Max, and Charles, those in support of this black bear management plan, and I'm really excited that this is up and going. It's been a long time coming. But I do have a comment towards an approach to share more information with the public. Our website, the CDFW website, could use a lot more information on there for the public to find addressing a lot of these comments that are coming in. And I'd like to see a list of the literature being reviewed by the department on the website in the bear section. I'd like to see a list of the biologists that are involved in this internal review process, who to be transparent on the information that's coming in and who all is involved. And when it's appropriate and allowed, I'd like to see meeting minutes from what's being discussed and presented by the different biologists and the different tribal organizations as well. And it would also be great if there was kind of like a whole social media section that addresses people's comments and questions, maybe taking clips from the April meeting or addressing specific questions that are just keep coming up over and over again about population management and where the department stands on hunting and where the commission stands on hunting would be really helpful. Maybe just even a PDF of common questions and answers would be, I think, a good idea along with this whole process of developing the bear management plan. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dan Ryan, go ahead. That'll be our last speaker.
Thank you. Yeah, and I want to thank the commission and the department, obviously, for all the work they're doing on this. I do want to second Devin, Max, Charles, and then Jonathan just now for the comments that they've made. I think it's obvious that there's a lot of uneducated folks on the call about this model, and also the greatest model of conservation being the North American model. It's been in place to show great success throughout the country, not just in California, and it's the reason bears are doing well in California, even during trying times with climate change. So I agree, it'd be great to have more education for folks that don't understand that, hunters aren't out there decimating populations. And I commend CDFW for attempting to do so, even though it seems like they're advocating hunting. I think they're just trying to educate folks. And so I commend the CDFW on that. So I'm happy to hear that CDFW and the commission are still working on this unbiased management plan to give us tools to better manage populations and allow them to flourish in the state. So thank you.
Thank you.
Can I make one comment?
I'll allow it, sure.
Thank you. I just noticed that the last speaker stated that those of us who don't agree with him are quote uneducated folks. And I know you mentioned earlier when Jane was speaking, reply to her comments. I mean, I kind of resent somebody saying I'm uneducated. We are.
Yeah.
Is that really appropriate for this forum?
I appreciate you bringing it up. I think it's really important that there be respect all around. And I think, that was the main reason I responded to Jane's comment as well. I think that, to us.
I never said anybody was uneducated.
No,
I don't think he's referring
he
to
did.
you. Yeah.
This last speaker said that those of us who did not agree with him, like you, Jane, and like me, are quote uneducated folks. And I mean, like I said, you responded to her, but you didn't respond to him.
Well, you asked to speak first, so I haven't responded to most of the comments made, but I do want to reiterate, I think, I don't want to sort of overinterpret what anyone said. But I want to reiterate, I think respect in these conversations for everyone's perspective, whether it's the same perspective you hold or a different one, is paramount. And we always hold ourselves to that. We did okay, but I do feel like I just need to say that again, because I can understand how that does not land comfortably. I think a couple of other things I just wanted to reiterate.
This is Larry Fawn. I had my hand up and raised during the entire meeting.
I have to defer to my colleagues who've been keeping track of the queue, but I think that the queue closed at the beginning of comments. And so, yeah, I apologize you didn't have a chance to comment right now. Yeah, this is not the last opportunity to comment. There are going to be other opportunities to comment on this issue and other ways to comment on this issue. So Chad, I appreciate raising the opportunity to reach out to the department directly as well as work on this management plan.
And in fact, along that
Yeah.
line, I'm just now adding an email address to the chat on
Okay.
Zoom. It's an email address that folks can use to submit any further comments on the FAIR plan directly to the department.
With all due respect, Madam Chair, during the earlier session, when I spoke about bear management issues, you said I will have an opportunity to address that later in the agenda. So I waited for a couple of hours and I had my hand up the whole time and I didn't get a chance to give my comments.
Yeah, I'm hearing that your hand wasn't up when the item arose, and I remember that I told you that this was going to be the time to comment on bear management plan, so I apologize for that.
Actually, this thing was just questions on Brett's presentation.
Okay. We're just reviewing the list, so hang in there for us for a second. Yeah,
Sure.
yeah. I did. We don't. So Larry, we don't have you on the list, but I guess I would just ask if you have something new to add, so you can. I want to give you.
I wanted to emphasize, and first of all, I'm on the advisory board of Project Coyote, but also a former Sierra Club national president and a lawyer, and wanted to comment about the importance of considering the climate aspects, and that would be the drought, the extreme temperatures, and the wildfires, which is really, really affecting bear habitat. And I don't think being terribly fully considered. And what's happening is when the bears leave the fire zones, they go and get into human bear conflicts, and then they end up being euthanized because they're in somebody's kitchen. But I wish you all could have seen the full-size bear upside down, shimmying across a rope that was on 12 feet above the ground, and then trying to get to our food, and we had to scare her off. But bears, they're smart as heck, but they can't read evacuation orders, and the tendency towards more fire, more heat, more drought is going to decrease their habitat and their population. And so they need to really consider that when they look at trends for bear management. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah.
And then if I could also share, Dan Ryan sent me an email message saying that apologies, it was taken out of context. It was not at all his intent. He's sorry for offending.
Appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah. I mean, I think that he was referring to specifically with respect to this issue, and that's part of why I didn't respond directly, but I appreciate the apology.
Well, thank you for accommodating me.
Yeah, thank you. I think this has been a somewhat polarizing conversation, and I just want to reiterate that all values have standing here and all perspectives and input have standing here. And so I appreciate all of them. And I think that we are listening. We want to hear all of them. I know that there was a concern raised earlier about, I think, one particular place there's been some back and forth is around tribal perspective and tribal input. And I just want to acknowledge that we understand tribal perspectives vary. They are not monolithic. And so any one person's input, it's either on behalf of themselves or on behalf of an organization or a tribal government that they represent. And we don't expect there to be one perspective from any sort of defined people, especially not on the tribal front. I think that I've appreciated hearing all these comments. There are many that I could reiterate. I think one thing I heard many times was that we sort of skimmed over that bear ecology section, and I agree with many commenters who said that I expect this will be in there, but benefits of black bear ecologically and economically roles they play. I heard that a number of times. Again, the management plan is not recommending particular actions or regulations. It is a foundation of knowledge, of researched understanding about bear populations, bear status, bear movement, everything that Brett described to undergird those decisions. But as the commission, it is important to us to hear from folks about what kinds of decisions they want us considering. And
so your information gathering, correct?
That's right. And this is an information gathering process. So at the end of this item, all we're doing is looking forward to continuing to receive input because the plan won't be drafted yet sometime. So thank you all for the input. I know everyone's been waiting for a while for our lunch break, and I want to let us go ahead and take that. Melissa, how long do we need to take? Okay. 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 And I neglected to invite staff or Dr. Furness or others at the department. They have input.
We, the people, do not want animals killed. Conserving means
Public comment period is now closed, but I would like to invite staff or department members if they have any closing remarks.
killing is not safe.
Okay, so I
appreciate the opportunity. Let's go ahead and move forward and recess for lunch. I think that's a great idea. Thank you for everyone's time and comments today.
Chad, before we do, I'm going to reiterate for participants on Zoom, we do not always allow the public to have their audio and video freely open as we have today. We don't do this all the time. And if this continues to work, where we can have a respectful conversation and not interrupt people or interrupt the meeting, we will continue to do it. But if we begin to have problems, we will not do this any longer, and we'll go back to a webinar format where everyone is individually muted and unmuted one at a time. We would prefer not to do that. That's not what these committee meetings are about. These committee meetings are intended to be a dialogue and an opportunity to work together and troubleshoot and discuss issues of importance related to our fish and wildlife in California. And we would like to have this continue to be a dialogue. So please be respectful of each other and the process. So that we can do that.
Privileged to have it presented like this.
Thank you.
Thanks, Melissa. Thanks, everyone. We're going to recess for lunch. It's almost 1 o'clock here, and we need to make sure that we have a chance to get their lunch. So let's go till 1:40, 40-minute lunch break. Anyone here have an opinion about that? Okay.
You guys
All
ordered
right.
lobster tails for us.
I wish.
Hey, we're not being recorded now, are we?
Okay, we still are live with the Zoom feed, so we're just gonna. Someone over there in Zoom land can confirm that you can hear us from here in the room.
We can hear you fine.
I can hear you. That's good.
Can hear you in San Diego.
I'm not sure. I'd love to hear from someone that they can hear us. Also that we can hear you.
You're coming
Yes, we
through
can hear
fine.
you.
You are, Chuck, you may have just said something and we didn't hear it. So is our mic?
We can hear you in Sacramento.
You're live.
We can hear you in San Diego.
Okay, there we go. Thank you, Gary.
I can hear you in San Luis Obispo.
Okay.
I can hear you from Alaska.
Well, super. Then that must mean that you heard everywhere.
Yep.
Welcome back.
She
A whole pile of things to try to move through this afternoon. So I want to say up front that I'm going to do my very best to keep us at a good clip, and I would appreciate all of you helping us with that as well, because we have to get to a certain number of items on this agenda, and the better we do moving through it, the more we can actually get to and discuss. So we're going to dive into agenda item 5, but we are not going to move through all of the components of agenda item 5 right now. We're going to do, let's see, we're going to do upland birds, mammal hunting, waterfowl, Central Valley and Klamath River Basin sport fishing. But then when we get to part 5, inland sport fishing, we are going to defer the discussion on slot limits. See if we have time to come back to it later. We just spent some time trying to figure out what can wait and what cannot. So, yes, I'm sorry. Did I say slot limits?
We're gonna
Oh,
do
no,
slot
we're talking
limits.
about slot limits.
We're gonna
Excuse me.
defer inland boat
Inland boat limits. We're gonna talk about striped bass. So to kick us off, we have item 5A, upland resident game birds, and the lead on that is Scott Gardner, the branch chief.
This one is just real quick.
Yeah, sorry.
The department isn't recommending any upland date for this for this cycle. And I just want to check in with Scott.
You were broken up on my end, Ari. What I heard is, we don't have any recommendations for upland game hunting this year.
Yeah, that's it.
And that's really it on this subject. I mean, obviously, we're happy to hear any comments or input from the public.
Okay.
Let's do a comment on at least A and B together. I'm gonna hold off on that.
Okay.
Okay. So mammal hunting, 5B. Elk hunting, Ari, do you want to introduce that item?
Yeah, so, the department is proposing some hunting regulation changes for elk. I just wanted to point out that these are due to expanding and shifting populations, human and elk conflict, disease, and some other factors. I wanted to point out that a letter went out to certain stakeholder groups from the regions who have expressed interest in elk in the past to do some initial outreach. And where I got to, and we're going to have a presentation on this from Tom Batter, the Elk and Pronghorn Coordinator from the department.
Thanks, Ari. Hi, everybody. My name is Dr. Tom Batter. I'm the Elk and Pronghorn Coordinator for Department of Fish and Wildlife. I just started this position in June. I've been with CDFW for about 10 years. I earned my master's and PhD at UC Davis studying Tule elk population monitoring and population genetics. So I'm really excited to be here with y'all today. It's my first rodeo with the commission. Looking forward to joining y'all in person at a future meeting sooner rather than later. I'm going to share my screen here. How are we doing there? Everybody got the slide? Title slide?
Yes.
All right, great. My laser pointer. So today I'm going to discuss proposed elk hunting regulation changes that would take place beginning in the 2023-24 elk hunting season. So just start off, a bit of background. Here on the right, we've got state of California and our 24 elk hunt zones. So today I'm going to be discussing issues and regulation change proposals affecting 3 CDFW regions and 6 current elk hunt zones shown here. So our green shades indicate zones affected in region 1, red shades, region 2, and gray shades, zones in region 4. And briefly sort of touch on some of the major issues involving elk in these areas. So like I already said, we've got elk populations that are increasing in abundance and expanding or shifting their range in these areas. And point out here that down in region 4, in these zones, we've got elk are expanding beyond current elk hunt zone boundaries into areas where there's currently no authorized public elk harvest. Sort of lends into this next point where we have human elk conflict rising above socially acceptable levels. And these include issues such as vehicle collision, infrastructure damage, and agricultural conflict, which we want to alleviate for both human and elk needs. We also have the threat of disease and potential hybridization. So for disease in region 1, the northwestern hunt zone here, the north coast, we have trypanosome-associated hoof disease, which was confirmed in Roosevelt elk in 2020. This is a density-dependent disease that it's a significant animal welfare issue. And then in Central California in region 4, we have non-native Rocky Mountain elk that were introduced in the 1960s into Kern County, beginning to expand their range northeast up towards the Owens Valley here, which is currently occupied by endemic Tule elk. So future range overlap could result in hybridization and result in a loss of endemic genetic biodiversity. So preventing this is explicitly called for in our elk conservation and management. Finally, our sex ratio objectives in these zones are not being met. These objectives are established to support stable populations as well as tolerable levels of population abundance. So with regulated harvest identified as one of CDFW's management tools in their elk conservation management plan, we're proposing changes to elk hunting beginning the 2023 hunt season to help address some of these issues. So brief overview of our proposals. Again, same map from before. The zones of interest are color-coded with the associated region here. So in region 1, we're proposing to increase tag quotas in 2 Roosevelt elk hunt zones, the northwestern and Siskiyou, and also adjust season dates for 1 Roosevelt elk hunt zone, specifically looking at splitting the antlerless and bull hunt periods in Siskiyou to help reduce hunter overlap. In Region 2, we're proposing to modify hunt zone boundaries for 2 adjacent Tule elk hunt zones, Bear Valley and Cache Creek. And then in Region 4, we're proposing to establish 2 new Tule elk hunt zones, Central Coast and Gabalon hunt zones, modify the existing boundary of the Lapanza hunt zone, and then establish 1 new Rocky Mountain elk hunt zone in Kern County, the Tehachapi hunt zone. So on the left here is our current format, which we've been looking at the last couple slides. We're going to show you here on the right our proposed changes. So Region 1, our zone boundaries remain unchanged. We're simply proposing to increase tags in those 2 zones and split the season in Siskiyou. In Cache Creek, or excuse me, in Region 2, proposing to alter or modify the boundaries for Cache Creek and Bear Valley. So this area to reflect population dynamics, and these boundaries will then bound closed populations that's supported by demographic and genetic data. It'll also be beneficial in that it'll shift some public land from the Cache Creek zone into the Bear Valley zone, which as it currently stands is composed of predominantly private property. So this will also help to increase hunter access. And finally, down in Region 4, we're first proposing to reduce the Lapanza hunt zone and then create the Gabalon hunt zone on the north side with Highway 46 as a boundary and Highway 101 as a western boundary, and then establish the Central Coast hunt zone where we have elk expanding and have been established for a number of years where there's no public elk hunt opportunity. And then finally here, the Tehachapi hunt zone where we have non-native Rocky Mountain elk expanding in this sort of northeasterly fashion along the Southern Sierras. Trajectory is moving towards this Owens Valley Tule elk population here. So the intended outcomes of our proposals are meant to satisfy goals and objectives outlined in the statewide elk conservation and management plan. And that includes providing increased public hunt opportunities and improved hunt quality. These proposals may help to alleviate human elk conflict. We'll establish hunt zone boundaries that reflect biological processes. It may help us shift our demographics towards achieving sex ratio objectives. And also it may help to reduce disease transmission and spread in Region 1, and then help to proactively prevent future range overlap and subsequent hybridization between Rocky Mountain elk and Tule elk in Southern California. So that was just sort of a brief overview. Happy to open up the floor to some dialogue and answer some questions. I'm sure I'll get some, and just get whatever feedback we can get. And just also note here that this is early on in the process. Like I said, we are intent on working with our tribal partners and feedback from the public as we move forward here. So I'll kick it back to y'all down in the meeting room there. And
thank you. Thanks, Dr. Better. I want to suggest that I know there are a number of hands raised on this item. And I think in the interest of time, this will not cut short comments in any way. What I'd like to suggest is that we also hear the waterfowl hunting presentation, and then we can take comments on either or both items. And if you have a comment on both, you can give them together. So thank you for that excellent presentation, Dr. Batter. And I'd like to turn next to Melanie Weaver, I believe, has the presentation today about waterfowl hunting.
Waterfowl every year, and let's just go right into Melanie's presentation.
Good afternoon, Melanie Weaver, the Department of Fish and Wildlife Waterfowl Program. Ari, were you going to load the presentation? If not, I can try it on my end.
Got it.
Got it?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Excellent.
So real brief presentation, just anticipated recommendations for the 2023 waterfowl hunting season. Next slide, Ari. So as the commission directed a couple of years ago, the desire was to close as late as possible in most zones. That's January 31st. And by maintaining our late October opener on a Saturday, this makes annual season length changes. And next year we'll be going to 103 days in most zones. By doing that, it does eliminate the 1 day of falconry only season, but that changes every year. Another item considering is combining both the youth hunt days with the veteran hunt days, putting those on the same weekend. More than likely, we would recommend that for the northeastern zone because we know we're not maxed out on the hunting opportunity on both private and public lands, and we wouldn't have conflicts with those two hunting groups. The other areas we would have to look into, it was brought up to us by some refuges and wildlife areas that they think they could handle combining those hunts on the same weekend, and it would be a little bit more efficient, minimize disturbance overall by ending the season sooner on those areas so they can get to work on habitat, etc. So that's something we're going to look into a little bit more before we officially recommend that. And by changing the northeastern zone, combining the youth hunt and the vet hunt days on the same weekend, it frees up a couple of hunt days. And so we should probably talk where we want to put those. We can give them to the falconry only season where they don't have their own days in that zone, or we could add it to the general duck season. So something to consider going forward. We can have that dialogue with CWA and the like. And that's all I've got at this point.
Thank you, Melanie. Questions at this point? Any questions from staff? Okay, so we can go to public comment on, we have upland game birds, elk hunting, and waterfowl hunting. And I'm gonna leave it to you, Melissa, to decide when to close the queue. Oh, you're gonna, are you gonna manage that? Okay, great, thank you. How many speakers do we have?
12 hands raised.
Okay, great. So 12 hands raised. So again, I want to encourage folks, please, to keep your comments concise in the interest of time, and also to feel free to agree with others who have made comments that overlap with the ones that you'd like to make, and then to add anything that you have that's new. And I also want to encourage folks to comment specifically on these 3 items and not on broader or non-agendized items at this time.
Commissioner Zeppelin,
yes.
We have a couple more hands raised. Are we going to have closed queue?
Let's close the queue. Yeah.
Okay. We have a closed queue at this point. Renee, first speaker will be the last speaker.
Okay.
Our first speaker is Matthew Vickery, and then we will have Janelle Gavalt and Brandon Nelson.
Thank you. Please identify which item you're speaking to.
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yeah, this is Matt Vickery with Grimway Farms, and I'm speaking to the new proposed Rocky Mountain elk hunt zone in Tehachapi in Kern County. Grimway Farms, we farm carrots and over 50 different types of organic vegetables. And one of the key growing regions we have is in the Bright Valley and Cummings Valley, which is located near Tehachapi. And lately in recent years, Grimway, unfortunately, has had multiple conflicts with elk entering its fields and destroying some of its crops. And in addition to this direct destruction of crop, which costs us money and time to deal with, we also are subject to food safety laws that require us to draw a buffer around where that elk intrusion happened, and we can't sell our produce within that buffer area. And so, when you look at the last 3 years, it's cost us over, several hundreds of thousands of dollars in lost property when you look at the direct and indirect costs of the elk intrusions. We've been working with Fish and Wildlife staff. We've submitted wildlife incidents reports over the last few years, and we're really happy to see that there's an opportunity to create a hunt zone. And so my comments are in support of creating that hunt zone. In those incident reports, we've requested the use of depredation permits and lethal means, and to date those haven't been granted. But in addition to that, wanted to highlight that we've been implementing several exclusion and deterrence tactics for the elk. Most significantly, we've built over 2 miles of 8-foot tall elk fence in strategic areas, trying to keep them out of our fields. And, you know, while that's effective in some locations, it's not a guaranteed fix, and it's cost prohibitive and inadvisable to build a fence all around every farming parcel. And then we've also used non-lethal means to try to haze the elk so that and remove habitat areas so they aren't attracted to our fields. But because of the costs and potential liabilities from a food safety standpoint, we continue to ask that we use all methods available to help deter this elk. And as your staff reported earlier, this is a non-native herd. This is Rocky Mountain elk. This is not native to California. When I looked at the Tejon Rocky Mountain Elk Management Unit, it looks like the EMU objective 1.5 sets a goal of maintaining 150 to 350 elk in this herd. I haven't talked to staff to see what their recent population check showed, but in the community, we believe there's over 1,000 elk currently in the herd. So the herd has exploded. It's causing a lot of damage. And in addition to the potential for hybridization that you're trying to prevent, there's also a lot of human elk conflict that creating this hunt zone would address as well. And with that, that's all I have. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Janelle Kubal.
Hi, my name is, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, my name is Janelle, and I'm on the board of Friends of Del Norte in Crescent City, and I'm speaking about elk hunting in Region 1. First of all, I want to thank you for the opportunity to comment, and thank you also for your efforts to prevent the spread of CWD. We don't want another infectious disease threatening our elk herds. I'm not in favor of additional hunting tags without more information. I've been in contact with Tom Wheeler of Epic and Sandra Jerebeck of Tolowa Dune Stewards, and we'd like to see the tad hoof disease as more of a factor in the CEQA documents of authorizing the hunts. I mean, it seems that you're using the disease to justify more hunting, when actually there's research out there from Oregon biologists saying that additional culling does not actually add to the health of the herd. And so we're wondering, are the 77 elk that were euthanized, is that in addition to elk killed by hunters? We'd like to see more graphs or documents or something showing the herd numbers and the rate of the spread of tad and the timeline of the disease spreading south. We're very concerned about the spread. We're wondering if it's possible to conduct soil testing to determine what areas are more infected. There was concern voiced by the Tolowa Dani at the California Coastal Commission meeting regarding the transfer of infected soils carried on vehicles traveling from Alexander Farms to and from Crescent City, Humboldt, and Smith River. The Tolowa Dani recommended decontaminating vehicles since the hoof disease is spreading through the soil. And lastly, I was just wondering if there is a citizen science opportunity to monitor or help in any way. We are very concerned about this disease spreading further south. Thank you so much for all your work.
Thank you.
Brandon Nelson, you'll be next, followed by Charlie W. and then Dan Ryan.
Hello, Commissioner Zavaleta and every everyone else that's there. I really appreciate your time. My name is Brandon Nelson. I'm the Southern California Regional Director for the Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation. And I just want to say that we're in support of the proposal from Tom Batter and the Fish and Wildlife Commission. Looking forward to the study and making sure that all of that can be sustainable and expanding the elk hunting throughout the state. That's all we have. Thank you very much again for your time.
Thank you.
And Charlie W.
Hello again. Yeah, I second that. I'm in full support of expanding the elk hunting opportunity. The herd is healthy. There should be more hunter opportunities because it can certainly sustain it. And I absolutely, along with many that have spoken before me and will follow, I absolutely love eating elk meat. I don't go to the store and buy red meat. I eat wild game meat, and along with a lot of other people. So it's very important to me. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you.
Dan Ryan.
Hey there again. And yeah, I just really enjoyed Dr. Batter's presentation, and really exciting to see that CDFW is thinking of some forward-thinking mechanisms to approach elk in our state. The one thing I would recommend for Batter to consider when looking at this analysis is some of our past discussions pertaining to my petition on elk opportunities. A lot of those elk opportunities get closed down by fires within the state because they're fairly short, anywhere from 5 days to 12 days kind of things for some of those hunts. And most of those hunts are managed for a very high success rate. And so possibly consider extending those season dates, to 30 to 60 days when it's warranted. It's already very conservative tag numbers, but hunts like the Marble Mountains, Siskiyou, Northeastern, Cache Creek, East Park Reservoir, Bear Valley, Lake Pillsbury, all have very limited tags and very limited season dates. And so extending those times, basically spreads the season out. It doesn't increase take, and it gives people a chance if, especially, there's closures due to wildfires. So thank you and appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Gary Brennan.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and the rest of the committee. Gary Brennan, San Diego County Wildlife Federation President, down here in the far south. We're all on board with the elk management plan. Hopefully we'll get some good results out of that and everything that's going to be brought out from that. One concern on the upland game bird, this year, the upland game bird stand have increased over 50%. Is there anybody that can explain the actual reasonings for that increase?
I think what we'll do is we'll circle back to that question at the end of public comment, but I've noted that you have it.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have. Appreciate all your time.
We'll have Robert Schultz, Mike Costello, and Phil Cox.
Hello, this is Robert Schultz. I am from the Tehachapi region, and I wanted to discuss the new elk unit in Tehachapi. I manage just over 2,000 acres of land in Bright Valley, and in that management, we have row crop farming, cattle ranching, conservation efforts with NRCS, and other outdoor recreational activities on our property. I know Matt Vickery, who spoke earlier, and I do agree with basically everything Matt said. And Matt did a great job of talking about the conflict that it's extremely large amount of conflict with farms in this area. And what's interesting is, this elk population has been introduced about 55 years ago. And for most of 50 years, it wasn't a problem. And the management level of that 150 to 300 probably would keep that to not being a problem. But in my own studies and my own research and counting elk in the area a few years ago, before the pandemic, I came up with a number of 800. I've used a model from other states that I've done research on and looked at what elk populations should grow at without elk management, without hunting. And it looks to me that it was something in the ballpark of 16%. So based on like what Matt's saying with this 1,000 population, we'd be looking at an additional 160 animals a year. So the herd is growing quite rapidly now. And I believe it's grown well beyond what could be managed by the natural ecosystem that's currently here. And they are non-native, so they are, being a problem for other native animals. One of my concerns in doing this hunt unit is that this particular unit is very unique because these are non-native animals and it's a large amount of private property. And in our situation, like I was saying, we manage this large parcel of land, and it's actually 2 parcels spread across. But these areas, our management right now with Fish and Wildlife has been to do the hazing and take care of problems in the farming areas, and then add fencing. We're in the process of adding 16,000 feet of fencing in addition to what Grimway's already added. And this creates a problem for other wildlife in the area throughout the year as they try to cross the valleys and go back and forth. And I find the fencing to be somewhat of an intrusion for part of management for wildlife, whereas it helps, another. So that's one of my issues. The other issue is that the fact that it's such a large amount of private land. I understand you're going to have a general elk season, and I would hope that you have an archery season as well as rifle. But the spread of the elk as the herds have grown has gone to the east. And the further east they go, the more we see this interference with large amount of human population, where we're dealing with interference in not only in people's homes and neighborhoods, but interference in the farming area. So as this is going east and it's private land, one of my concerns is that the general hunting may or may not appropriately get utilized for those elk that are going in the direction that Fish and Wildlife is trying to manage them from going towards. Dr. Tom Batter discussed the elk going north, towards Bishop and hitting the Tule elk up there. And I understand that there's public land up in that area, and it'd be great to do a hunt in that area as well to try and push them back south. But in the private areas, I would like to see some private landowner tags and some ability for properties such as ours that are uniquely situated in the valley and have experienced large losses to properly manage these animals and deal with the problem in a way that we can take care of it on our own property in our own time. We do have a problem with elk during the planting, harvesting seasons of the farming operation. And, those are a little early in the season in comparison to when elk would traditionally be hunted. I don't have great solutions for any of that other than reducing the herd numbers and reducing those elk that are deciding to live close to those areas. But in order to target the elk appropriately is really what I'm concerned about, and hoping that we get a wide variety of tags, some landowner tags, some general tags. I know you were talking about doing a share program. The share program is difficult, I will say, for many. And that's something that, I'm not sure how much participation will be in the area. Other than that, I am in full support of the elk hunting zone. I appreciate the time to speak, and I appreciate working with your biologists over the last few years. It's been a very painful process because of all the hoops we've had to jump through along the way, but we finally gotten to this point where we have some progress, and I really hope that we can move forward and reduce this herd to a number that's correctly managed. Thank you.
Thanks.
Hi, Costello, go ahead.
Great, thank you. Thanks again for having the forum here. It's a great opportunity for individuals like myself and organizations and the department and commission to get together to work on things. Kudos to the department and Tom Batter for putting this together. I think when I look at elk in California in terms of the herds, multiple herds, the management issues, the hunt opportunity, it seems like this is one of the species that has the greatest opportunity for upside and improvement through more hunter engagement and hunter involvement, not just so people can go out and hunt and kill elk and eat elk meat, but also because of the funding mechanism that we get from it. So very much in favor of what's being proposed here. I do also want to encourage the department, the commission to look at method of take. You know, if we're going to target 10 or 20 or 30, however many elk are targeted on these hunts in terms of the harvest limit that's expected, method of take affects how many people actually get to hunt. And so if the seasons can be adapted so that more people can go out there and hunt, you're going to have a much better engagement through of pulling people through on the draw. All around it, you know, maybe we get to a point 10 years from now where the herds are being managed so successfully that is not a once in a lifetime tag for here in California. And I think that incrementally testing out some different seasonal approaches and method of take approaches in these new zones could be a win-win-win for everybody. And again, kudos to the department for proposing these new changes and new hunt zones. Thank you.
Bill Cox, next, and then Mike Ford and Chris Gallagher. So you'll need to unmute yourself. While we're waiting for Bill Cox, we'll hear from Mike Ford.
Hello, my name is Mike Ford. I'm currently the chairman of the Siskiyou County Fish and Game Commission. We wanted to express our support for the increase in cow tag numbers proposed by the department and the modification of the hunt season for elk. We've been advocating for a while, increasing the available elk tags being offered for a variety of reasons, opportunity and also depredation of private lands. So hopefully we can increase the number of tags being what's being proposed today, and if not getting that accomplished this year, perhaps being back next year. We would also like to say that we feel that the elk management plan provides a great perspective to manage elk in California, but we would also encourage the department to the extent that they can, funds being tight and whatnot, to allow appropriate staffing and funding to implement that plan. I know the folks are working hard. I would give a kudos to the people in the elk program. I think they do tremendous work. I just hope that we can allow that staffing to continue and maybe even expand and be funded appropriately. Thank you.
Mike Ford, you can go ahead. Oh, that was my sorry.
Yeah.
Bill Cox. Bill Cox, can you get your mic unmuted? No. How about if we go on to Jerry Clemens?
I think you missed me.
We still there.
Who do you want? Do you want Chris or do you want Jerry Clemens?
Well,
Jerry Clemens.
Go ahead, Jerry.
Go ahead. Okay. This is my very first meeting, with y'all. I've been wanting to do this for such a long, long time. I'm very nervous. It's very educational. I go to a lot of Zoom meetings. I listen to a lot of scientists, blah, blah, blah. I don't have any answers really about too many things. All I know is I've been around elk. I used to live, they'd walk, the Thule elk would walk right across the field from where I lived up in northern San Luis Obispo County. I live in San Luis Obispo County. And we are so privileged to have those Thule elk. And then we've got Kern, I believe it's Kern County with the Thule elk there. And then up in the Tehachapi area. What I keep hearing constantly though is that, or not hearing, sorry about that. We need predator control in the state of California. We have, we have some mountain lions, but if that really needs to be addressed. We need more predators in the area. And the thing is, I don't know, it's just really frustrating. We need to have food, all of that. I'm originally South Dakota. I'm very well aware of hunting, farming, blah, blah, blah. But one of these days, it's like we're gonna have to learn how to work within the system that we have been given. And, farmers, ranchers, wildlife, plants, flora, fauna, we really need to reevaluate how we work together because we're just part of this system. Anyway, and one of the things that I really wanted to ask, I always hear about the hunts. Okay, hunts for vets, hunts for kids. How about y'all? I happen to be a veteran as well. What I would really like to see the departments do is offer a day or days throughout the year where some of your team members would take people that are non-hunters out into the field, and I mean, what a great, that would be such a cool experience. I mean, anyway, I'm just throwing that out there. So like with the birding and stuff like that. And even with the Thule elk for Kermites and the Rocky Mountain elk. I mean, we're privileged. We are just so privileged to have the wildlife that we have. Anyway, okay. All right. I really appreciate y'all listening. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks for coming.
Next, we will have Chris Gallagher and then Gary Klamath and Renee Hurst.
Thank you very much once again, commissioners. I just want to speak for many of the rural counties in California. Anytime there's opportunities for hunting, they also become opportunities for our small communities to have visitors come and do tourism and experience what we have to offer. And a lot of that turns into tax revenue for our counties. And so any of these extra opportunities that you can provide for rural counties really assists us in accomplishing our goals of having enough money for our residents to have good law enforcement, public works and things like that. A lot of the urban areas have lots of people, so they have lots of tax base. Rural areas do not. And so we kind of fight for every bit of the money that we get. And so these opportunities really help us. So we appreciate anything that you're offering, such as these elk hunts or extending the waterfowl season, that any of those kind of things that you can offer. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Gary Klamath.
Oh, we just had Gary.
So sorry.
Bill
Is it
Cox.
okay if I go back to Bill
Cox, let's try. Yeah, there, he's unmuted.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner, for giving me a chance to speak. I just want to voice my support for the management plan and the increased opportunities. I'm a lifelong hunter, California resident for decades, born in Bay Area. So yeah, I appreciate it. I think it's a great thing that the commission's looking at the quote unquote the science, and seeing the herds expand and just the different things. I appreciate all the work and effort, and just want to say I support the plan. Thank you for the opportunity, and thank you for all the hard work. And maybe one of these days California becomes a great elk destination. Looking forward to that, because it's an awesome thing to see them and be able to partake of the landscape and what we can do. So again, thank you very much, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak.
Thank you.
Renee Hurst.
Oh, thank you, commissioners. I had a follow-up question for Dr. Batter regarding Region 2. when he addressed increasing hunting opportunities, because there's going to be a shifting of public lands from the Cache Creek area into the Bear Valley area, a modification. I'd just like to understand a little bit more how that works, how there's going to be more public land. I missed the April meeting, so if that was addressed there, I apologize. Is it going to be because there was, yeah, I just don't understand that part.
Okay, thanks for the question. I believe Dr. Bader might have answered one of the other questions in the chat. So if there's an answer to that, maybe I'll suggest that go into the chat. I think everyone can see that except for a few of us in the room.
I can address it real quick. It'll just take a second because I can see how it wasn't quite clear. And happily, I did prepare a slide in case there was a question about this. So can you guys see my screen again?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Let me jump to this bonus slide. So here, so on the left is how it currently is. Our current setup. I'm going to test my drawing skills here. So essentially in this zone, we have a population of elk that is basically occupying this area. And you can see this hunt boundary cuts right through it. And we have another population of elk that their core area is this area. So what we're proposing to do is essentially these boundaries are going to now just bound these two separate interacting populations, and it's going to help improve tracking harvest and harvest summary and population monitoring. And then this portion right here, where this X is, this is Bureau of Land Management land. So this is public land. So with this boundary shift, that's now incorporated into the Bear Valley zone, where otherwise probably 90% of the property in here is privately owned. So there's like, I think there's a modest number of tags for this zone. I think it's like 3 or 4. And essentially you don't really have much opportunity unless, you know, you're willing to pay a trespass fee to these private landowners. But this affords some access, and it aligns up biologically with how we'd like to manage our populations. So that's what I was getting at with you know, increasing hunter access where there's private or there's public property that can be accessed, incorporated into that. Does that make sense?
It does. Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
We do have one more speaker. Okay. Preston Taylor, you may go ahead.
Thanks. I wanted to just bring up the thought that when we talk about invasive animals and native animals, these are all the same species, elk. And, you know, we moved Rocky Mountain elk across this entire country. Almost all the elk on the eastern seaboard that live there now are from Yellowstone. And there used to be, you know, approximately 500,000 elk in the Central Valley alone. So the idea of, you know, subspecies being invasive is a bit arbitrary. And I just hear things being thrown around like fires are bad for bears. You know, these are large concepts. I think that, you know, you can't just make a statement like that. Sometimes they're good, sometimes they're bad. I also want to caution the commission and CDFW as we think about managing elk and private lands. I'm extremely appreciative of private landowners and the habitat that they provide for wildlife, but that does not mean that private landowners own those wildlife. And as we move forward with elk management, you know, up here in the Northwest zone, if you draw a tag, you pretty much have to pay a hefty fee to hunt those animals because they all live on private land. And so I caution the commission and CDFW as we move forward that we don't want to go down the road of the privatization of wildlife. You know, if you have enough money right now, you can go elk hunting in California. If you want to drop 30 grand, you can go buy an elk tag from a private landowner. Most of us can't do that. And so I really want to caution the commission and CFW as we move forward with elk management, not to move forward in the direction of privatization of wildlife. I also echo Mike Costello's comment. Please consider methods of take and season dates so that we can have more elk hunting opportunity with less impact on the resource. So when you're considering impacts to the bull and cow ratio or to the cow calf ratio, let's consider methods of take and season dates for those hunts so that we can allow more elk hunting opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Those are all of our speakers. Okay, great. And I think that, you know, there was one question asked really early on here. Brennan had a question about upland game birds. Circle back to that quickly because it didn't get answered. Somebody at the department addressed his question.
Yeah, you bet. I can take that, Commissioner Zavaleta. So AB 614 was enacted last year. And what it did is add $10 surcharge to the cost of upland game bird stamp and a duck stamp. And the intent is to provide financial incentives to California landowners to cultivate and retain upland cover to benefit nesting wildlife. This had been previously actually passed in previous legislation called the Nesting Bird Habitat Incentive Program, and it was not funded at the time. So AB 614 funded that, again, previously passed legislation. All of those dollars are put in a separate account to enter into those agreements to create nesting habitat on those agricultural lands.
Thank you. Okay.
Scott, thanks very much.
You bet. We can follow up with you if you want anything on that, Kerry.
No, you know what? It's just been a rough year and just getting through the legislature this year, and I totally forgot. I'm sorry. I
Not a problem.
I feel bad.
Okay. We are, so we've gotten comment on items A through C. We still have components of agenda item 5 to hear presentations on and input on. And so the next set of those are the sport fishing, Central Valley and the Klamath River Basin sport fishing. And so I want to first turn it over to Ari. If there are any introductory sort of contextual things, and then for the presentation.
Just to say that these are sport fishing packages, mostly salmon usually, that they're closely linked to recommendations from specific fishery management. So we're going to have presentations from Jay Rowan of Fishery France. Jay, why don't you go ahead and do Central Valley and Klamath, do both presentations back to back.
Broke up a little bit, but you asked to do those back to back, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Yeah, we'll do. I will try to keep those short. As Ari mentioned, both of these packages are closely linked to decisions made in the ocean fishery through the Pacific Fisheries Management Council process. So we don't have a whole lot of actual details of what will be in the final regulation to present today, but I will run through sort of the list of options and what we've the packages that we put forward for last year that we're currently under. So starting with the Central Valley sport fishing regulation here. Let's see, there we go. Here's the Central Valley waters that are open to Chinook salmon angling. We've got the Sacramento, Feather, American, McCollum rivers up through to the rim dams on all three of those, or all four of those systems. There's special regulation waters in the major Central Valley rivers. You can see if you can make out the numbers here. These are the sections that are broken up. There's slightly different seasons to those. So 2022, we had a 2 fish daily bag for fish in possession limit across the board in all 4 of the systems. For 2023, the regulatory options, these are similar to options we presented in previous years. Option 1, any size Chinook salmon fishery with a 0 to 4 salmon per day, 0 to 12 in possession. Option 2 would be an adult and gross fishery, limited number of adults with gross making up the remainder of the daily bag and possession limits. Then option 3, a gross only fishery. The range of possible bag and possession limits for all 4 would be 0 to 4 for a daily bag and a possession limit of 0 to 12. Obviously, with the the discussion that we had a little bit earlier with James Stone had mentioned the current situation in the Central Valley. That's something we're going to be watching closely and evaluating over the next few months. We'll see. It's a little early we don't know what the returns this year will look like, and we don't have the projections for the number of fish out in the ocean at this point. So as we sort of work through that process and gather that information, we'll start honing down which of these options we're going to recommend to the commission. And moving on to the Klamath. Again, I'll show a map of the Klamath Basin with the sub-quota areas. Slightly different situation in the Klamath, where we have different quotas on different areas of the system. Go through the 2022 Klamath Basin sport fishery regulations and the 23 regulatory options. So here's the different sub-quota areas. You can see what percentage of the overall number of fish available to the sport fishery are allocated to each of those sub basins. So in the lower area, 50%, the upper Klamath 17%, and then the Trinity subquota areas 16.5% each. As mentioned, the Pacific Fisheries Management Council will establish harvest allocations and escapement goals for the Klamath. Those will be done at their April meeting. And the Klamath Basin quota, typically we stick with the Pacific Fisheries Management Council recommendations of about 15% of the non-tribal allocation. And then we'll determine bag and possession limits based on that quota. So in 2022, Klamath River Basin quota, 2,119 adult, greater than 23 inches. Daily bag limit, 2 fish, no more than 1 adult, greater than 23 inches. And a possession limit of 6 fish, no more than 3 adults, greater than 23 inches. And the season from October 15th through December 31st for the Klamath, and season is September 1 through December 31st for the Trinity. So 2023 regulatory options, 0 to 67,600 fish, greater than 23 inches, bag limit range 0 to 4 fish, greater than 23 inches, possession limit range 0 to 12 fish, greater than 23 inches. In the season, August 15th to December 31st for the Klamath, and September 1st to December 31st for the Trinity. Again, similar to the Sacramento, it's very likely to be a lower year. We're probably not going to have that 67,600 fish available to us. So with that, I will wrap it up and be happy to take any questions folks have.
Wonderful, thank you, Jay. Okay, and I see a couple of hands raised on this item. Let's take comment on. Yes, okay, on Central Valley and Sam for fishing.
Okay, we have Mark Smith and then James Stone.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Great. Hi, Mark Smith on behalf of the Northern California Guides and Sportsmen's Association. I'll take the Central Valley. James will take the Klamath. So we'll hit these 1-2 for you. I appreciate Jay for giving you the lowdown on what's happening with the inland fishery right now. Actually, let me take a step back and say we support the recommendations that the department put forward, and we look forward, as always, to having the conversation next year about what the limits are going to be. We appreciate the flexibility and the options and support the department's recommendation. I do want to mention, and we've touched on this today, and we've touched on this in previous meetings, and we've touched on this even in previous years. I think the commission really needs to look at itself and determine whether or not it wants to have an inland salmon fishery. we no longer have an inland salmon fishery. There are a myriad of reasons for this. It starts with water management decisions where every year immediately we kill nearly a third plus of this fall salmon reds through our water management decisions, right? So right there, before they even hatch, we're taking a third of the population, if not more, off the table. This year, as in past years, we have a tremendous amount of overharvest going on in the ocean. This is a sticky issue for us, right? We support ocean recreational salmon angling. We support the commercial salmon fishermen. But a lot of those fish are being taken in the ocean consistently above the estimates that the PFMC and others are putting forward for ocean harvest. And those fish don't have an opportunity to return. Of the fish that are left, right now, they're not coming into the system. As you heard today, angling effort is not resulting in any kind of catch. Water temperatures are at lethal levels for salmon. You're seeing pre-spawn mortality occur in higher rates than we've ever seen before. There are no easy solutions here. In just a couple of minutes, I know we're going to have this conversation again about whether striped bass are the reason that we have population level declines with the salmon population. The one thing I can tell you is that we have a non-existent inland salmon fishery right now. The guides that depend on this for their livelihood are going out of business. The recreational anglers that want to fish for salmon don't have any opportunity to do that. If the commission answers that yes, it wants to have a fishery, there are substantive changes that need to happen. I mean, this year we pushed for 180 escapement. The target is normally 122. We're on paper, we're supposed to have over 220,000 fish in the rivers. We're not going to come close to that. I bet you we don't even hit the minimum 122 again. Something is wrong with the management of the system. If you decide that you don't want to have an inland fishery, we don't agree with that, but then you have some answering to do to all the recreational anglers in the state of California who very much support an inland salmon fishery. So apologize for the grim tone. It's just that our inland fishery is decimated for a number of different reasons. We would like nothing more than to have a robust salmon fishery. On that, we will wholeheartedly agree with the folks that we are about to have a conversation with on the striped bass policy again. We desperately want it, and we need your help to get it done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much, Chief Jay Rowan, for the presentation. NorCal Guides and Sportsmen's Association supports the proposed changes to the ISOR for 2023 on the Klamath River, and we thank the department for having the broad parameters. As every year, I thank the department for being willing to work with us in the past to set the ISORs with broader parameters so that we can work within it on individual years according to the management. Klamath River fishing has been closed down now for the fall run. The spring run fishing actually offered a little bit of opportunity for anglers in the late July and early August timeline, and the fishery actually did pretty well considering the expectations and the outlook of drought and low water, warm water conditions. There was actually some fishing that was semi-productive for a few weeks, which allowed a lot of anglers across the state of California to access the Klamath River and its tributaries. There was obviously fires and mass washouts and little flash floods that caused heavy turbidity, and so hopefully that's not going to cause any pre-spawn mortality on any significant levels, but the opportunity was there on the Klamath, and there is still some opportunity left there on the Klamath. And so we thank the department for everything that they've done to provide some form of opportunity, and we hope that we can continually engage with the inland fishery on the Klamath so that we can provide more access and more opportunity to all Californians on the Klamath River. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, we don't have further commenters on. Oh, I'm sorry.
I'd like to make a quick comment.
Please.
Roger, dogs and effective wolves. I mean, salmon are traditional food for First Nations, but if we continue to manage our salmon populations like we've been doing, we're not gonna have any fish left, period. They're gonna be gone. And that's only because of humans. It has nothing to do with striped bass or anything else. Salmon have been migrating through those active populations for thousands and thousands of years. The only thing that's changed is the human predation upon our salmon. So you also need to take that into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Yeah, appreciate very much all the comments, and I hear you about the Central Valley, the status of salmon there. To echo that, it came up in conversation earlier. And, I think, you know, this is kind of a place for us to talk about. Oh, sorry. This is a place for us to continue to consider how we're going to work with other agencies if we're going to meet our mandate. Okay, thanks for the presentation today. So the next item under agenda item 5 was going to be inland boat limits, but we chatted and we're going to have to move that until later because otherwise we're not going to get to everything on the agenda. So apologies for that. It's possible we'll get to it towards the end of the day. And we want to instead go next to the next item, which is the striped bass update. And I want to turn it over to Ari first to introduce that topic.
Okay, so just real quick, this is a long-standing item to deliberate whether to implement spot limits for striped bass. We're going to get an update from the department today, having to do with their recent town hall meeting and an online angler survey that's still going, and a few other items from them. So let's go right into the presentation. Jonathan Nelson, fishery.
Thanks, Ari. Good afternoon, Commissioner Zavaleta, Commission staff, department representatives, tribal partners, elected officials, stakeholders, and public participants. Today, I'll be giving an overview. That's a follow-up to what we presented in May at the WRC meeting. I just want to note at this time, the department has not completed our evaluation and is not prepared to make a recommendation. This presentation will provide the commission with the status of the evaluation, including next steps and anticipated timeline for making a recommendation. With that, I'm going to share my screen, and I'm just going to take the off camera so I'm not distracting myself.
Are you sharing the presentation or? Yeah, great, thank you.
Yeah, right now. Can you guys, can it be seen? Does everybody see this? All right. So today, as I said, I'll be representing or presenting the department's evaluations, the status of the department's evaluation on a 20 to 30 inch striped bass slot limit, which has been proposed by NorCal Guides and Sportsmen's Association. My name is Jonathan Nelson. I am the anadromous fisheries program manager for fisheries branch in the department. Just for some background, NorCal Guides and Sportsmen's Associations submitted a regulation change proposal to the commission that would create a slot limit between 20 and 30 inches for inland anadromous waters. Under the proposal, fish that were caught below 20 inches in length and above 30 inches in length would have to be released. The stated goal from NorCal Guides is to protect the species by increasing the minimum length to allow more fish to mature and successfully spawn prior to harvest, and to protect the larger fish that tend to be more prolific spawners and are becoming increasingly rare in the fishery. The slot limit would apply to any striped bass caught by recreational anglers in the anadromous inland waters of the state, which includes coastal and Central Valley rivers and streams. Oh, sorry, go back one. In the San Joaquin Delta to the Carquinez Bridge near Vallejo. Currently, the proposal would not include inland reservoirs or lakes or ocean waters, which also includes San Francisco and San Pablo Bays to the Carquinez Bridge. Under the existing regulations, anglers are fishing for striped bass in anadromous waters can have 2 per day, each with a minimum size of 18 inches in total length and no more than 2 in possession. The daily limit would not change under this proposal. The department is in the process of evaluating the proposal to determine how the proposed change may affect the striped bass fishery, including harvest opportunities and biological processes. So the department's done a number of public outreach that we would like to highlight. Starting back in November, we initiated an in-person striped bass angler preference survey, which we were able to, over the months, get about 200 anglers surveyed in person. It was difficult to add the survey, so it was kind of intermittent how the survey was being administered. So we decided to create an online preference survey, and that was posted to our website on July 11th. We had over 18,000 responses as of August 30th, and we're currently getting ready to. We've developed the survey in 6 different languages that we are looking to distribute over the next week or 2. We distributed the survey to angling license holders, and that email went out on July 26th, and that was to approximately 960,000 anglers that we have in our database. So while 18,000 responses, it is a lot of responses to what we normally get for responses. We still send it to almost 1 million people, and not that 1 million people fish for striped bass, but we assume that there are probably a number of people who fish for striped bass that still didn't take the survey. For public outreach, we also did news release on July 28th. We put it in our online angler update from the August edition. We did a bunch of social media posting, and most recently on August 24th, we did a public town hall meeting, which was a hybrid in-person online. We had 155 public participants, 107 were on the phone or online, and 48 were in person, and we received 45 public comment, which of 40 were in support of the slot limit proposal 2 and not support, and 3 were neutral. So that gives you a rundown of our process. It was brought up in that meeting about trying to reach out to non-English speaking communities, which we were already working on. And I mentioned that we are now in the process of being able to send that out. However, it's not known how many non-English speaking anglers represent the striped bass fishery, or how many have associated emails or follow department news and social media. So this is going to be a good effort for us to evaluate contact and response. So this is a first time for the department to get this type of survey out in multiple languages. So this slide is a summary of what was presented in both graphs and multiple slides in the previous meeting. So it's been summarized, but basically this is the summary of krill data between 1991 and 2016, which is a total of 16 years between that period, not consecutive. And this is what we've been using to evaluate our angler effort and catch trends for striped bass in the Sacramento Basin, which includes the upper delta as well. Just the highlights are that fishing effort for targeting striped bass has not changed significantly over time. Anglers appear to be catching significantly more striped bass. The catch per unit effort has significantly increased based on our data. Anglers appear to not be harvesting more striped bass, but there can be numerous reasons for that. Anglers are releasing significantly more striped bass, and some of those reasons include fish being undersized, not the desirable size, or they're practicing catch and release. Our Central Valley Angler Survey estimates that an average of 70% of striped bass are harvested annually of what's caught. And we estimate that less than 5% of striped bass over 30 inches are being harvested annually and over time. And I'll just note our survey locations include the Sacramento River and tributaries from Redding to Rio Vista, the American, and the Feather Rivers and tributaries. So this slide represents a sampling of fish that we've measured over the course of our surveys from 1990 through 2016. And it's a compilation of a sample size of over 19,000 fish that were measured, that were caught in the fishery. Note that the long-term average for harvested striped bass is about 23 inches in total length. So that's in the heart of the proposed slot limit. Note that the blue shaded box from 20 to 30 highlights the proposed slot limit. And one of the things we want to note from the harvest breakdowns that we currently have is that fish that are 18 to 19 inches, which are currently allowed to be harvested because 18 is the minimum. If we move that slot up to 20 inches, we would lose about 20% of harvest that's been reported. So we'd take away some angler harvest opportunity. But we also want to note at the top end that currently less than 5% of the striped bass appear to be reported as harvested annually and over time. So we also did a summary of the commercial passenger fishing vessels log data from the San Francisco estuary, and that data was from 1995 to 2020. Unfortunately, there's no length data that are collected or available, but the trends that we saw in the log data mirror our Central Valley Angler Survey data. Catch per unit effort has increased over time. There's no significant trends in harvest over time, and there is a significant increase in released striped bass, but that may be because people are catching more undersized, or they're practicing catch and release and releasing more fish. So over the years, the department's implemented various monitoring efforts for adult striped bass. The data collected from the monitoring over the past 30 years indicate that the catch has not significantly changed over time. Note that the geographic and spatial locations where these occur are different. So different size classes and different times of year will catch different size of fish. Our FIKE monitoring data, which is more in the northern Sacramento area, Knights Landing, Verona, shows no significant trends over time for catch of striped bass, or greater than 30 inches per sample hour. And the same with our GillNet monitoring data, which was more focused in the more delta centric areas, a little lower in the system. I will note that with that, while we haven't seen a change over time, a significant change over time, we have seen a significant change in the amount of sampling effort, whether it's spatial or temporal, that we've been able to monitor striped bass. It hasn't been equal year over year. So we may not be able to detect subtle changes to specific size classes or populations over time because of those changes. So this graph shows on the top left, this is a graph that shows the fecundity in female samples from the Atlantic striped bass population, which shows a tight linear relationship of number of eggs per size. And you can note that from a 17 to 18 inch fish, there's about 250,000 eggs per female. And at a 30 inch, you can get about 1 million. So you can see in that center spot between 22 to 26 inches, you definitely start to get the much more eggs being developed, and then into the bigger fish. Sorry. Also, we did some age reconstruction. So up on the top right, you see scales that we read from the San Francisco Estuary striped bass estimate, and a 30-inch female is about 6 to 7 years old, and a male is about 7 to 8. So if you look at the upper right figure, you can see that there's a dotted line that comes across that shows about where that fork length and what that age is over time. So you can get an idea of size versus age there. Our data suggests that many females spawn at age 4, around 21 inches, but nearly all have spawned by age 6, or multiple times by age 6, which is around 27 inches. So I think the take home for this is that slot limits are meant to provide a biological and or management goal. In simplistic terms, the goal of a slot limit is to create protection for a proportion of a population, most of the time to create more fish or bigger fish. In most cases, it's difficult for a slot limit to create both of those things and still allow some level of harvest, unless there are additional restrictions imposed, such as reduced bag limits, catch and release only, quotas, etc. Based on the available striped bass data and currently angler practices, catch and release, which is catch and release of larger fish, the proposed 20 to 30 slot limit will likely protect larger fish and create a trophy fishery opportunity. These larger fish will also contribute biologically to population growth over time, but that contribution ultimately depends on the proportion of large fish to the overall spawning population. The proposed 20 to 30 inch slot limit will likely not provide a biological response to overall population growth based on a few reasons. Remember that the average harvested size observed in Central Valley Angler Survey is about 23 inches, and the most abundant proportion of spawning population will remain in the harvest slot. The 20 to 30 will still allow harvest on the largest proportion of spawners, which may impact the ability for fish to survive out of the slot and protect the heart of those spawners. The department has also been unable to scientifically verify that shifting the minimum size from 18 to 20 inches will create a biological response to increasing spawners and thus population growth. But we're going to continue to evaluate that as we move forward. So our survey, which has had just over 18,000 responses, the first question was, do you fish for striped bass? And 70% said yes, about 30% said no. So if you said no, survey was over, because the questions are specific to the types of fishing and interests in the fishing, specifically for striped bass. So if you didn't fish for striped bass, you couldn't honestly answer those questions. So 70% said that they fished for striped bass. And then as you move through the questions, the second question was, do you support the current minimum size limit? 70%, over 11,000 people, said that they do. Do you support the current bag limit? 67% said that they do. And then 63% said that they would support a catch and release fishery for trophy sized bass, which would require setting a maximum size or slot limit for striped bass that can be harvested. And I think the take home out of question 7 and 8 were that over 90% in both of those were not associated with a professional association, fishing association, or a resource agency. Question 4 had a little more breakdown of what people would like to see for the minimum size limit. 53% said no change, while another almost 30% said lower than 18 or no minimum size. Less than 20% responded that the limit should be higher than 18 inches at this point. When we asked what people considered a trophy-sized fish, we got a slew of responses everywhere from 18 to over 40. But you can see by the highlighted or circled bars that 30-inch, 36 and 40-inch in that order were the most picked answer. However, there's very limited monitoring data to provide estimates on the proportion of these sizes in the overall population. But based on our Central Valley Angler Survey, fish greater than 30 inches are infrequently observed and caught. As noted also earlier, 5%, less than 5% of the striped bass greater than 30 inches are generally reported as harvested on an annual basis. So many anglers appear to be implementing catch and release of large trophy-sized fish. We asked, why do you fish for striped bass? And there was a slew of responses. The top three being fun sport. Second was salmon protection, eradication. The third, catch and eat, catch and release. And I think, you know, a lot of these other ones could probably be folded into some of those main categories, the first 3 or 4 categories. So what are our next steps? We're going to develop an FAQ from the town hall meeting and the public emails we've been receiving and calls, and we're going to put that and post that on our striped bass website. We're going to continue our online survey. Originally, we were going to, you know, look to see where we were at as of September 30th, because the responses have slowed down. But now that we have the multilingual conversions of the survey, we're going to extend it out through the month of October and see what our and we're going to resend it out here in the next week. So we're hoping to get some additional responses through that. We're going to develop a summary report for the survey results. Our next steps are to evaluate all the available fish predation and striped bass biological studies in the Central Valley and the Delta waters. We're going to confirm the status of the petition that was recently submitted by NorCal Guides to the last commission meeting for striped bass slot limits in the ocean regulations, and then we'll coordinate with Marine if that moves forward. And then we may be able to have a tentative decision on a recommendation at the January WRC meeting. With that, I'll take questions from commission staff now if there are questions. And if there are public questions or things about that, you can also email the following email: stripedbass@wildlife.ca.gov for comments and questions. So with that, I'm going to
Thank you.
stop. Yeah, no problem. I'll stop sharing and turn my camera back on.
I have to say, this is real. I mean, those numbers of people who participated in your outreach efforts and so on are really commendable, and I'm glad to hear that all people have happened as well. Another chunk. Okay, so I want to start out by asking staff they have any comments or questions to begin with, and then let the folks on Zoom take a moment, raise your hand if you'd like to comment on this item, because I want to make sure that have a chance to do that, and then we're going to close the queue, and we will start with comments in the room. So do we have comments from within the room on striped bass slot limit?
Yeah, I can start. Okay, great. Paul Weiland, here on behalf of Coalition for Sustainable Delta. I'll begin by thanking Jonathan Nelson for the presentation. It was very insightful. One thing I want to say just at the outset was so far the department's public outreach has been in the form of angler surveys. It's kind of like with bear management if you were just to go to hunters, right? So it's an important coalition or constituent for the department to gather data from, but hopefully they'll find a way to go broader as well to non-anglers and their views of how this might proceed. In terms of the purpose of the petition, it's pretty self-evident, as Jonathan said on the face of it. The whole idea is to increase conservation of striped bass, increasing the population of striped bass in the system. And I wanted to start by talking about that from kind of a policy perspective. Both the federal and state governments have focused on native species preservation. The Endangered Species Acts at both levels are kind of the highlight of that. But there are several other ways in which they do that. One example recently is the state board in updating the water quality control plan for the Bay Delta has identified a native species viability objective there. And obviously that's somewhat at odds with protections of non-native species that compete with or prey on those native species. And so from a policy perspective, I would urge the commission and department to look at this in that context and consider those things which are policies that also result in regulations on a variety of different parts of the system, including the commercial fishery, but also water management, also other forms of development, farming, etc. I wanted to just touch briefly on the fact that the striped bass is a apex predator. Mark Smith recently mentioned earlier the fact that there are other factors. He focused on water management, which I agree is a factor that influences native species and is one that is highly regulated in California. There are many others that affect the species, but it doesn't detract from the fact that striped bass, when they moved into the system, became the apex predator, and that is the reason they flourished, is because there wasn't any other predator for them to really compete with, and they grew quickly once they did so. I think that the fact that that's the case is more complicated in the circumstances we're in now, where we've got native populations that are at risk due to a variety of factors, drought and climate change, which are ones that are human caused to some degree, but we can't exercise any ready influence over, at least not in the near term, but other factors as well. Over time, the system has become less hospitable to native species, and I think that for a variety of reasons, and I think that has contributed to a circumstance where any stressor on those native species is potentially a problem, and predation is one of those stressors. In terms of the science, there'll be a robust discussion of this, I'm sure. There isn't as much as one would like. There is a fairly well-known peer-reviewed study done of striped bass predation on winter run. Steve Lindley, a prominent National Marine Fisheries Service biologist, was one of the lead authors of that. He found that around 9 or 10% of winter run were preyed upon at the time. This is a study from 20 years ago, so the data are now stale, but there's nothing more recent that we have. But needless to say, we know striped bass are eating native species because they're not a picky eater and they're a voracious predator, so they grow quickly. Matt Nobriga recently published an analysis. He's with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service that suggested that potentially, historically, one of the factors that contributed to the long-term decline in Delta smelt was actually striped bass predation. Some of that is difficult to say because he was looking at time going back decades in terms of what we have data on, but it's at least a possibility that's out there, and that one of the more respected scientists in the system noted. There are, of course, are debates about the extent to which predation is a factor, but when the commission is looking at taking an action that is intended to increase the striped bass population, and it's a non-native population that does prey on native species, I think it has to look at that with caution. I think the only other thing I wanted to say was that there's been an argument made that that because the species has been around for a long time, it's essentially not native. It's essentially native, and frankly, that's a policy call, and it's not. It's a call for the legislatures to make. And I think that, you know, when they, at least in the California legislature, when they enacted the California Native Species Act, when the state board put in place the native viability objective, those are determinations that they're making. And they can make it differently at some point in time, but that's not really a reason at this point to argue again for the petition here. Anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you for those comments. And I appreciate it. I want to amplify the idea that outreach needs to go beyond anglers, and we don't need a response to that right now, but quite well taken. Okay, how many hands do we have in the queue online?
We have 9 hands.
9 hands, okay.
And just like to emphasize that if you want to speak to this item, you need to raise your hand now, because otherwise we're closing the queue.
Okay, and I'd also like to encourage folks to comment who are commenting to keep in mind that there's no decision today because we don't have a recommendation yet. The recommendation is coming in January. And so what I think would be most helpful today are comments around the process that the department is using to arrive at a recommendation for our next meeting. So let's go ahead and please keep your comments concise, because again, we don't run a timer in these committee meetings, but we do want to make sure that there is time for all of you to speak and for us to reach the other items on the agenda.
All right, our first speaker is going to be Mark Smith, and then Soren Nelson, followed by NorCal Cat.
Thank you, Commissioner Zavaleta. Mark Smith making opening comments on behalf of the NorCal Guides and Sportsmen's Association. I know we're going to have opportunities to discuss this offline as well, but I want to take a little time here to frame this issue. Striped bass have been in the system for a very, very long time, and the recreational angling community that supports the striped bass fishery is robust and strong. I think our estimate is that nearly 40% of all the angling licenses sold in the state of California are sold to people who target striped bass. That is not an insignificant number when you think about that in the context of every other fishery that we have in the state of California. It is a huge driver. As a matter of fact, when we negotiated the Delta Fisheries Management Policy, which I'll touch on in a second, during that time, the department sent out an advertisement encouraging people to buy fishing licenses. 2 of the top 5 species that were identified in that advertisement from the Department of Fish and Wildlife were bass, including striped bass. The Delta has been a world-renowned location and destination for bass anglers. We've had national, international tournaments, state tournaments. All of that is changing because this anadromous species is suffering from the same impacts that are affecting salmonids. And I think what we're trying to do here is have a conversation with the department and the commission about getting ahead of the curve and not ending up in the same place that we are with salmon right now. I mean, less than a half an hour ago, talked to all of you about what the state of the inland salmon fishery is these days. The bass fishery is headed in the same exact direction. They're under the same exact stressors. So, you know, this conversation goes back over 2 years now. We were challenged by Jay Rowan's predecessor, Kevin Schaefer, to help the department and the commission come up with management tools for the striped bass population that didn't cost any money. Right? One of the challenges with striped bass is that the department doesn't have enough money to do what it needs to do, and so it prioritizes native species. So there's no fisheries management plan here for striped bass. There's very little science that goes on. The department doesn't have a clear understanding of what the population levels are. All we can do is tell you from the aspect of recreational anglers that the fish that we target get smaller and smaller all the time. The large fish are no longer in the system. The limits that the department has in place right now, as you just heard in John Nelson's presentation, whether purposely or just inartfully designed, allow for harvest of the most fecund females, right? You're basically taking out members of the population before they reach sexual maturity and can help provide sustainability to future generations. That on the surface of it just doesn't sound like a good management policy. I want to touch on the Delta Fisheries Management Policy because it's important in the context of this conversation. We had a previous policy related to striped bass. Hell, at one point we had a striped bass stamp Recreational anglers paid for programs like net pens and stocking and wanted hatcheries so that we could improve the health of this fishery. None of those things ever came to fruition. And because we weren't meeting the goals of the 1996 striped bass policy, the commission decided to revise it. But in doing so, they adopted a policy which specifically speaks to managing delta fisheries for maximizing sustainable recreational angling opportunities, doing science and research, and creating opportunities that enhance each species' abundance, distribution, and genetic integrity to support their resiliency. There is an emphasis on native fisheries, but we'll come to this right now. There's no science that proves that striped bass predation has a population impact on the salmonids. And although Mr. Weiland just quoted a study to you from 20 years ago, I think the department would support this position as well, that striped bass, while predation may be a part or one of the many stressors on the system that are impacting salmonids, they themselves are not having a material impact, a population level impact on salmonids. So we have an opportunity here to manage a fishery that frankly is being used all over the rest of the world. It's being used on the East Coast. It's being used on striped bass populations in a variety of other places. NorCal Guides and Sportsmen has advocated on behalf of this effort with a number of other recreational angling groups, and we proposed a 20 to 30 inch slot limit. That may not be the appropriate size slot limit based on science and other research items identified by the Department of Fish and Wildlife. And we are open to having that conversation, but we think that it is a good conversation starter. And in the absence of a fisheries management plan and under, the purview of the Fish and Game Commission to have healthy thriving recreational opportunities for angling, this is a common sense solution that will help ensure that we maintain a population of striped bass now and into the future. And I'll close by saying that, I don't think that we should believe the arguments that striped bass are the reason why we are in the shape we are now with salmon. As recently as 2013 and back in 2002, we had over 1.5 million salmon in the system. They coexisted side by side with the striped bass population, which was healthier then than it is now. That was not 100 years ago. That was not 50 years ago. That was not 30 years ago. That was 20 years ago. These populations can exist and have shown that they do exist in a healthy abundance side by side within our river systems and our ocean systems. And striped bass should not be made the scapegoat in a conversation about the numerous other stressors that are impacting salmonids. Thank you for your time. I look forward to hearing what the other speakers have to say and to continuing this conversation going forward.
Thank you.
Soren Nelson.
Yeah, thank you and good afternoon, everybody. My name is Soren Nelson. I'm here on behalf of the Association of California Water Agencies today. ACWA represents 460 public water agencies across the state of California that collectively are responsible for moving over 90% of the water used by our homes, our farms, or businesses. And one of the functions that those water agencies play is stewards of the water that moves through many of our rivers and our reservoirs. And so we have a vested interest in the health of those systems and a responsibility to work side by side with state and federal and other local partners to achieve many of the goals that have been laid out. And so in the interest of brevity, I know this has been a very long day, a very long meeting for everybody. We'll align our comments with Mr. Weiland's and look forward to working with the commission and the department to get this solved. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next is NorCal Cat.
All right, thank you, commissioners, for your time. First off, I align myself along with NorCal Guides and Sportsmen Association and what Mark Smith just presented to you guys. I completely agree with them 100% on his presentation. I feel that we should also look at expanding the territory on not just including it as far as the San Joaquin and the Delta, to include it also in the San Francisco Bay and in the ocean, because within a matter of a day to two, those same species that are protected in the Delta could be in the San Francisco Bay or even in the ocean. So why is it off limits in those territories? So I would, if we do move forward with the slot limit, I would like to see a plan implemented to expand that into the San Francisco Bay and the Pacific Ocean in Northern California, because it would make also enforcement a lot more easier as well, because you're just creating an opportunity for loopholes in at that way. Another thing I'd like to address is, we haven't had any regulatory change on striped bass for over 30 years. To me, that's completely unacceptable. Times are changing. There's a lot of information nowadays on social media. When I started fishing, I had to learn the hard way, fishing day in and day out and trying to learn. I didn't know what to use or any of that stuff. Nowadays, you could just type that type of information on YouTube or Instagram or Facebook, and the anglers are just a lot more smarter, so that's why these populations are getting hit a lot more harder, because they're fishing a lot more efficient. And if the regulations don't adapt to these changing times, these fish populations, not just striped bass, all fish populations just don't stand a chance. Technology is constantly improving. I, on my boat, have a monitor where I can see exactly the shape of the fish. It's right directly below me. So I think we need to adapt to the times. Another one of my concerns as well, if we do move forward with the slot limit, is we need to address the federal relocation program that happens in the Clifton Court Forebay. A lot of those striped bass that get trapped in there and they get pinned and pulled out of there, they get put in pins. I actually have contacts that work in that system, and they get put in pins. The problem is majority of the time when they do decide to release those striped bass that they trapped from the Clifton Court Forebay, they release them into the Delta Mendota Canal, not back into our Delta, where they will be able to spawn or procreate. They actually release them into the Delta Mendota Canal, which sends them south, where they have zero opportunity of being in our system. That has to be addressed, because we are losing thousands of fish every year because of that program. So I feel if we're going to be proactive, we should also address that type of issue. Another thing, I'm going to end this real simple. I think education, if we do go with the slot limit, we need to have proper education. On my own company, I make custom fishing lures for striped bass. I provide pamphlets to all my customers on proper catch and release methods, on how to do it, proper handling techniques. So if we do move forward, I think it's imperative that we offer education as well. On our side, I do it for my side of my company, but I think, Fish and Wildlife needs to, be a little bit more proactive and offer good education. So, when they do catch, let's say a fish that's 34 inches and they have to release it, that they're handling it properly. That way, when they release it, it's actually surviving, and not just ending up being a dead fish in the water. All right. Thank you guys for your time.
Thank you.
The next speaker will be Martin Radosevich, and James Netzel, and James Fox.
Good afternoon, Chair and members. My name is Martin Radosevich, speaking on behalf of Santa Clara Valley Water District. Valley Water, we're the primary water resources management agency for Santa Clara County, provide water supply and flood protection and groundwater management and environmental stewardship for 2 million residents in Silicon Valley. I would like to go ahead and just align our comments with Mr. Whelan, who spoke earlier, as well as Aqua, as well, I know in the interest of time, and just speaking to the process as well. In general, we would just respectfully urge the committee and Fish and Game Commission to not recommend petition for the regulatory change. Thank you for the opportunity to comment. We've also submitted a letter with more detailed comments as well.
Thank you.
James Netzel.
Okay, I'm here. All right, so yeah, my name is James Netzel, Tight Lines Guide Service. I'm also a board member of NorCal Guides and Sportsmen Association. I want to know there was, the Fish and Game guy did a good presentation on the stripers, but he failed to mention or point out to the fact that Dr. David Ostrin, I can't remember his name, the scientist that we had at the last meeting, had some slides showing the comparison that a healthy striper population helps a healthy salmon population, that they've coexisted for years. When salmon decline, the stripers have declined. When stripers, when this department steps in and makes a regulation change for the stripers, the salmon benefit too. So I just wanted to put that point out there. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
James Cox.
Hello, my name is James Cox. I am State Board President for the California Striped Bass Association. I'm a third-generation native San Franciscan, and I caught my first striped bass 60 years ago on the banks of San Mateo's Coyote Point. If you fish for striped bass there today, you probably only see a shark or a stingray. The population has dropped. I'm a retired sport fishing guy. I have watched, over the last 40 years, the population drop and drop, as well as salmon. And I really think we need to put to rest this idea that striped bass are a predation problem on salmon, when every legitimate study has shown that it's not. Even in 2013, Department of Water Resources held a symposium on predation on salmonoids, and they had presentations from all different scientists. They had a panel of experts on deltas from all over the country, and their conclusion was that striped bass predation on salmon has the least effect of any predation or any problem for salmon. It is the least effect. And then, as recently as the Fish and Game Commission meeting, when they decided to take the numeric goal out of the striped bass policy, commission members were saying, we know it's not predation, the problem is water. And I think that even when the Fish and Game commissioners realized that the decline in salmon is water and not striped bass, that we should just put this argument to the side. This does not add up. I would like to say that all 4 chapters of our California Striped Bass Association are in full support of this slot limit. And like was said earlier, these numbers on this slot limit are a start. This is probably not what you will see if it's approved. You will probably not see these numbers 10 years from now as more research is done and the situation at hand is better understood, and then the numbers can be adjusted. This is a starting point. But what you really need to understand, and everybody that's listening here needs to understand, striped bass fishermen are the most passionate fishermen you have in California. We tax ourselves to try to get better results in the water. And all we've seen is a decline and a decline. Now, we know it's water. We know that the same conditions that have put this as the worst spawn year for salmon also put 2021 as the worst spawning year for striped bass. The striped bass index was below 1. It was at 0.1, which means 1% of 1% actually survives and actually has a spawn that hatches. This is the lowest number since they've kept numbers. And I think a lot of the numbers presented by Fish and Game today have holes in them. And that's because they have not had a consistent program to monitor striped bass. You see population counts are, from this year to this year. Well, what happened in the years in between? Why weren't these numbers kept? This is all part of what we need to do with this slot limit, is keeping better numbers, showing the actual results. We sincerely hope that this will be approved, and the striped bass really need this. Without it, I think striped bass, as well as salmon, could be gone in another 20 years. Thank you.
Thank you.
our next three speakers, Glenn Chadaris, James Stone, and then Roger.
I think Glenn is next.
Yes, Glenn Chadaris.
Good afternoon. My name is Glenn Chadaris. I own the largest wholesale bait business in California. I go as far as Redding up north, down to Salinas. I go down to the Fireball region, Mendota Canal area, and I go up to the foothills as well. I have about a 400-mile radius of stores that I cover. What I can say is, you know, most of these people that are on here talking that are so avid about protecting the striped bass also live in rural communities, and they're avid about protecting their communities. And to protect those communities, we also have to protect the agricultural around it. And somehow we have to figure out how to thrive together. And the difference is we have people getting on here saying that they're water stewards and they're stewards of the water, and they move 90% of the water in the state. What they're not saying is our water's failing everywhere. Right now, I should be doing about $70,000 a week in sales. I'm doing 30. That's not a striped bass thing. That's a striped bass thing. That's a salmon thing. That's a catfish thing. That's a crappie thing. That's a clam thing. That's a crawdad thing. That is a livelihood thing. Now, all these people that get on here with beards and look rough and don't speak well, we all live in these areas where we're just trying to get along, mostly rural. And we come to these meetings time and time again, and it's one side against the other, and it's exhausting. What we need to do is figure out how to put systems in place to actually have real science, not paid for science, real science that gets published so that we can actually use it to see which way we need to go on these things. We're in here blindly trying to figure out how to protect the fish. We don't know the science either, but we have a state that doesn't want to put the money up to figure it out. This isn't a striped bass thing. You know, they keep saying every time something disappears, it's a striped bass. They never say, well, the crappie's killing that one or the catfish is killing that one. It would be like us saying, well, the almond's killing all those native plants. The almond's killing these ways. The almond's setting up all these native things. We're not doing that. We don't point fingers. What we want to do is create a group of people that want to push this state forward, that wants to figure out where there's areas right now where the water's 3 inches deep that used to be 3 feet deep. It seems like predation can occur much easier when the water's shallow and it's hot and fish are stressed and there's a lack of oxygen in the water. You know, the crazy part is fishermen on both sides. We want the plants and we want the fish. And what we really want is our state to just do something, because nothing has been protected in a long time. Nothing's been helped in a long time. And we're basically a forgotten tribe of people in this state. And that's all I have to say. And I firmly believe in some sort of slot limit and some sort of program that pushes our communities and fishing forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
James Stone.
Good afternoon, Commissioner Zavaleta, Commission staff, department staff, and members of the public. Thank you. My name is James Stone. I am the Executive Director of NorCal Guides and Sportsmen's Association and the petitioner in this matter. An update to the commission that we did submit last commission meeting, the updated petition to follow in conjunction and move parallel through the commission process for marine waters on this issue. So because as striped bass is an anadromous species, they are moving inside of the ocean and bay. And during the town hall, we were just, I think that we had a lot of great comments that were from the Monterey Bay all the way up Pacifica through the coast into San Francisco Bay, into the South Bay, San Pablo Bay, the full delta and river systems. It's one of the things that makes striped bass so iconic for the state of California and why CDFW listed as in their top 10 reasons to buy a fishing license in California, because access and opportunity. Striped bass are available 365 days a year, and they're geographically located throughout the whole North State in the ocean, bay, and river systems. This gives multiple different communities access to that fishery. And so that's why angler enthusiasm is so strong. I'd like to start by saying, sorry, getting a lot of feedback. I'd like to start by saying that the reason that NorCal Guides and Sportsmen's Association issued the petition was because of groups, many groups that represent hundreds of thousands of anglers in the state of California got together after 2019 Delta fisheries policy and the revising of the striped bass policy. And as Mark Smith mentioned, it does call for a thriving fishery. And so unfortunately, we know that the state of California is probably not going to do anything about the water. In fact, we're looking that there's going to be even more problems with water moving forward due to drought, climate change, and water management throughout the entire system. Therefore, the anglers that pay for all of our fishing licenses and able to fish for this species, as well as taxed ourselves in the 80s and 90s through the striped bass stamp, we are willing to take that sacrifice again on ourselves to self-manage ourselves in order to protect the species that we see as in a downward spiral decline for the past 20 years. It is completely dissolving. And the problems, as the department has mentioned, is that there was very little science being done. There is no fisheries management plan that was done on striped bass, and very little sea bass surveys, Central Valley Angler Survey, done on striped bass, especially over the past 6 to 7 years. I wanted to comment that the purpose of this petition was because it was an acceptable slot limit throughout the community, reaching out to everyone in the ocean, reaching out to all of the charter boat fleets in the South Bay and San Francisco Bay, reaching out to many communities in the Bay Area, the Delta, and the river system, and in the guide community. And we got together for multiple meetings and came up with the 20 to 30 inch slot limit. The reason behind was because we thought that if we could raise from 18 inches to 20 inches and move that fish in the system and keep them in the system for one additional year of that 2-inch size from 18 to 20 inches, that will help allow some females to reach fecundity, as Mr. Nelson mentioned in his presentation from the department, where they start to spawn at about age 4, 21 inches in size. So that could possibly help the striped bass population, as well as the 30-inch in our slot limit was developed amongst the coalition because we felt that most people already released those fish, which is what the early science and early surveys are showing through CDFW, that there is a small amount of retainment above those fish that are larger than 30 inches. Generally, the table fare is less tasty. The meat gets mushier as those fish age and get into that 15+ year age bracket, and they're in the system a long time. However, they can help produce fecund juveniles in good water situations. If we don't have good water situations in the springtime, then we have terrible striped bass spawning. And in these past 20 years, we have seen a downward spiral of the Year of the Young index. And that's all shown through Dr. David Ostrak's studies. And we look forward to producing that information to you at the January WRC in a PowerPoint presentation based on peer-reviewed science. I do want to make some comments, and I don't want to take too long here, but I do want to make some comments and reiterate what Mark Smith mentioned about the amount of anglers. California's population is estimated at 40 million people currently, and currently there's about 1.25 million anglers that are buying fishing licenses in California, with about 400,000 to 500,000 that are buying 1 to 2 day licenses. We estimate that 400,000 to 500,000 of those anglers fish actively for striped bass. Those numbers are derived based on licensed studies and statistics on an expansion rate according to the 80s and 90s, according to how many striped bass stamps that we used to sell. To show you how many anglers are actually in California, we only represent 4.4% of the population currently. But once again, we're under attack, and our fisheries are under attack, and our cultural lifestyle of what we love to do as families is under attack again. And we are just trying to self-regulate a beginning step in order to maybe protect the spiraling to stop. Put a large Band-Aid on it so that we can start collecting more science. The department can start collecting more science, and then we can start seeing where the population is hurting. And that's going to take time to collect a lot of this data. I do want to mention also that, yes.
I do want you to wrap up soon. It's been long, and I want to make sure that we don't neglect other commenters. So could I ask you to please wrap it up?
Thank you, Commissioner. Yes, I will try to. I do want to mention real quick that the red tide in the San Francisco Bay killed thousands of adult striped bass and almost the entire population at Lake Merritt. We lost a lot due to the red tide algae blooms this year. And I want to also say that there's a lot of comments that are being made about specific studies and science on predation of striped bass that really needs to be looked at, and it needs to be peer-reviewed science. There's no statistical difference between the quasi-extinction of winter run Chinook as compared to zero striped bass in the model. And that's from the Lindley Moore study in 2003. If striped bass disappear, we will see a huge boom of pike minnows. We will see an also huge boom of inland silversides, which are an invasive species which do predate on larvae of smelt. They are the greatest threat besides water to Delta smelt. So if you're looking to really support Delta smelt, if you're really looking to support ESA listed winter run, we need to look at the large stressors that are affecting all of these species in parallel. Thank you for your time.
Two more comments, Emily. One more comment. Okay.
Dr. Mammal?
Good afternoon, commissioners. I participated in the town hall meeting on August 24th. And one of the things that really struck me with the department's presentation was that all the data they used was old, except for the current surveys. One of the things that I wanted to point out at that meeting was if the anglers taking that survey are less than 40 years old, they don't know what our striped bass fishery used to be. I prepared a pass out for the gentleman from the Fish and Wildlife showing the history of the striped bass in our system and our net pen programs and everything else that the Striped Bass Association has tried to do for the striped bass fishery. And hopefully it had some impact. But I did notice, and my feelings were hurt, I took a lot of time putting this together for them, is that they kind of sent it aside and then they wanted to pass it out to people that were participated like they had no desire to look at what I put together. But I want to say that our fisheries are a public trust resource. The biggest predator in the Delta are in Tracy, California. It's a Bureau of Reclamation, Central Valley Project, and the State Water Project that kill millions of stripers, steelhead, and salmon annually. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. That's all of our comments that were in the queue. Thank you. So I just want to take a second to check in with staff about whether you'd like to add anything, because otherwise, okay. I mean, as we know, I appreciate very much all of the comments, the lively debate around a number of issues. It's very complex. And a recommendation is coming in January. So I would just encourage folks to continue to communicate with the department as well as to participate in this forum to get their perspectives on it in the mix. A lot of great comments today. Thank you. No decision that we're going to be making at this point. So this brings us to the end of item 5 on the agenda. It took a little while there, and we do have to. We can make a recommendation to the board. I guess I want to recommend that the commission. So we're going to move some things up towards the commission. Recommend that we support the proposed reg changes for mammal health hunting. So this is just the elk update, not CWD, waterfowl hunting, and then Central Valley sport fishing and Klamath River Basin sport fishing.
Just as a clarification for folks, listening. We're moving inland boat limits to January. We're going to skip it for this meeting just for the sake of time, and we're going to deal with it again.
Yeah, apologies. It's pretty clear that we are not going to get to everything that I have on the agenda today. We've also been going since 1:40. It's been 2 hours. I just want to give everyone a couple of minutes because we could use a couple of minutes. So let's resume at 4. I know that's only 6 minutes, but we'll shoot for that. Okay. Thanks, everyone. See you at 4. All right, terrific. Thank you. Okay, given the time of day, we just had some quick discussions about how to proceed because we're not going to get to everything on the agenda. So we're going to move next to item 6, and then we're going to go to item 9. So 6 is Klamath River Dam and dam removal. Upland game hunting draws is item 9. We'll go to that next. We'll go then to bullfrogs and non-native turtles. And then we'll have to see where we are at that point in terms of time. So I'd like to turn it over to Ari to introduce item 6, Klamath River and tributaries above Iron Gate Dam, post-dam removal.
Okay, so there are 4 dams on the Klamath River scheduled for removal fairly near future. 3 of those dams in California. The department anticipates proposing new sport fishing regulations for the areas above the lowest dam, Iron Gate Dam, and starting the conversation now on those regulations right now. So without further ado, let's go to presentation from Joe Coteau of the department.
See if I can make this work here.
There's Joe. Hi.
Looks good.
Okay, I need to get my notes up here so you guys can see this then.
Yep.
Great. Okay. Let me see if I can do one other thing here. For some reason, my notes are being masked here by the presenters here. Okay, I'll do my best. So, good afternoon, Chair Zavaleta, Commissioners, staff, tribal members, and members of the public. Thanks for giving us inviting us to give a short update on our Upper Klamath sport fishing regulation concept. My name is Joe Coteau, and I'm the Klamath Watershed Program Manager in the department's northern region. I'm also part of the senior dam removal team. I am joined by Coastal Fisheries Program Manager Brett Kormos. Today, we hope to give you a presentation of what we're contemplating and then field any questions. So this is our presentation overview. Real quickly, we'll just give you a project background. We will give you a short overview of the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission process timeline and existing recreational facilities to give you some background on why we're proposing a concept. I'll give you a little overview on the collaboration that we've already started doing and moving forward. I'll have a slide on the proposed regulation timeline just to follow the process, and then I'll go over some considerations for Title 14. So the Klamath Dam Removal Project is founded in it's the Klamath Hydroelectric Settlement Agreement as amended in 2016. Signatories of the agreement include Pacific Corps, the states of Oregon and California, and several tribes, non-governmental organizations, and other critical partners in the basin. Important things to note is the Klamath Dam Removal Project will restore anadromous reaches above current dams in California, including Iron Gate, Copco 1 and 2. Habitat restoration will occur above and directly downstream of the current dams. New and modified sport fishing regulations are needed to accomplish reestablishment objectives for anadromous fish populations. And we're expecting fish passage to occur no later than January 2024. Through this project, we're hoping to have over approximately 400 miles of river and its tributaries become available to anadromous fisheries to repopulate historically available habitat. I wanted to show you the timeline real quick from the Energy Regulatory Commission, the federal entity that has authority over our project. The process for this year started with a draft environmental impact statement released in February of this year, and everything in order to a surrender order, hopefully by the end of this month, and notice to proceed by the end of the year would put us on track. We're encouraged by what we have so far because we had expected a final environmental impact statement by the end of September, and we actually got one on August 26th. So happy to say we're probably actually a little bit ahead of schedule with the process, but overall the note here is to let you know that things will start occurring in Klamath Dam removal January 2023 if we stay on track. Here's my map to best show you where we are. I'm using an existing recreational facilities map to show you what occurs in this reach right now. We are focused primarily on about 19-mile reach of the Klamath River, starting near the state line on the upper right-hand corner. You see the state line takeout. That's actually referring to a water rafting site. It goes for 6 miles downstream to Copco Lake, Copco Reservoir. Then the little Copco #2 powerhouse is actually another small reservoir. Then downstream to Iron Gate Reservoir. The river then proceeds down about 11 miles to Interstate 5 and out to the ocean. The yellow dots are showing 7 existing locations for recreation, the river-based recreation sites for fishing, bird watching, rafting, and other recreation types. The green dots and green triangles represent lake-based recreational access points, including boat launches, campsites, and trail access points. In a post-dam environment, we envision retaining all the fishing access points and at least 3 of the existing lake-based recreation sites. One more important thing to note is the 6-mile section of the Klamath River above Copco to the Oregon border is currently a commission designated wild trout water. Here's my collaboration overview. We requested, let's see, maybe I'll go back. On July 5th of this year, we received a solicitation from the fisheries branch to develop a regulation concept for fisheries. On August 1st, we requested input on a proposed regulation changes from the Resagini, Yurok, Quartz Valley, Hoopa, Shasta, and Klamath tribes. What we sent into the regulation unit on August 31st represents feedback we received in that process. If we are approved to move forward with this concept, we will quickly engage with the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife, our federal partners, NOAA Fisheries and U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and we will continue more collaboration with the affected tribes, similar to what Brett Furness is doing with his bear conservation plan. Additional public outreach is pending approval of this concept and direction from the Wildlife Resources Committee. The proposed regulation timeline displayed here is consistent with past practice of putting a regulation into effect. We're currently in that September-October time period when the Fisheries Management Committee and Executive Review Committee are reviewing our concept, and hopefully we're waiting for them to say go forward. We would then follow the process under the Fish and Game Commission public hearings process. Our intent is to request to go to notice on April 23rd, discussion on June 23rd next year, and adoption on August 2023. We have it all laid out for you already. We would like the new regulation to go in effect January of 2024. A lot of people are asking us what is going to go in the Title 14, and we don't have that detailed and fleshed out yet. Things that we're considering include temporary closures in areas most affected by anticipated dam removal. We'll probably implement some kind of phased reopening based on an adaptive management approach. The proposal will affect the anadromous fish, the general trout, and the wild trout water regulations. And we want to let you know that we've already, as I've stated before, consultation among basin collaborators, especially the tribes, has begun and is ongoing. So that is my quick update. Maybe one more thing I want to say on the last slide before I end is that there's been questions about whether or not this regulation is going to impact commercial and tribal fishing allocations. The intent is not that, it's to simply manage a sport fishery that also supports our restoration goals in the Klamath Basin. So that is all I have for now, and Brett and I are available for questions if anybody has any. Thanks.
Thank you. So great presentation, Joe. This is so exciting. I just have to acknowledge that for a moment. Just after so many decades restoring these enormous portions of major watershed and recovering these enormous parts of the distributions of all of the fisheries. So what an opportunity. My one question would be just to, maybe it's just an amplification of what you already said. This is focusing on the sport regs package. And I'm really interested in how tribal opportunities are going to change and expand as upstream areas become available again for net fisheries. So maybe that's not a question, but I'm not sure if you're prepared to answer that, but it is something that I'd like to make sure that we're paying attention to over the coming year of change. As we
to your point, what we're doing right now is we put together a core team that I failed to mention. We actually have a core team of subject matter experts that have worked on wild trout waters, anadromous fisheries, and sport fisheries, and we're trying to flesh out some options in a concept. At that point, we would start engaging all those collaborators we talked about, especially the tribes and the state of Oregon, for sure.
That's great. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, I wish I'd done it earlier, but okay. Well, first, let me just make sure that staff don't have questions or comments. And if you do, okay. So we want to go to public comment on this, and I wish I had done this earlier today. I want to just go ahead and try to use the time limit to make sure that we give everyone time to speak and get the other items. So let's see show of hands, and if someone in the room would like to speak, we'll start with that person.
Yeah, I'll just keep it really quick. And you may have already done this, but in like 2010 to 2012, when the Interior was very engaged in the dam removal process, there were a series of independent peer reviews commissioned about the potential effect of dam removal on the various fisheries. And I hope you can refer to those, because I think that there's a lot of uncertainty about, for example, competition with red band or things like disease or what have you. There's a lot of hope for how the system will turn out, but I think that you're going to be designing a set of regulations in a very dynamic environment, and so hopefully you can take that into account.
Right. We have Joe, do you want to respond to that? I'm sorry.
I didn't know if I was supposed to or not, but I would just want to say we are developing a post-dam monitoring plan for fisheries and restoration. We'll also have a hatchery in place for at least 8 years. And so we think through our collaborative post-dam monitoring plan and collaboration with our basin partners, we will be able to react quickly to what is going to, some unknowns. We were told to expect the unexpected, so we're planning our best to deal with that.
Okay, and I see that we have a couple of hands raised. I'd like to give a final opportunity for anyone who'd like to raise their hand, and then we're going to close the queue, and I'm going to ask that we keep comments to under 2 minutes. I don't think we have a time to set up, but I will keep track. Okay, I'm going to call the first.
James Stone, you will be speaking, and then Taylor Franklin.
Thank you very much. Commissioners, that was Atlanta Fish and Game and department staff, commission staff. James Stone, Executive Director of NorCal Guides and Sportsmen's Association. I wanted to ask, there was a speaker right before Joe just talked, and there was no announcement of who that was in person, and no one online knew. Could we ask who that was?
Yeah, hi, James. It was Paul Weiland, and I was just speaking in my individual capacity. Although I do work for Siskiyou County on the dam removal, but I'm not here in that role today.
Thank you. I thought it was you, Paul. I just wasn't sure. Thank you very much for that. On behalf of this item, Klamath River, Joe, thank you very much for the presentation. As far as all of our membership and anglers that we represent in the Klamath Basin, they just want to thank the department for access and opportunity and to engage far in advance through this process so that we can make sure that we can make any recommendations of what we're seeing on the water real time and make sure that we have better fisheries for all in the future. So thank you very much and look forward to working with you and Brett.
Thank you.
Taylor Franklin.
Hello. Just a quick question. So before, during, and after the removal of this dam, is there any impact that it's going to have on the fishery as shutting down opportunities to fish?
Okay, thank you for that question. I'm not sure whether Joe just stepped away for a moment because he would be the person to answer that question. So hang in there for a moment to see if Joe comes back, and otherwise we can put you in touch with him so that you can follow up on that.
Commissioner Zavaleta, this is Brett Cormos, Coastal Fisheries Program Manager in charge of the Klamath and Trinity Rivers below the dams at this point. I can answer that question to some extent if you wish.
Yes, please. Thank you, Brett.
Absolutely. I mean, the short answer is that it remains to be seen, but as Joe pointed out, the focus of this regulation that we're discussing now is for waters that currently exist above the dams on the Klamath River. So if the question's specific to fishing opportunity downstream of the dams, that would be covered through a separate regulatory process. And it's not specific to this regulation concept change proposal. So that's the short answer.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That we are through the public comments on item 6. So is there, I'm sorry, I don't remember if there's action we need to take today. No, okay. Informational. Wonderful.
We'll come back in January for another conversation and potential recommendation from you.
Okay. Great. So with that, we're going to jump ahead and we're going to move to item 9, which is upland game hunting draws, which we want to keep moving forward today. And I'm going to turn it over to Ari to present the background on that.
Okay, so the department uses 2 systems for hunting draws. Special hunt system. They were electronic system called S for short. Currently, well, this regulation is a proposal to add all of the special hunts or the hunt that use the special hunt system to the electronic ALDS system that will provide a number of advantages. And to tell us about that, we have Dan Scalos with the department.
All right, good afternoon, members of the commission. Ari, nice to see everybody. I'm going to go ahead and try to share here. All right, is that up?
Still seeing you. Oh.
No, we don't see it yet.
Not yet.
One sec.
Okay.
All right, how's that?
Great. I can see your slide sorter view, so it's not super big. There we go.
All right. Sorry. Honestly, this is the first time I've actually used Zoom for a presentation for Teams. All right. All right. So as already mentioned, I'm Dan Scalis. I'm the Upland Game Unit Supervisor in the Wildlife Branch. I actually teased this regulations change a year ago at that September 21 WRC meeting. So what we have is our unit offers a number of special hunting opportunities. And historically, we administered those hunt opportunities through what's called the special hunts system. When ALDS was implemented, the automated license data system, we moved what we could over to that system. However, there was a number of hunts that were unsupported in terms of the ALDS regulations and didn't allow us to administer those hunts through ALDS. So the special hunt system really it's just antiquated. It's an old unsupported web-based IT application, and it's just good enough to get the job done. And if you think about it, if we really wanted to help in terms of access, we would have all these in one house. So if I had to give you.
Oh, no. Dan, we've lost your audio. Let's turn them on real quick here. Or check your internet. Okay, we'll just keep going. So.
We lost his audio too.
We're hearing ourselves enough.
Dan, can you hear us?
Dan, we can't hear you if you can hear us. We need to pause. We're having yet another tech blackout.
Dan, can you hear us?
Chatting. Nobody allowed to share his presentation, so it's from.
There he is. Dan, are you back?
Is the light is on there. So
The light is on. Maybe they can hear us. It's I'm sorry, Dan's couch. Dan's couch.
Dan is not, so Dan's not speaking and I can hear you.
Others hear Dan? I wonder if others can hear Dan. Possibly do themselves.
All right, can anybody hear me?
They couldn't hear you. They could hear him.
We can hear you online now, Dan.
There we go. We're back.
Okay. Tell me who it is, what you know about. Hear us in Arcadia?
I can hear you.
Great. Dan, hi. We lost you. We lost you a couple of slides ago, Dan.
Our apologies. We've had connectivity issues here in this room.
Oh, gotcha. So sounds like this might be in the room, not online.
It was both. We lost you online too, Dan, but your slides were showing. We just couldn't hear you anymore.
So you can try to pick the presentation back up, Dan, but it's maybe a slide or two back from where you are. Yeah, what Larry said.
All right, Ari, I have no audio either, so I can't hear anything that anyone is saying. Do you want me to still continue? I'm just reading the transcript.
Let me try to get in touch with him to tell him to just read it.
Maybe I can put
Well, but he can't hear us. He can't hear us. Someone needs to type to him.
Is it okay for him to continue? Scott is going to contact him.
Okay, let's give him a moment.
Maybe use the chat to communicate with them.
Yeah, I think they're texting each other.
Melissa, just confirming that you can still hear us, right?
I hear you. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I think Scott's trying to get hold of him. I just hit
How's it going, Scott?
hit him up on Teams, so we're trying to get that resolved.
Okay.
Yeah, we've had, I'm sure.
Okay, I don't want to start yelling at the screen like that is correct. I can't hear a single person.
Dan, we can hear you now.
Can you hear us?
He can't hear us.
He can't hear us still. Can someone chat?
Okay, folks, I've gotten in touch with Dan. For some reason, he can't hear you, but I told him to just read the rest of his presentation if that's okay.
Perfect. Thank you.
All right, everybody.
Is he able to put
Sorry
this?
about that. The technical difficulties continue.
Maybe you just put it up. I saw him mute himself.
Yeah, I just spoke with him. I told him to just go ahead and read it.
Everybody, sorry about this. I have no audio on my side either, but apparently everybody can hear me and you can see the slides. So anyways, to get back into this, traditional apprentice or recruitment group would have been your 12-year-old hunter that comes up through a family and has got familial support for hunting. And so recruitment and retention of those folks has been relatively straightforward. However, in the last 10 years, we'd have a very large in number demographic up here, which is 20 to 30-year-olds who really want to be within that recruitment group. However, they have no sort of familial support for that. And often, we lose them on the retention side. So they just don't stick around very long. They're interested in hunting. They just don't make it to that retention aspect. So our apprentice hunter definition, if we were to change that, would be anybody who has been new to hunting, just got a hunter education certificate within the last 4 to 5 years. That would cover that sort of traditional junior hunter that's only 12 years old, but it also covers this group now, this 20 to 30-year-old group. And we don't know how this is going to change over the next 10 years as well. So we could be looking at a different demographic here soon. Let's see. All right, and so my last slide here, so let's just weigh the pros and cons of moving this over. I think the pros are pretty obvious. The one-stop shop. If we could get all of these hunts over into into the ALDS system, we could close out special hunts at the end of the day. Increased public exposure is a big deal. So we know from moving the turkey hunts over from special hunts to ALDS that the application rate increased exponentially. So we want to see that. We want to make sure everybody is exposed to these hunts and can apply to them where necessary. And then there comes the R3 sort of customer tracking component of this. The special hunt system has no tracking component. It's just a front, really like a front piece here, and you just apply for the hunt. And really there's no data retention. However, ALDS has significant data retention. And we could tell, say, after 5 years, whether an individual might have been impacted by these additional special hunt opportunities. And then, of course, we know that the ALDS system is going to be what we support moving forward. And so the ability to sort of gain system flexibility is there, whereas the special hunt system just isn't supported. And so there's not much we can do with that. The cons, of course, we have a minimum cost recovery of about $2.42 per ALDS regulation. That's as low as we can make it. We have a change in staff duties from our unit over to ALDS. From what I've been told, that isn't going to be a significant issue. And then we'll need some updates to the ALDS functionality. And so that's going to be a computer program. We don't exactly know what that cost would look like, but we can't put that into motion until these regulations are passed. So essentially, once these regulations are passed and these hunts are supported, then we can go out and if we have to look for money or get a computer contract or computer programming contract out there to develop the functionality. So in closing, these regulations, I think we're looking to go into effect roughly around August of 2023. However, we are not in a hurry to get these passed. We're really just looking to get into a situation where there's a light at the end of the tunnel, because it's been a lot of years since we've been thinking about this. And finally, we're in process getting this done. And with that, I'll try to take questions where I can.
Thank you. That's right. Oh, Dan can't hear us, so I'm going to suggest that if anyone has questions, they go into the chat. If anyone has questions, informational questions for Dan. Oh, we have to put them in. Okay. All right. So any questions for Dan you can convey verbally, and then we'll have to type them in to the chat. I want to thank him for his presentation. So at this point, again, we're just gathering information. This is not a decision item, but we do want to provide the opportunity to discuss. And I see that we don't have speakers in the room. I see that there is a hand raised on Zoom. We give an opportunity for a moment for anyone else who'd like to speak on this item to raise their hand. And otherwise, it looks like maybe we only have one speaker. Yeah, is that right? Two now. Okay. Okay, let's close the Q&A again because in the interest of time, I'm going to ask you to please limit your comments to about 2 minutes. First, I see it, Chris.
We have Chris, followed by Jerry Clemens.
Hi there. I guess I just have a general question on, it seems like the Department of Fish and Wildlife only focuses on hunting permits. Is there anything that's incorporated in the department that shows information where we should limit hunting instead of always allowing it? And, I heard a comment way earlier about allowing hunting, sort of a win-win for everyone. But I'm just wondering, yeah.
Item, I need to ask you to please focus your comments on this particular item, which is on the Upland game. Item 9.
Sure, it's just a general question on why gaming is just so focused only on hunting and like killing animals. Like, can gaming also include protection?
Yeah, I think we understand the question. Thanks. Thank you. I'll go ahead and turn it over to the next speaker, please. And we need to close the queue.
Jerry Clemens.
Hi, I saw the picture of the pheasant. I grew up with pheasant. And I know out here in California, people bring pheasant onto their properties, anyway, in San Luis Obispo County. And then they offer hunts of pheasant. I'm still gonna get back to this, about the special hunts. I don't know, I'm like the other person. Can't we start thinking outside of the box? I mean, seriously, can't we do something, for the general public that doesn't want to hunt, to go out and have somebody, with them in, different areas?
Yeah, Jerry, thank you. And I appreciate your comment that you made earlier about this. I think I need to keep bringing us back to this particular item, but I'll just say that the department has a variety of programs like that. And so maybe you can reach out to the department directly to find out more about them. For California
I just brought it up because I thought, can't we integrate this into that type of same program is the point I'm just trying to make. Anyway, that's my okay, thank you.
The queue is closed. Will you join right after?
I think the queue closed, but we have 2 more commenters. No one's actually commented on this item yet, so I'm inclined to allow like a minute of comments each of them. This is our chance to hear from y'all.
2 more quick comments. Taylor Franklin and then Mike Costello.
Thank you again for letting me comment here. One part of it I want to touch on is the aspect of the apprentice hunts. As a father, I definitely agree with kind of stretching those apprentice hunts out for not just young children. Because as somebody who has a 14-year-old who is really interested in hunting, and my oldest son is just turning 18 and he's just kind of on the line of wanting to start to hunt himself. So it would be nice to be able to have, him being a brand new hunter get into, an apprentice hunt. And I think in the long run, I think we would see a lot more retention rate in hunters in the long run if, they got out there brand new and they were allowed to hop onto some of these, more secluded apprentice hunts. But that's all I have to say, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mark Costello.
Yeah, hey there, thank you. On this topic, apprentice hunters, I definitely would like to see, I think we'd all benefit if the definition was expanded. Maybe it's, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, whatever it is, in terms of having first become licensed in the state. I did have a license when I was 12 years old, walked in the wood once with a gun, and that was it. And then I got my second hunting license when I was 47. And so, I would still say I'm an apprentice. Haven't really done much upland game hunting. It is interesting to me, just haven't been able to carve out the time. And I think having some draw hunt opportunities for the apprentice hunter to get out and have some success in upland game, pheasant, turkey, heck, even a lot of people are asking about rabbits these days. I think that'd be a great feature, and it would help draw more people in, keep them in the game, keep them out in the field, and keep them involved. So I like the idea that you're pursuing here. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. All right. That brings public comments to a close on this item. Thank you. And I think that, again, this is not a decision item. So without further ado, we're going to move on to the next agenda item, which is going to be item 10, bullfrogs and non-native turtles. I know that this has been a long time coming, so I just want to say that in the interest of time, I'm going to have to sort of limit comments today in terms of time, but we do want to hear from folks. I want to make sure that we at least take the time to kick off this topic, even though we're almost at the end of the day. Turning it over to RA so that we can try to fit this one in.
Okay, so I'm going to try and be as brief as I can, but the past few times that this has come to the WRC, as well as today's, all stem from the stakeholder engagement process that took the past years. If you want more information on that, you can get that in meeting materials about the background on that group or those groups and how they were formed and processes that they used. Since the last meeting, staff has held another meeting with the participants of those stakeholder processes. It was pretty good. We got good comments from the group and some feedback going forward. In the previous two WRC meetings, staff has provided 2 documents to WRC. First were the preliminary results from the stakeholder work, and the second was the staff analysis of that work. Those are again available in the meeting materials that you can take a look at. Those items are in draft form still, and we're still taking comments, suggestions on those. So you can take a look and feel free to comment on them. Today, we're providing to WRC draft options and recommendations based on those that past work. That was posted to the website this morning, so you can go and download it on our meetings page. There's a link under today's meeting, something like supplemental meeting materials. You can go and download the draft copy of those recommendations and options. So do take a look at that. The document outlines 34 strategies that the 3 groups came up with themselves. It's quite a bit, so we're pretty happy with the breadth of ideas and strategies that they came up with to deal with these thorny problems. Just to dive into the document just a little bit, it includes a listing of the effectiveness and the controversy. Those items for each strategy, those were derived from the analysis document. And if you want to see how those were arrived at, you can take a look at that other document in the past. It explains how they were arrived at. It also adds a new column called key actors, which are the main players whether it be the department, the legislature, federal partners, public, different localities, or private landowners. It provides recommendations for the strategies and provides that on a 1 to 5 scale. Staff wanted to get a little more subtle and have a little more nuance in these recommendations than we do usually, rather than just a yes, we think this is a good idea, or no, we don't think it's a good idea. They're a little more subtle than that and require some explanation. So we devised a 1 to 5 scale, and so far, at least the stakeholders seem pretty happy with that. It seemed like that is a pretty good way to couch our recommendations. But we invite feedback on that idea and that scale. The strategies are presented in 2 different ways. First, they're presented individually. So considering each strategy by itself, independent of any of the other strategies, what would the recommendation be and why for going forward? And then it includes something we're calling strategy bundles, which are strategies that naturally fit together, that would tend to reinforce one another, or that are necessary to implement together or dependent on each other. And those are in 4 different categories: the live markets, the jumping contests, ecological strategies, and pets. And so there are recommendations both for individual strategies and the bundles as well. Sometimes those differ depending on how they're bundled. I want to emphasize again that this document, as well as the other 2 documents, are still in draft form, all of the documents, and we're still taking comments on them, and still interested in your concerns and questions and comments and anything you might have about them to go forward. And I'm going to cut it a little bit short because I know we're running low on time, but I just wanted to invite folks to take a look at those. It's pretty extensive, so it's going to take some time to go through. So feel free to look at that and peruse it, and we'll have a more in-depth, robust discussion about it at WRC.
Thank you, Ari. I just want to thank Ari for all of your hard work on this. This has been an enormous process, and you've put, I know, a lot of time and energy both into engaging with the stakeholders and in developing the materials and now the recommendations. So with our limited time, I do want to make sure that if we have members of the public who would like to comment on this item at this point, we give you a chance to speak, and then I've just got a couple of questions and comments that I want to hold them. So let's see, any hands? Okay, and I'm going to just wait a moment so that we have a chance for other folks to raise hands before we close the queue. And Melissa, can you?
Yeah, so Chris, give us just a moment.
Okay. And as with before, I'm going to ask you to limit your comments to about 2 minutes, and on this bullfrog and non-native turtle item specifically. Okay.
We just have Chris and Sharon. So Chris, if you want to go ahead and start.
Great. Go ahead, Chris.
Oh, yeah. So I'm not allowed to talk about just in general about hunting.
No, this is for bullfrogs and non-native turtles. General comments were during the beginning of the meeting.
Okay, sure. I mean, definitely. We happen to have also, I guess you call non-native turtles, but I just feel like the whole concept about calling animals native or non-native is kind of silly. If they're living here, surviving, being alive, they all live here. This is native to every species of living being who live here. So it shouldn't be used as an excuse to kill them or hunt them. And the general concept about whether you start early hunting or later in your life hunting, the concept should be to protect them and not to encourage kids to start hunting animals, whether they're native or not. And practice empathy for animals instead of callousness to killing non-native or native animals. Thank you.
Thank you. Carrie?
Go ahead, Carrie.
Carrie, can you unmute yourself?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, I'm Save the Frogs founder, Dr. Carrie Krieger. I'll first reply to that last comment we heard. Native versus non-native is a scientific definition. And while it may sound bad to kill native animals occasionally, if you don't, sorry, to kill non-native, there are certain non-natives, if they're not taken care of, they're going to kill more natives. So one does have to control non-native species. Moving on to bullfrogs, I just want everybody out there to know that already in the code 14236, California code 14236, it says if a lot of aquatic plants and animals is found to be disease parasitized or contain species not authorized in the importation permit, then it must be destroyed. That's a must. So you already have a lot that can be done to control the bullfrog problem. And if you're not going to enforce that, you shouldn't issue the permits. Thank you very much.
Why wouldn't you apply that to humans? Why did we kill off the native humans?
I'm taking 2 comments from one person at this point. Okay. No further comments. Well, a couple of things I just want to sort of insert in the conversation here, because I think it's important that we, so we've had this long-standing stakeholder engagement process around this topic, but there hasn't been a lot of opportunity for other public to weigh in, particularly on the product, which just literally we're ready this morning. We were just dropped. So first of all, just in terms of timeline, I just want to reassure folks that, you know, yes, this is an important issue, but also we don't want to rush it. A couple of things. We need until the January WRC, certainly, for everyone to be able to review the recommendations and discuss their implications, including with the department. And, you know, if we really had ample input and discussion, we can talk about in May taking things forward to taking recommendations forward to the commission, that kind of timeline, so that we can hear from broader public, so that we can model good stakeholder engagement on this, because it does have complex cultural dimensions. It could conceivably affect a wide range of parties. And I also want to underscore that we really would like a dialogue with the department about this, because the department is going to be so deeply involved in, you know, most of the recommendations here for potential rule changes would require the department to be involved. So I just want to acknowledge that you can't just do them. You need additional resources at the department to be able to implement effectively. Because I think that's the goal. If we're gonna pass regs, we want to make sure that you're in a position to be able to. So both of those processes need to, they require a little bit more time. I have a couple of questions that I don't want to solicit answers to today, because not very many people here are here on this issue, but I want them to make it the meeting notes. One is questions about whether bullfrogs are self-sustaining in California, where they are established, or over what portion of California they do rely on propagal inputs to sustain populations. I feel like that is a foundational piece that, to the best of our ability, we need to understand before we take action. And I have a similar question about chytrid. I realize there are other diseases that we should be concerned about that aren't here yet, but that is a big one. And then question about the extent to which we want to be considering, either now or at some point in the future, other species of non-native frogs besides bullfrogs and non-native amphibians that aren't so widespread, that have greater potential to establish spread because they haven't yet. So I just want to put those questions out there for the public, for the department. I know that there aren't necessarily good answers to all of them, but I think, you know, when we talk about new regs that are going to impact some of our stakeholders, we need to understand some of those foundational questions first. And I want to appreciate, again, all of the work that's gone into this. It has been a long process, but I think we are moving forward with it, and I'm excited that we have recommendations and that we can sort of start to really chew on them.
Yeah, and I think the only thing I'd like to add is a huge thank you to the folks who the faith-free groups that to bud up to these concepts, to these strategies and ideas. You know, that's been a long haul. They brought on to the concept at the beginning with just a handful of meetings at most. Ended up being a couple of years and much more than a handful of meetings, and some really, you know, great dialogue that has taken place among those various participants, and not only within their three work groups, but also collectively. So it's a huge thank you to all of those folks. It's their work that has helped us get where we are.
No, I think that's great. I'm just hoping for a really good discussion and for some comments over the next few months and good discussion.
Okay, so we are at 10 minutes to 5. I just want to have a quick check-in. Maybe we'll take it's kind of a weird time to take a break, but let's take like a 2-minute break to check in about, do we want to try to squeeze in one more item? Do we need to stop?
Yeah.
We're going to lose the room at some point soon here. Okay. What are your thoughts, Melissa?
Punch out one more.
Okay. All right. So we have number 8 next. We will take this agenda item, and then looks like we're not going to get to 11 today, but we will sort of jump ahead to item 12 for a few minutes before we close out the day. So item 8, wildlife rehabilitation. Again, I'm going to turn it over to you, Ari, to introduce.
Okay, so real brief, the department currently permits about 85 wildlife rehabilitation facilities under permits issued by the department. And today the department is going to present a proposed regulation change to update the regulation to modern standards in a whole bunch of different ways, which I'm not going to go into. I'm going to let our presenter do that. We're going to hear from Heather Perry, Wildlife Rehabilitation Program Coordinator from the department.
Hi, Ari. Thank you. Just trying to get my slide. Everybody see? Okay.
We can hear you. We can't see your slide quite yet.
I go on the wrong one. Escape and see if I share the wrong screen.
Right now your camera looks like, oh, there we go. Okay.
Coming up. And Heather, are you on VPN?
No, I'm not.
All right. Thank you. Yeah, try and if you can't speak directly into your microphone, you're wavering a little bit.
Your audio.
Okay, can you guys hear me okay now?
Now it's great.
Okay, there we go. Right. I'm never sure which one I need to have open or turned on. So apparently my laptop requires to be open while I'm doing this. So, okay. All right. Hi, everyone. Thank you for letting me come today and speak to you all about changes to Title 14 Code of Regulations, Section 679, the possession of wildlife and wildlife rehabilitation. My name is Heather Perry. I'm the Wildlife Rehabilitation Program Coordinator with the Wildlife Health Lab and Wildlife Branch. And as someone else mentioned earlier, they were new to their particular program. I started in this position in November. And so I'm going to do my best to answer questions as they come up. So this is just briefly some of the changes we would like to see in our 679 regulations. Each year, the permitted wildlife rehabbers in the state of California rehabilitate over about 100,000 animals, with the majority being birds and mammals. This effort is undertaken by the various permitted rehab facilities, satellites, and volunteers. There are currently 84 permitted facilities that fall into one of 3 types of rehabilitation facilities. That is a main facility, which I often refer to as brick and mortar. They have staff and volunteers on site, and approximately 90% or more of the rehabilitation occurs at that facility. The second type is one-person home care sites. This is a very small operation generally. It's at a private residence, usually a single individual, and all rehabilitation occurs at that location. The third and last type is a volunteer group with home care site. This is generally also a private residence. They utilize a larger group of volunteers for care and feeding of wildlife, and all the rehabilitation occurs at that location. The primary facilities may utilize another type of what we call a sub-permit or a satellite facility to conduct wildlife rehabilitation activities under their permit. And a satellite is often referred to as a home rehabber, and they do rehabbing actually at their home, away from usually that brick and mortar type facility. There are more than 300 satellite facilities in California currently under these 84 primary permitted facilities. A change in regulations would ensure minimum standards of care compliance with the Wildlife Rehabilitation Permit and MOU, which is a Memorandum of Understanding. Appropriate support of satellite facility operations is especially challenging because they're not permitted directly with the department. Since they work more in like a sub-permittee type situation, they go into an agreement with the permitted facility, and therefore they're not subject to inspections by the department in order to verify wildlife care standards are being met. Are you guys seeing my slides change?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. They're not showing up on my screen, so I'm not sure where things are happening. All right. Sorry for that. So a couple of areas where we really want to focus on updating the 679 regulations is in wildlife care and well, various aspects of the wildlife rehabilitation in California. So I'm going to kind of go into a little bit of background here. So currently under CCR section 679, the department lacks established criteria for wildlife rehabilitation. This leads to various approaches and standards of care and techniques utilized by permitted facilities. We did a thorough review of regulations for wildlife rehabilitations throughout the United States. And this indicated that many states have extensive criteria for individuals to participate in wildlife rehabilitation. This criteria included minimum number of hours for experience required to handle various groups of wildlife. For example, class 1 type carnivores, which include things like bears, mountain lions, coyotes, bobcats, etc. Examinations with minimum passing grade to require a rehab permit. Most of the time that passing grade is a minimum of 80%. And in many states, they provided training that was specific to wildlife rehabilitation. So how to handle animals, how to use drugs properly, immobilization and handling classes. Our potential future rulemaking has, we need some updates in the following areas. For example, the minimum care standards. The current standards that are cited in our 679 regulations were published in 2000. The latest version was published in 2021. And in this new version, this updated publication, techniques, standards of care, dietary enrichment, approved euthanasia techniques, enclosure requirements, and a variety of other rehab-related information is outdated. And the new current version would bring us up into a more modern, standardized approach in wildlife rehabilitation. The permit and memorandum of understanding conditions. With each of our permits, a memorandum of understanding accompanies a permit, and it outlines additional rehab requirements. The MOU stipulations should be codified into our 679 regulations. The MOU addresses many items not covered in the current 679 regulations, or it provides more detailed explanation of the department's requirement for wildlife rehabilitation permits. Having one set of regulations without having an accompanying document would really help our rehabbers be able to follow exactly how we would like for permits and regulations and the standards of care to kind of all operate as one succinct unit. Additionally, we have now began the process of having online processing of our permits through ALDS. We have currently entered all of our current permitted facilities. We're in the process of entering the satellites. So that way, whenever a permit needs to be renewed, they can just apply online and be a much more streamlined, quick process to get them re-permitted. One area of concern and need is how we would deal with permit revocation and denials. There needs to be standards outlined, defined for this process to be more time efficient. Additionally, other states have outlined for revocation and denial standards. If an individual has criminal convictions in domestic abuse, animal cruelty, and/or weapons violations, these are grounds to revoke or deny permits. Lastly, required reporting of disease mortality events to the department would be a better way to understand the spread of zoonotic diseases throughout California. So lastly, establishing more robust requirements, care standards, and improved rehabilitation techniques that are current with both the national and international wildlife rehabilitation societies will ensure that wildlife rehabbers in the state of California are fully supported and better equipped to provide the best rehabilitation and care of native wildlife in need. Thank you. Appreciate you guys letting me get squeezed in before the end of the day.
Thank you. Before we get a comment, I did want to ask, and I apologize, I think you maybe covered this a little bit. I just want to ask what the status is right now of outreach to current permit holders, current wildlife rehabilitators, about the potential rulemaking and about sort of their responses to it.
So we have talked generally about this to the rehab groups in general. They support us moving forward with being more, I guess, having our standards be the current minimum standards. Most of our rehab facilities are already utilizing the 2021 standards as their minimum. So they would like for us to have the exact same requirements that they require of their facility staff and satellites. And I think it would be much more helpful for them to have one set that is agreed upon between us and anybody who has a U.S. Fish and Wildlife permit, especially those that falls under individuals who are using or who need to rehab migratory birds. We need to agree on the same minimum standards. And so that is another thing where, you know, the feds and us don't necessarily share the exact same standards because they're citing a different one from us.
Okay, thank you.
Does that answer your question?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I guess because there's that sort of multi-layered set of different kinds of permit holders, I guess I still have a lingering question about whether all of those different categories. I realize the satellite folks are sub-permittees of people who hold primary permits, but that whole suite of home-based as well as facility-based currently permitted rehabilitators, you've reached out to them.
We have talked to them in so every year we have a meeting with them. It's with the California Council on Wildlife Rehabilitation, and this has been discussed with them that we would be interested in working through these changes. I'm going to be presenting this information to them in November.
Super. Okay, thank you. Yeah, that totally answers my question. I mean, that's it's just from an input perspective, but also like as a practical sort of check on everything.
Sure. Yes, I understand.
That's great. Okay, thank you. Unless staff have anything to add. Okay, let's open it up for other questions and public comment from participants who are still with us. There are none in the room, so we're looking for hands on Zoom. Okay, let's go ahead and start with, so we've got a couple hands up. Okay, terrific.
Okay, Jennifer Fearing, followed by Jerry Clemens.
Hi, good afternoon / evening. This is Jennifer Fearing. Thanks for all the good conversation today. Commissioner Zavaleta, I actually had the same question that you did as one of my 2 questions about the stakeholder process, and I'm glad to hear that Heather will be engaging with CWCR at their November meeting. And I hope there'll be maybe some extra effort to reach out and partner with some of the organizations that, perhaps even some of those that they think are exceeding the standards. But there's a lot of details here, and I think there will be some of these that would be obvious changes that all the good practitioners would support, but there could be some details, in what looks like a pretty big proposal. So it would be important to make sure not everyone goes to CWCR. So I'd be happy to and I particularly like to see the organizations I work closely with, including Project Wildlife, engaged to be helpful. And I guess my second question is about resources. I know, Heather, you're relatively new. The department went for quite a while without someone, and poor Vicki Monroe was doing this on top of her other duties. And this looks like it could be quite an expansion if it went through. And I just wanted to flag that this is a department priority, which I'm glad to see that it is, that there might be a 2023, fiscal year BCP from the administration to make sure that you aren't trying to do this all by yourself, Heather, and that the department, both this process of pursuing these regulation change and then actually being able to live up to the promise and expectation of them to provide, sufficient support and oversight on the backside. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, now it looks like we have 2 more commenters since we've reached the end of the first comment. Let's close the queue. And I'm still kind of keeping an eye on time. So if you can please comment within about 2 minutes, that's terrific. Who's our next?
Okay, Jerry Clemens.
Great, thank you.
Hi, I'm in San Luis Obispo, and we have Pacific Wildlife Rehab Center here, and they do a phenomenal job. But I was reading what Heather had written. I'm kind of confused. It said something about future rulemaking, and then underneath it, it said prohibition on pickup of disabled wildlife in oil or toxic spill areas. Are you saying that that is what you want to see newly implemented, or in not accepting animals in those certain situations, or you are wanting to see changes to where they're able to now pick up wildlife from oil and toxic spill areas? Because I thought, weren't you guys doing that already? I mean, that's why I'm confused.
So we work with a group called the Oil Wildlife Care Network, and several of our permitted facilities have gone through the training to do oil wildlife care rehabilitation. And so the prohibition on picking up disabled wildlife in an oil spill or some other major catastrophe has to do with the safety of the animal, the safety of the person. And so if a rehab facility is going out and assisting with that, they need to have the proper training to make sure that they can process those animals properly. So it's not necessarily like a full out prohibition. We don't allow people to enter a department designated oil or toxic spill for the purpose of picking up disabled wildlife or transport. And so it's basically they have to have authorization from the department to be able to enter into those. And by having authorization, it is that they've been trained, et cetera, through the Oil Care Network group to be able to do that and provide that service to those animals that are in that type of situation. We're just not going to allow any rehab to go in and do it just because of the safety issues.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Because I knew people like that. They have to have that type of training. That's why I was finding this I was just finding it confusing, because I know you can't just let anybody in off the street to go into those situations to just grab the wildlife. Okay. Thanks a lot for clarifying.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks.
Thank you. Maybe one more speaker.
Taylor Franklin is our.
Great.
Hello again, everybody. So
Thanks
I just had one quick maybe suggestion or thought to this. Originally, when I grew up, I was in the middle of nowhere, way out in the middle of Michigan. One thing we did have with our Department of Fish and Game, which would be in DNR up there, is there would be certain designated people that were in, say, more remote areas who could sign up and go through the training and actually become almost like a resource officer for rehabilitating animals. I'm not sure if you guys have anything like that out here, and if you don't, it's something I would definitely want to look into, and it's something that I would like to see, especially being in Southern California. See a lot of birds of prey down here that either get injured by cars or other things along that nature, and it is really difficult, especially in this area, to find somewhere that will take these animals in. So I don't know if that's something you guys are implementing already, but it's just a suggestion from my end.
Thank you. One of the problems we do have in California is we have what I call hotspots of wildlife rehabilitation. So if you look at the map I presented earlier, we have a hotspot that's around San Francisco, Sacramento area, and then we have a lot of rehabbers around the LA, kind of the coastal area. When you get into the Northern California or kind of in the desert area, we have it's very depauperate for wildlife rehabilitation. And so one of the things I do work on is trying to recruit new permitted facilities in those areas, and or try to provide support to the ones who are in that area by, we have grants that they can apply for. So if they're struggling with funding, there's an opportunity for funding there to help stabilize them or provide money for supplies, etc. And in some places where we do have, like I said, we have all these satellites, and in some places where we have a lot of satellites associated with a facility, one of the things we've talked about is potentially having them break up into smaller groups. And therefore they can kind of be a little bit more known in the location they are, because in some places they do kind of span a fairly large geographic area, and the permitted facility might actually be further away from an individual who has an animal that's injured than, say, maybe one of their satellites. And so, and if someone sees it on our website that there's a facility like in San Francisco to take the animal they're looking for, but there's somebody much closer to them because they're a satellite, they might not actually realize that whenever they're looking for a place to bring an animal. So we have several ways that we can kind of address the geographical issue, whether that be on our website or encouraging other people to apply for permits. One of the things about having people who we really don't have a good handle over have animals is that we can't really assess that proper care. And then we end up with folks who kind of start rehabbing on their own. And then that becomes another problem for us as well, because we end up with animals that get habituated or they're not fed the proper diet. So they end up with physical problems from that. They can have some bone problems and issues like that. So we want to make sure with these permits that we have good working relationships with our permitted facilities, and everyone's following the same kind of standard of care, which is why we're interested in having the updated standards of care in these new regulations. Did I answer your question sufficiently about why we kind of don't have people in some areas? And
yeah, that makes sense
Okay.
from my end. And then, like I said, maybe it's a little bit of a lack of knowledge too on seeing some of those like satellite groups of people. But it was just something off the top of my head that I know back where I'm originally from. It's something that's very, very common because the state is so sparse with people.
Right.
So, all right. Well,
Right,
I
thank-
really appreciate you. Thank you.
Right. Okay, so it was closed. There's no further comments on that one. That's all that we need to. We thank you again very much for the presentation. A lot of great information on a lot of work going into this.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Heather. And so it's 5:15. We're going to get kicked out of the room in just a bit here. So we did not get to some things, but we're going to go to item 12 here, future agenda items. Some things that we know we need to forward now are the inland boat limits. We had item 7 that we did not get to, the preference points and refunds for hunting tags. And then we did not get to item 11, which was the regulation change petition 2021-017, although there were a couple of pieces of that came forward in the manual packet. So Ari, I'm going to turn over to you to lead us through that.
So essentially we're looking at for next agenda, in addition to what's already on the work plan, we're looking at adding 5 potential recommendations to the next. First is chronic wasting disease, boat limits, striped bass, preference points and refunds for hunting tags, petition 2021. So that's what we're looking at adding to the next agenda in addition to what's already on.
Striped bass weren't already on there.
No, they weren't.
Sounds right to me. I just, any other input from staff about? I think that's everything. Okay. Wanting to
And if
scroll
we
up
did
here.
miss anything, just say, recommend anything you want to the commission at your.
That's right.
Oh, right,
Your meeting
okay.
in October.
At the October meeting, we can fill in any gaps. if we
Very
need to.
good, very good.
Okay, terrific. Wonderful. Well, so I'm going to recommend that we take that forward, that work plan to the commission.
Okay.
And that's a lot of new items, and we're going to have a conversation too about how to move these meetings forward in a way that doesn't put us further and further behind. I just want to thank everyone very much for hanging with us till the end here. I'm sorry if we didn't get to the item that you were here for, but rest assured we will get to it. And with that, today's meeting is adjourned.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
So much. Great meeting. Great conversation.